Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Michigas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Friday, August 7th, 2026, and we're heading to Plymouth Superior Court, Massachusetts for day 9 of the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. How's everyone doing? That was a lot yesterday. Yesterday was a lot, wasn't it? Was it just me, or was it like just overload? It was overload, like unicorn glitter. Unicorn times glitter. Said every day, I think this case can't go any further off the rails, and every day I'm wrong. I wonder what today will bring us. Well, today is going to bring us Jennifer TUFTS, one of the first and main defendants in Lindsay Clancy's malpractice case, who treated her at, it was her mental health provider, Dr. Jennifer TUFTS, Astor Mental Health. So I think today we're going to start hearing from some of the prescribers, Oops. Thank you, Susan, for gifting 5 memberships. You're so very kind and sweet and generous this morning. Today's motivational quote of the day, because God knows we need it, is a quote from John Hancock. Why do I keep muting myself? Okay. John Hancock said, "A chip on the shoulder is too heavy a piece of baggage to carry through life." Yeah, like that. A chip on the shoulder is too heavy a piece of baggage to carry through life. I think a lot of people might need to hear that today. Thank you, John Hancock. It's a good one. I'm waiting for court to start. Don't worry, I've got it up on the other screen in case you need a reminder. There it is. And as always, we also have a motivational quote of the day, because God knows we need some motivation today and every day. Never say Dever. That's a great username too. You guys are some of this, and we call you guys the snark tank, as you know, because nobody is snarkier and funnier than you are, but in a nice way, not in a mean way. Let's see. Today's badass affirmation of the day: I am effing powerful. I am effing powerful. If you need to say that to yourself all day long, that is a good one, because you're powerful. You just got to believe it. Yesterday's motivational quote of the day that I keep right next to me, because this is my favorite card in the whole entire deck, in case you weren't here and you might have missed it. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. That's what it is. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. If you wouldn't mind, as you come in, smashing the like button, hit subscribe if you haven't done it already. I realized yesterday we broke 140,000 subs. It is free to subscribe. And if you enable all notifications, then you will know whenever I go live, because I don't have a set schedule. So it depends on what we're doing, what the week is. And so congratulations to us, 140,000 in a little over 3 years. We're doing the Lord's work out here, and you guys are here for it, and I love you so much. Court Good is from West Virginia, usually a silent watcher, but looking forward to hearing from Dr. Tufts today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Graham Robb, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. Members have special emojis. Don't forget about your special emojis. I think a lot of them can be repurposed for many trials. So many of them were we created during the Karen Reed trial and others, but just in addition to those emojis, we have the things that I love, like Grateful Dead emojis. We've got CU Buffs, Go Buffs. I am a proud alum of the University of Colorado at Boulder. Casey Paralegal has the day off. Happy weekend, everyone. Happy weekend. I think we all need to really unplug this weekend and to just get out the yoga mat and breathe and go outside and touch some grass. I know that I will be. So many of the good emojis. Oh, and the Dave Matthews Fire Dancer. Just a few, in addition to all the ones that we used in the Karen Reed trial. We got Cardi B. That's right, the Cardi B one. Hello, Cardi B. If you guys missed the Cardi B trial, I have a whole playlist on the Cardi B trial. It was a civil trial. Cardi B was sued for assault by a security guard in her OBGYN's office in Beverly Hills. And what a trial that was. Cardi B, even though I'm not a fan of her music, she was hilarious. She's very, very funny in real life. And we got some really good clips from it. And one of them is this one.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
She was the defendant in this civil lawsuit, and the plaintiff's attorney said to her, so what color hair do you have? Like yesterday your hair was blonde and today your hair is black, and what color really is your hair? And she looked at him and she said, it's a wig. Hello. That's what that clip was from, because every now and then we need a palate cleanser trial, and because we can't do this all the time or we would just like not be able to function in society. But Cardi B was a palate cleanser. A palate cleanser for us in a lot of ways. Thank you, On Top, for your super sticker this morning. Scrolling along the bottom of your screen is the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline. If you or anyone you know needs it, please take this number down so you will have it in the future. 1-833-852-6262. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to reach out. I'm not a mental health professional, and so I can't really advise you, but we do know that there is help available. Unicorn in the Corner is here. See what I mean? See what I mean by Snark Tank? You guys change your usernames to match the trial that we're covering. Nia, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. Kathleen, welcome. Heather N, thank you so much for your $5 super sticker. Oh, it was a different question that she was answering. I don't remember, but I remember she did have a snarky answer when they asked her about her hair color. But also that was something else about I don't remember, the security guard. What? 57 bodies found unrefrigerated in a Chicago funeral home today. That's insane. That's insane. Anybody have an update on Perez Hilton? If you did not see that video of Perez Hilton having a psychotic break live on TikTok, it is frightening. Did I see your email this morning? No, I've been getting ready for my show, so I haven't been checking my email. Yesterday, my email was so overloaded, but in a good way, of many of you who have very personal stories of PPP and PPD. And sometimes just for my own personal piece, it's hard for me. I can't read them. And so I will go back to them later. I can't respond to all of your emails, but I do read them. So sometimes it's easier for me to keep my piece, to walk away from my inbox for a while until I have the mental bandwidth to go back and read it. So I'm an empath. And so it's hard for me to separate my own feelings from other people's feelings. I absorb everything. So there's that. What is wrong with people? That's a great question, Dr. Doolittle. I don't know. What is wrong with people? I wish I could answer that question. The only thing that I can do is create a community of people that I like, that I want to be around. It's the only thing that I can do. This is a legitimate question, and I had to make sure that this person was not just trolling us to rage bait us, and she's not, because she's been here for a while and she's got a lot of great comments. But Jay Honey from Arizona says, serious question. When people hear voices, why does the voice always tell the person to do bad things? Do people ever hear a voice telling them to do something good? I mean, that's a great question. That is a great question. But I think the nature of intrusive thoughts is that it is like someone else's voice telling you to do bad things. And I have a great guest who's going to be coming in. We've been connecting. I found her on Instagram. It's not like me to slide into somebody's DMs, but her name is Dr. Leslie, and she's amazing. She's a lot like me, maybe like 20 years younger than I am, but very similar in a lot of ways. And she is a mental health professional. She's also sometimes on, I don't know, Core TV and other shows. And I found her on Instagram. Her name's Dr. Leslie. She also has a YouTube channel. Anybody familiar with her? She's so awesome. And she says everything that I'm thinking. You know how you guys say that sometimes I say everything that you're thinking? Dr. Leslie says everything that I'm thinking. Oh, and Belinda says that I have heard voices telling me to do good. So that's good. And S. Leslie says, I have a little voice in my head telling me to tell everyone to hit the like button. I love it. But Carrie says, I think good things aren't highlighted the way that bad things are. And Mitchell Samuel's departed dad's voice tells him to do good things. And China Gray says it's good versus evil, right? I mean, it's really like a tale as old as time. I mean, if we go all the way back to the Salem witches, right, in 1692, were some of the people who were accused of being witches mentally ill? I mean, it's a tale as old as time. We did a whole show on the Salem witch trials once when we were talking about everything that's happening in Salem, Massachusetts, and here we are back in Massachusetts again. And most of the Massachusetts trials that we've covered were more local interest to Massachusetts. It seems to me like the Lindsay Clancy trial is more nationwide interest and more worldwide, because everyone, I think, can relate to being postpartum, having a partner who was postpartum, or having a child postpartum who went through it, one of their kids maybe. And it's something that nobody talks about, or not a lot of people talk about, and there's not a lot of public awareness around. And this seems to be a trial that is catching the attention of people everywhere. And postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, there are knows no bounds, right? Socioeconomically, racially, I mean, it can happen to anyone. And so there's that. I don't know anything about Blake Lively. All I know Dr. Leslie from is this trial, actually. All right, here they are. We're in court.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Beach Please says, but why is Massachusetts still trying to burn the witches? That's a great point. It's a great point. It seems like most of the trials that we've covered in Massachusetts have to do with women. Understand also that this is not every trial in Massachusetts. These are the trials that I pick and choose to cover because I, in a lot of ways, choose the trials that I'm very passionate about and that really mean something to me and that I think we can make a difference by covering. And so, well, thank you, Betsy. God love you too, girl. XOXO. I think I'm just highlighting the ones that are important to me, but not every trial in Massachusetts is like this, right? The morning standard sidebar. That's what it is, Mitchell, the morning standard sidebar. Oh, Jennifer, thank you so very much. for your Venmo. She says for amazing trial coverage. Love you. Danielle over Venmo says, this devastated everyone. She's a local to Duxbury. A GoFundMe was set up shortly after and raised over $1 million. Many of the contributors were labor and delivery department and women's health from many Boston hospitals, including Massachusetts General and across the country. The support for Lindsay was from day one and continues to this day. Thank you, Danielle, for letting us know that. But I think, yesterday was a big turning point for me as a viewer, as a trial watcher. And I had said to you, and I've been on the fence, and you know me, I do not hide my opinions. And usually we do so much pretrial coverage on trials that I come in many times knowing so much about the case that I already have an idea of which way that I'm going to go. And this one, I'm very conflicted, and I have been very conflicted. And I really needed to hear more evidence. And I was mad that the prosecution was trying to say she was not a legitimate suicide attempt. And then yesterday, when she really in open court told the judge, that's not what she was trying to say. Hearing from Lindsay's friends yesterday really shifted. It shifted my opinion a lot. And her father-in-law, tell me if you feel the same. Holy paper rustling.
All right, jurors entering.
All of her friends one was a mental health professional, other nurses. They even were on medications that they had trouble regulating. And
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice, the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, and before the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. So what I'm going to do is, probably expect, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody's able to follow my instructions. I'll go a little bit into our schedule, and then we'll return to the evidence on this case. So, first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Again, as I always say, I hesitate to give you the schedule because I'm, probably 50% right, 50% wrong. But the intention today, the thought is we'll probably go most of today. All right. And then at the end of the day, before I send you home, I'm going to talk to the lawyers, kind of see what the schedule is for next week so you can plan as best you can. And also kind of see where we are in regards to the timeline and the estimate of the case. So I'll try and give you as much of that information today before I send you home. All right. So with that, we'll return to the case on trial. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Is the court audio too low? Yeah, I can tell because I'm very loud. Hold on. I'm going to boost it a bit. But it's go down to the Cape Friday. What do you mean? Nobody works a full day on Fridays in Massachusetts, especially not court.
Commonwealth would call Kimberlee Hardy as witness today.
Holy paper rustling.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the having between the Commonwealth and the defendant class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as best you can and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Oh, that's good. All right. Come on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name for the record?
It is Kimberlee Hardy, KIMBERLEEHARDY.
And what city or state do you currently live in?
Cypress, Texas.
And back in 2023, where did you live?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And in 2023, where did you work?
Kingsbury Club
Where's the Kingsbury Club?
in Kingston.
And how long did you work for that club?
4 years.
What is the Kingsbury Club?
It is a tennis club, but it also has like a gym. It's kind of like a Y where people can come and drop their kids off in the playroom and stuff like that.
Okay. Is it a private facility?
Yes.
So members only.
Yes.
And you mentioned dropping kids off. What was your role at the Kingsbury Club?
So I was the child service director. So I ran all the kids programming and the playroom.
So what is the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
So the playroom is a room where parents can drop their kids off for 2 hours a day so that they can work out.
And what's the procedure when a parent or a guardian drops a child off at the playroom?
We have our system where we sign them in.
And that's something on the computer that logs when the child comes in?
Yes.
And it also logs when the child leaves, correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the protocol for who can drop off and pick up a child at the playroom?
So parents, usually we say whoever drops off should be the one picking up as well, unless the parent notifies us that another parent will be picking up.
And as far as that system that you have to log the drop off and pickup, fair to say that system is geared towards the guardian who drops off and picks up.
Correct.
So it's a separate log for each child based on who the guardian is.
Yes.
Now, what is the security like at the Kingsbury Club? How do you get into the club?
Oh, you sign in. You have a key fob and you go to the front desk and you'll sign in.
Are you familiar with some members using like a scan app to sign in? And as far as where the playroom is in the club, where is it in relation to kind of when you come in the front doors?
It is right to the right. There is a long hallway, and at the end of the hallway, that's the playroom.
Now, is it?
When I made a joke yesterday about the next 3 witnesses are going to be the Amazon driver, the DoorDash driver, and the mailman for the Clancys, I was joking. But now we're flying in a woman from Texas to talk about maybe the kids were in there when Lindsay went to the gym one day, and it's a private club. So it's trying to now give the impression that these were very wealthy people because they belonged to a private tennis club. I don't know if there was golf there. I don't think she said golf, but country club, like a country club where, she worked out and left her kids in the daycare for 2 hours to get, a little bit of a break to work out. And they flew her here. They flew her here. She flew in from Texas. Her arms are really tired. And this is important testimony. Why? I don't know. Let's find out and see if there's anything important about it.
There kind of a rule there at the Kingsbury Club when you drop your child at the playroom that you have to remain on property?
Yes.
And other than the gym and the tennis courts, what other facilities are on property?
We have a pool and a spa.
I'm going to draw your attention to, one more background question. Mm-hmm. You mentioned that there's other programs that the Kingsbury Club runs for children, right? Mm-hmm. And you as the child service director were involved in that?
Yes.
Is there a particular age that the children can start participating in the other group activities?
Camp starts at 5, and at that point too, we had tennis that started at 5, but swim lessons can start from babies.
Okay. And so is there an age limit to the kids that could be in the playroom at any given point?
Typically, we only take 3 months old up to like age 10. Normally, they don't want to be in there.
And then you...
Okay, I'm not saying that it is a country club. I'm saying they're giving the impression that it is something like a country club, private club, pool and spa. See what I'm saying? This is the picture that they're painting for the jury. Why this is important? I have no idea. Because she could work out, so she didn't have a psychotic break? Maybe. Maybe she got a massage.
Said that the time limit is 2 hours per day.
Yes.
Is there a schedule or sign up in advance, or was there one in 2023 if a member wanted to bring their kid into the playroom?
Yes, but in 2023, parents normally didn't sign up in advance because we just came back from COVID and we had low numbers. So we just took walk-ins.
And it was a first come, first serve?
Yes.
Are you familiar, or were you familiar with Cora and Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
Did you often see them in the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And who would be the party that would drop them off and pick them up?
Mainly Patrick.
Did you, or were you present in the playroom when Lindsay Clancy at times dropped them off and picked them up?
Yes.
And when Lindsay Clancy came to drop off and pick up the children, did you interact with her?
Yes.
And how would you describe her demeanor during those interactions?
She just seemed very shy.
Maybe just to focus on the time frame.
Well, that's fair. I'm going to draw your
K Shred's objection was maybe we could just focus on the time frame.
attention to maybe the September of 2022 to January of 2023, that fall into the winter. Did you see Lindsay Clancy drop the kids off at the playroom during that time period?
Yes.
And you had the occasion to interact with her? And during that time period, in the fall to winter, what were your observations of her demeanor?
She just seemed shy. She was just, we'd come in and pick up. I would usually try to start a conversation with her, but nothing else. Yeah, just shy.
Okay. And it was only Cora and Dawson that came to the playroom?
Correct.
Were you aware that there was a third child?
Yes.
And do you know of any reason why that child didn't come with the other two?
I asked a couple times because I said that he can come in because he's over 3 months. And the answer was because they were scared of sickness.
I'm sorry, what was the objection? The answer was, if you could just find out.
So this conversation that you had when you said that you asked about Callan, was that with Lindsay or Patrick?
Lindsay.
Okay. And so what did she tell you about Callan?
She was nervous about colds because it was cold and flu season.
Okay. And so obviously when Cora and Dawson came, there would be other children in the playroom as well, right?
Yes.
When Lindsay would drop the kids off during this time period between September of 2022 and January of 2023, did she ever tell you what her plans were at the club?
No.
Did you see or make observations of how she was dressed when she dropped them off?
Yeah, she had workout outfits on.
And would she come back before the end of that 2 hours to pick the kids up?
Yes.
Did you notice anything different about her when she came back to pick the kids up during this time frame?
No.
Was she ever late picking them up?
No.
Did you ever learn that she had left the property after bringing them to the playroom?
No.
And that is a very strict rule at the club, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Lindsay Clancy and Cora and Dawson at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
In January.
Would it have been closer to New Year's or a few weeks into the month?
I think it was a few weeks in.
And how is it that you remember them on that particular day?
Just their usual selves. They came in, played, nothing.
If I tell you that Cora and Dawson were dropped off by Lindsay on January 13th at 9:07, does that sound right to you? And that they were also dropped off on January 17th at 9:30 a.m. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Did Cora and Dawson usually come in the mornings?
Yes.
Around that time? And what time does the playroom open?
We open at 8.
And what time does it close?
It closes at 2.
Did you ever have occasion to see Cora and Dawson in the playroom during that time, September to January, later in the afternoon?
Sometimes, not usual.
Is it fair to say that generally when Lindsay dropped them off, they came in the morning?
Yes.
And is there anything about that day with Cora, that last day that you saw her, that sticks out in your mind?
Not that I recall.
What kinds of things would the kids do in the playroom?
They liked to color. They would play with the dolls, dress up toys, the cars, the train set.
And on one of those last days that you saw Cora, did she draw a picture?
Yes.
Did she take it with her or did she give it to you?
She left it.
Cora drew a
Your Honor,
picture.
at this time, I would move to admit. the Kingsbury Club records is the next exhibit.
All right, they may be admitted.
Do you think the jury is picking up on how stupid this is? And by the way, if Lindsay had completely normal interactions with everyone in the days leading up to the murders, doesn't it solidify the fact that she actually did in fact suffer from a psychotic break? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Nothing
All right,
further.
counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you saw Lindsay with her children, dropping them off, picking them up on a fairly regular basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick, of course, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see how she acted around them? Did she appear to be, happy to be with them and take care of them? Or did she appear to be angry with them or at all?
No, never angry. She seemed happy to be with them. She always picked up on time, and they were always excited to see her.
And you certainly weren't close enough to her to know if she had any personal issues in her life as far as her mind or her body or anything like that, right?
No.
You would be aware, though, that on occasion people are advised by their doctors or psychiatrists to exercise. It might be a good thing for them to do. Is that?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
I can't believe they flew this woman in from Texas.
All
for
right,
that.
Como.
The Commonwealth would call Sarah Carney, please.
Money is no object. Oh, now we're going to see Mr. Carney the other day. His wife is going to come in. This is Patrick's college friend's wife. They also lived in Duxbury. This is like a soap opera with no ending.
Morning, do you solemnly swear that- You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Sure, Sarah Carney,
And how do you spell your first name?
Sarah,
And the last name?
Carney.
And what city or town do you live in?
Duxbury, Massachusetts.
And are you married?
Yes,
And who's your husband?
Kyle Carney.
And do you have children?
Yes,
How old are your children?
5 and 2.
Do you know the Clancy family?
Yes,
And how do you know them?
went to school with Pat and then met Lindsay later.
And so when you say you went to school with Pat, fair to say you went to Salve?
Yes,
And did you know Pat before school?
no,
And did you become friends with him in school?
yes,
When you graduated from college, did you remain friends with Patrick?
yes,
And is your husband also a friend of Patrick's?
yes,
Did they meet at college or just someplace else?
in college.
Did you go to Salve? Like everyone's supposed to know what that is. If you don't know what that is, it's Salve Regina College. I think it's in Newport, Rhode Island. But did you go to Salve? This is beyond the pale of ridiculousness at this point.
At some point, did you come to know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And do you remember approximately when you were introduced to her?
a few years after college, maybe 12, 13 years ago.
And where were you living then when you first met her?
Boston,
Okay, how about Pat? Was he living in Boston as well?
I believe so.
And what was your relationship like with Patrick after college? Were you close?
Yes, friends, close.
And as he began a relationship with Lindsay, did you become friendly with her?
Yeah.
Did you have that same relationship with Lindsay that you had with Pat?
No,
As time passed on, did your families remain friendly?
yes,
And eventually, both your families ended up living in the same town in Duxbury, correct?
yes.
What was the relationship like between your families starting in 2019?
Close, friendly, went to the beach together, had them over at our house, went to their house, that kind of thing.
Did you
And
have beach
as
dinners?
the Clancys start having children and you started having children, did that remain throughout?
Yeah, probably fewer times just because we're all busy, but yeah.
And were you around after each of the Clancy children were born? Meaning after Cora was born, you were still part of Patrick's life?
Yeah.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Cora was born?
No.
And how about Dawson? When Dawson came along, did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Dawson was born?
No.
And then Callan, who was born in May of 2022, were you still friendly with them and still doing those trips and going to each other's houses,
Yep.
beach trips?
Yep.
So did you notice anything different about Lindsay after Callan was born?
No.
Do you recall observing Lindsay or seeing Lindsay when she was pregnant with Callan?
Yes.
Fair to say she was a pretty active person.
Yes.
And even in pregnancy, being very pregnant, she was physically active.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of exercise she did or seeing her exercise or?
I remember her posting videos of her exercising and the kids were in the background.
And where would the exercising happen? Could you tell where it was in their house?
I'm not sure.
Have you been inside their house before?
Yes.
So you know that they had the living room area on the first floor and basement area was
I have to
finished?
assume it was the living room. I've never been to the basement.
Okay, so in that video, what did you observe the kids doing in the background?
Playing on the couch, playing with toys.
And when you observed this video, fair to say it was kind of like a beach body type exercise?
Sure. I'm not sure what that means.
Did you see any equipment in the video, like workout equipment?
I don't recall.
Do you recall previously indicating that you saw the kids playing with exercise bands in the videos?
Sure, if that's what I said. I don't recall.
Now, I'm drawing your attention to the summer of 2022 and the fall of 2022. Were you still going to the beach and getting together with the Clancys?
I believe so, yes.
Other than going to the beach, what other kinds of activities would you invite them to do with your family?
They probably came over to our house once or twice.
Throughout the course of the fall of 2022, did you notice any changes in Lindsay's physical health?
I think I saw her one time at drop off and she just seemed thinner, more
You
frail.
I'm sorry.
Thinner.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with her at drop off about your observations?
No.
How about just observing her overall demeanor? Did you notice anything change about her in the fall into the winter of 2022?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations with her about postpartum depression or sleep issues?
No.
And I'm going to draw your attention to January 22nd, 2023. That was a weekend. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes.
And did you have something happening at your house that your family invited the Clancys to?
Yes, we had a bonfire.
And who came from the Clancy family to the bonfire?
Pat, Lindsay, Cora, and Dawson.
Where was Callan, if you know?
At home with Lindsay's parents.
Did you have the occasion to speak with Lindsay on that day?
Yes.
And fair to say, prior to that day, you hadn't really seen her much that winter.
Correct.
Were you happy to see her that day?
Yeah.
And what were your observations of her that day, her demeanor? Did she seem normal or off or?
Just quiet, but fairly normal.
Did you have the occasion to speak with her, just you and her?
Yes.
And was that outside at the bonfire or somewhere else in your house?
In the kitchen.
And did you ask her anything?
I was talking to her about my daughter's allergies, and then the conversation lulled and I asked her how she was doing.
And what did she tell you?
Good.
And did you have any further conversation or ask any follow-up questions?
No.
Why didn't you follow up?
Because I figured if she wanted to explain or deep dive into it, she would. Wasn't going to press her.
Why didn't you follow up? Why didn't you follow up? You're a witch too. You're a witch too. We need our Handmaid's Tale rubber duck because this is insane. Plymouth County residents, I apologize. This is where your tax dollars are going.
But on this occasion, she just said fine, and you kind of moved on to the next topic.
Yes.
And throughout the course of that day or that afternoon that you were with her, did you notice anything change about how she was communicating with you? Like, did she start to talk faster or seem confused in any way?
No.
Was there anything that happened at that interaction that made them abruptly leave?
No, I think it was like nap time for the kids.
And was that the last time you saw or talked to Lindsay?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington?
I don't even know what to say at this point.
So, what was the time frame that you knew Lindsay, not Patrick? I know you were very friendly with Patrick.
Yep.
What was the time frame that you knew Lindsay?
12 years.
And would you say that you were close to her, or were you social, or how?
Social.
Social.
Yep.
And on occasion, you had the opportunity to be in their house, the upstairs portion of it that you indicated, never in the basement or the office area, right?
Right, just the kitchen level.
Okay. Can you tell us, like in the fall of 22, approximately how many times you and your husband, Kyle, saw Lindsay and her husband, Pat, together? Not Kyle with Pat or you with Pat.
I think it was just the one time at drop off.
One time at drop-off. Okay. You had occasion to ask her advice about the babies and things of that nature on occasion, did you not?
Yep.
She was always helpful to you or forthcoming?
Yes.
And this, the last time you saw her on January 22nd, this was a bonfire, is that what it was?
Yep.
And that was where, in your backyard?
In our backyard.
Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
Around lunchtime.
Lunchtime. And do you recall how long they were there for the bonfire?
A few hours.
And they were there with the two older kids, and Callan was home with her parents, right?
Yes.
And she appeared to be quiet to you?
Yes.
And she appeared, to your observation, around that time frame to be thinner than what you had seen before.
Yes.
But you'd agree with me that you guys weren't that close that she would confide in you, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Any redirect?
As far as your observations of Lindsay over the course of 12 years, fair to say she was always quiet with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did she think calling Patrick's friends would be a good thing because she thought Patrick's friends would trash Lindsay? Again, she's going to call every single person the
The
MSP.
Commonwealth would call ALIA Goodheart.
Every single person the MSP interviewed, whether it was relevant testimony or not. This is just the playbook. This shows like inexperience. I don't know how experienced she is, but just because people gave a statement doesn't mean you have to call them as a witness if they have nothing relevant to say. And if you know that Kevin Reddington is going to be able to turn every single witness into his own.
The jury can hear you and speak into that microphone. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My first name is ALIA. Last name is Goodheart.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
ALIA.
And your last name, please.
GOODHEART.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background to be a psychiatrist?
I got my medical degree from the State University of New York in Brooklyn, the Health Sciences Center, and I came to Boston to do my 4-year residency at the Harvard Longwood Psychiatry Residency Program. I also trained for an additional 3 years at the Boston Psychoanalytic Institute and got my advanced training I attended the advanced training program, and yeah.
Are you licensed here in Massachusetts to practice as a psychiatrist?
I am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
No.
So you said that you're a medical doctor with a specialization in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work history in that field?
Yes. I've worked in several different settings. When I first started out, I was working at Beth Israel in integrated care, which means essentially that you work with primary care physicians, and if they have patients that they have questions about, they can consult you. And if there's a need, you can continue to manage the patient's psychopharm medications. And if it's simple, they can continue to do it, but you're available for them to consult with and to discuss cases. After that, I went to Emerson Hospital, where I worked on the inpatient psychiatric unit for a total of 9 years. I left for 1 year to be the medical director at another freestanding hospital. After that, I worked at the women's prison in Framingham for 1.5 years. And after that, an outpatient clinic affiliated with TUFTS. I had a private practice for 2 years, and then I've been working at McLean for the last 5 years.
Okay. And what is McLean Hospital?
It's a freestanding psychiatric hospital that is part of the Mass General Brigham system.
What kind of services does that facility offer to patients?
They have, lots of services, including inpatient, outpatient, substance abuse, trauma-focused. There are lots of specializations, eating disorder programs. They have residential programs. They have partial programs. So there's a really broad width of.
And what is your role at McLean?
I work on one of the inpatient psychiatric units.
And tell us a little bit about what an inpatient psychiatric unit is.
Patients who come to our unit are referred to us by the emergency department because it's been determined that they need inpatient level of care. You can come voluntarily or you can be sent involuntarily. And once you arrive, we work with the patient until, they're for a certain period of time, which isn't predetermined. It is flexible, so it depends on what's going on. And when you're on an inpatient unit, it's not just that you're seeing the psychiatrist, you're working as a team. So there are nurses, there are mental health workers, there are social workers. And the way it works at McLean is that every day you have a meeting where people discuss what's been going on, and you share any information that you have, and that kind of guides treatment. It's if I'm on the unit while I see the patient, I'm not there 24/7, but the mental health staff and the nursing staff are there, and they contribute to the assessment of the patient.
So in that team approach, when you have mental health workers, nurses, social workers that work with you, there's, fair to say, some combination of that team present all the time.
Yes, there are 3 shifts, and each shift has mental health workers and nurses.
And in that team approach, sometimes particular members of that team may have direct contact with the patient, correct?
Absolutely. Each shift, each patient is assigned a mental health worker and a nurse. They're offered a check-in, which is basically time to sit and talk about how they're doing and what's going on, and if they're upset or distressed. And so, there is documentation of that, and that happens on a regular basis.
And even when members of the particular treatment team don't have direct contact with a patient, they're still there and observing what's going on, right?
Correct.
And are they trained to do that?
Absolutely.
And so even if they don't have a conversation with somebody that's documented, they're still observing to be able to report back if there's any concerns that they observe during any given shift. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the inpatient unit at McLean, that they come from the ER departments of the surrounding hospitals?
Yes.
So you can't just walk in?
Not at McLean.
For the inpatient, in any...
Right, correct.
Okay. And so oftentimes when a patient comes from the emergency department or is referred over there, how do they get there?
They have to be sent on a Section 12 most of the time, well, then it doesn't make sense. So they're usually sent on a Section 12, especially if they're going to be sent in an ambulance. And then when they arrive at McLean, they are seen at the CEC, which is the Clinical Evaluation Center.
If I could just stop for you for one second. Can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
A Section 12 is basically a doctor or social worker or psychologist states that you are being referred to a hospital for admission because you have a mental health condition.
And the Section 12.
Some states call it a 5150. Some states call it a 72-hour hold. Usually it's involuntary because you're a danger to yourself or others.
Could be something that the patient voluntarily elects to do, right?
That's a Section 10. The Section 12 is it means that you have to go there. If you go there and they evaluate that you're fine and you decide you don't want to be at the hospital, you can choose to leave and they'll have to let you go.
So when you say that a person comes transported from an ER on a Section 12, they also can come transported on a 10 as well, a voluntary.
A Section 12 is required for transportation because in the time between when they leave the hospital and they're supposed to get to you, you want to make sure that something could happen and then they could leave. So you want to make sure that the physician sees them at that end and then somebody sees them at the other end to ensure that something hasn't changed. So it's evaluation.
Okay. And at the emergency department, there is a particular type of evaluation that's done before somebody is sent over to McLean, correct?
Correct.
What, from the Mass General, what is that usually referred to?
It's called the acute psychiatric consultation, APS. No. So the service is acute psychiatric services, and it's an evaluation. So it's a complete evaluation by either a nurse practitioner or a psychiatrist. And they go over things like, why are you coming now? What is your history? Have you ever had problems before? What's your family history? They document how you're presenting. They inquire about symptoms. And that's how they find out what medications you're on. And then based on that, they decide whether you need, there could be several options. They can recommend inpatient treatment. They can recommend partial hospital program, but the patient doesn't have to do either. If they're not, unsafe, they can choose to leave. But most of the time, people take the recommendation and they've presented because they are seeking help.
And unless the patient is deemed unsafe in that involuntary realm, it's their choice.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that when they come to McLean, that they first come through and have a CEC. What is that?
It's a clinical evaluation center.
What happens at that stage at McLean?
They're seen by a psychiatrist, and there's a nurse as well. They review the history that was obtained at the emergency department, and they inquire about they actually do another evaluation, just like at the APS, basically reviewing all the history, but also asking their own questions. And if they have any concerns, they document them there.
And you said this evaluation is done by a psychiatrist?
Correct.
And when a person comes into McLean, can they come at any hour of the day or night?
Correct.
And when they first make it to the clinical evaluation center, they're always seen by a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Now, once they do this evaluation, gather all the information, do they also do kind of a physical exam to make sure that there's no medical issues to address?
Yes.
And after all the information is gathered, what is done at the evaluation center?
So they basically enter the order. May I have some water, please?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
No worries.
My fault.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When a patient is evaluated or seen in the clinical evaluation center, what happens after the evaluation's done?
So they determine the level of checks that the patient should be on once they get to the unit, because there are several units. There are at least 4 inpatient units. They decide what medications the patient is going to be able to get, thank you, until they are seen by a psychiatrist on the unit.
And when you say level of check, what does that mean?
Everybody who is on the unit, there's a mental health worker assigned the task of ensuring that all the patients who are supposed to be on the unit are present and that they're safe. And the lowest level is 15-minute checks.
I see this question flying around a lot in the chat. To answer your question, this witness, Dr. Goodheart, is not a defendant. She's not a named defendant in either civil lawsuit. McLean is a defendant in Lindsay's malpractice case, but not in Patrick's wrongful death complaint.
If there's concern about somebody, it goes up to 5-minute checks. And if they're extremely unsafe, it goes to a 1-to-1.
And what does 1-to-1 mean?
There would be a staff person with the patient at all times.
And again, this determination of which unit to be on and what level of security or what level of check is done by the psychiatrist that performs that first evaluation, correct? Now, when a person who comes through the CEC then gets sent to the unit, do they walk to the unit on their own, or how do they get to the unit?
They're escorted to the unit.
And you said there's 4 inpatient psych units, is that what?
Correct.
Now, when the person arrives at the unit, what happens?
They're seen by a nurse and a mental health worker. Their belongings they go through the belongings to ensure that there's nothing unsafe. There's certain things that are not allowed on a psych unit. The nurse reviews their history and takes some vital signs, sees if they need any medication, and then they show them to their room and the unit.
And again, people come through the CEC at all hours of the day and night, correct?
Yes.
So this whole process is pretty seamless and could happen at any point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned
don't go there on a weekend or a holiday.
Previously that the length of stay or how long a person is on the unit or inpatient varies, right?
Yes.
Is there any sort of minimum that's required when a person comes in for an inpatient stay at McLean?
No.
And if they are voluntarily there, can they leave at any time?
As long as the psychiatrist and the team assesses them and determines that they don't pose an imminent risk to themselves or anybody else.
Now, what if they're there on a Section 12? Is there a time limit or a minimum amount of time they have to be there?
That's right. She wasn't there on Section 12. She was on a voluntary.
We haven't gotten there yet. I'm just asking background questions.
Yeah, he said, I'm going to object to that. She wasn't there on a Section 12. She was there on a voluntary. Why do we care? And he's right. Move it along.
Questions about the facility?
I'll allow some background questions, but let's kind of move it along.
So Section 12 entails that that the team and the psychiatrist has 3 days to evaluate the patient to determine whether they pose a danger to themselves or others. And if at the end of that time they do determine that the person poses a risk, then they have to apply for commitment, which would mean going in front of a judge who would decide if the patient should remain hospitalized or be discharged.
And if at the end of the 3 days you deem them to be safe, are they allowed to leave?
Yes.
And is there something in the field of psychiatry or in your training and experience in your time at McLean about being discharged against medical advice?
He wasn't discharged AMA.
We'll allow the set the really the terms and where we are, so you can go into that.
AMA is not applicable.
If we can approach.
Yeah, I don't think you heard me.
I did hear you.
All right, well then, I'm going to allow that question.
Oh.
There, your rights are saved.
My objection.
Yeah, I've noted it.
Oh.
Go ahead, Counsel.
That's fiery. That's the most excitement we might get today. So let's hear that again. He's mad. He's mad because they're throwing a lot of spaghetti at the wall and they're confusing the jury. She was there voluntarily. It was not a Section 12, which is also known as the Baker Act, I think in Florida. And maybe, I think it's Florida. This is Massachusetts. She was there voluntarily. She was not discharged. AMA means against medical advice, which means that somebody leaves AMA. It means that even though the doctors tell them that they should stay, they leave. They get up and walk out. That's not what happened here. And it could be confusing to the jury, and he doesn't want to have it. He doesn't want to start the day off this way. It's only 10 a.m. here on the East Coast.
If we can approach.
So let's go back. The judge doesn't even want them to approach. He says, I think he's had it with Reddington already this morning.
The field of psychiatry. And is there something in the field of psychiatry or in your training and experience in your time at McLean about being discharged against medical advice?
He wasn't discharged AMA.
We'll allow the set the really the terms and where we are, so you can go into that.
AMA is not applicable.
If we can approach.
Yeah, I don't think you heard me.
I did hear you.
All right, well then, I'm going to allow that question. There, your rights are saved.
My objection.
Yeah, I've noted it. Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you.
I think we tend not to do against medical advice because if we are concerned about somebody's safety, we would not discharge them.
So you have another procedure available to you if you were concerned for somebody's safety.
Yes.
And that's this procedure you described about seeking an order for further commitment.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, when a person comes and goes through that process and is placed on their unit and settled in, what is the plan after that? How often do they see providers?
They're assessed by a psychiatrist every single day that they're there. They have nurses who are checking in with them, mental health workers. They're offered group programming and medical monitoring, vital signs. Yeah.
What types of group programming are offered to people while they're inpatient at McLean?
We offer skills groups, which are things like they're meant to teach patients skills so that they can tolerate distress, they can kind of observe their thoughts. It's meant to shore up their skills. Then there are some groups which are more just relaxed, I guess, such as going for fresh air walks or going to the recreation center, just, drawing or coloring and, yeah.
Okay, I need to correct the record. Thank you to whoever put that in the chat. The complaint that I am looking at is the original complaint that was filed in January of 2026. It is the first complaint that we reviewed as soon as it came out. I remember this because I think I was in Cancun when this happened. I was stuck there because of the blizzard. There has since been a first amended complaint and a second amended complaint. So thank you. Your comment flew by. So this witness actually is a defendant in one of the amended complaints, which, as we know, supersedes the original complaint. I apologize for the misinformation. I'm going to download that second amended complaint right now so we have a more up-to-date version. So far, she's not very hostile considering she is being sued for medical malpractice. Okay, let's keep going.
Are there other things offered to patients once they're on a unit to assist them in their care, like counseling?
Yeah, those are the check-ins, and when they meet with the psychiatrist and the social worker, the counseling happens in those sessions as well, and also by the nurses and the mental health staff.
Okay. Now, does this procedure or does how it operates for any given patient, does it change if there's a holiday or a weekend?
I think they're still seen. They're still seen by a psychiatrist.
She's thinking if she knows, I have no objection. I'm going to object to the way she's answering that.
All right. Why don't you rephrase the question?
I will, thank you. As far as your experience at McLean Hospital, is there, does the schedule change when there's a weekend or a holiday?
The group schedule might change, but the staffing schedule doesn't change.
So the availability and the mental health worker that sees the patient, the social worker that checks in, and the psychiatrist and nurse, the team all stays the same even on a weekend or a holiday?
Other than the social worker.
Okay.
Oh, I guess she saw Emily's TikTok. Do you think she saw Emily's TikTok, the one that we played about how there's no doctors on the weekends and holidays? And so she used to do that job of checking patients in, and you only need a high school diploma to do that. She knows because she did the job for many years, remember? Do you think she saw the TikTok? I think so. Hold on.
Worker that checks in and the psychiatrist, the schedule change when there's a hospital.
I'm going to object to the way she's answering that.
All right. Why don't you rephrase the question?
I will, thank you. As far as your experience at McLean Hospital, is there, does the schedule change when there's a weekend or a holiday?
The group schedule might change, but the staffing schedule doesn't change.
So the availability and the mental health worker that sees the patient, the social worker that checks in, and the psychiatrist and nurse, the team all stays the same even on a weekend or a holiday?
Other than the social worker.
Okay. And when I say stay the same, it could be different individuals, but
Correct.
It's somebody from that group, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as your role as a psychiatrist, how do you get assigned patients when they are admitted to McLean inpatient?
It's random. There are beds that are open, and I carry a certain number of patients, and other psychiatrists have a certain number of patients, and whoever has an opening gets the admission.
Do you have to be there when the patient is admitted to have the patient assigned to you?
No.
And so do you rely on other psychiatrists to perform those tasks before you meet a patient?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy that arrived at McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st of 2023. Do you recall that patient?
Yes.
Have you had the ability to review the records related to that patient prior to coming in today?
Yes.
And do you know where she came from?
The emergency department at MGH.
Okay. And did she come voluntarily or did she come on some sort of section?
Again, for transportation, it's always a section, but then she signed in voluntarily, which is the section 10.
Okay. So to your knowledge, she was brought in the early morning hours via ambulance?
Correct.
And did she go through that process of the clinical evaluation center in the early morning hours, approximately 4 a.m. on the 1st?
Yes.
And who saw her there?
I think the psychiatrist's name was Dr. Outlaw.
Okay, and you're familiar with Dr. Jasmine Outlaw?
I've never met her.
Okay, but she is a psychiatrist on
Correct.
staff.
I don't know what you mean by on staff.
Well, she works at McLean.
Correct.
And so you were able to review the information she gathered in that first evaluation.
Yes.
And in reviewing that information, did you identify that the patient was identified as medically stable, right? Meaning she didn't have any acute medical issues that you had to worry about?
Correct.
And she was screened on the suicide screening?
Correct.
What was the chief complaint of the patient when she arrived at McLean?
She was unhappy. She was finding it hard to sleep if she didn't take medications.
Okay. And do you recall reviewing in the records that it was noted that she reported that she felt numb?
Yes.
And that she was having some issues managing medication.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
Why not just let the DA, why not just let Jennifer Sprague testify for the witness? Why not just let her do that? This is so ridiculous. And Reddington is now, as I told you from the beginning, he hardly ever objects, but when he does, it's for a reason. And again, so much leading. Now the ADA is just reading out of the record instead of letting the actual doctor testify. But as you can see, he's already been snapped at once today by the judge. And maybe it's because the judge was overturned yesterday by the highest court in Massachusetts. There's a woman who ritualistically and had something to do with voodoo, I think, killed her 2 children. And this Judge Sullivan during the trial did not allow some of her mental health records in. And she's serving, I think, 2 life sentences in Massachusetts. Her conviction was just overturned yesterday, and she's getting a new trial. And it happened in the middle of the day while we were live on this trial. So he might be a little salty today because few things judges hate more than getting reversed on appeal. And so that woman's getting a new trial, and that may be part of his attitude today. Thank you, Mixed Chick, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. But again, this is improper. She was feeling numb. Yeah, she couldn't sleep without medications, and that's why she checked herself into an inpatient ward at McLean in the early morning hours of New Year's Day. Really? I mean, anybody who finds themselves going to the emergency room on New Year's Eve and checking into a inpatient facility, McLean, which is supposed to be one of the best in Massachusetts, if not the country, on New Year's Day, there's definitely something wrong. But again, she's being sued, so let's see how her testimony goes.
she had some complaints about side effects or symptoms of medication.
Yes.
Now, when the psychiatrist and the clinical evaluation center gather the information, fair to say that it's primarily based on what's reported to the doctor by the patient.
Yes.
At McLean, do you have access to a patient's full psychiatric history or all of their records from other places?
It depends where the patient is coming from. I think that Dr. Outlaw did take an excerpt of the APS evaluation that was done at MGH, so I assume that she had access to that.
I'm sorry. Assumptions?
I mean,
I
she
can
would
ask
have
it a
had.
different way.
She doesn't know, she doesn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
As far as the full record of this,
Witnesses are not allowed to testify to things that they don't know. So when they start their answer with, I guess, I think, I assume, that's not proper testimony. And he's absolutely right. If you don't know something, you need to just say, I don't know.
particular patient that you were
Assumptions?
Excerpt of the APS evaluation that was done at MGH, so I assume that she had access to that.
I'm sorry. Assumptions?
I mean,
I
she
can
would
ask
have
it a
had.
different
She
way.
doesn't know, she doesn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
As far as the full record of this particular patient that you were assigned to and responsible for, you reviewed all of the notes and information gathered by Dr. Outlaw on that first interaction with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated a little while ago in your testimony that McLean is affiliated with the Brigham
Correct.
Hospital and Mass General. So is it fair to say that those records from Mass General are available to you at McLean?
Yes.
And again, you indicated that that APS evaluation is something that's done at the emergency room, right?
Yes.
And is it common that that information come along with the patient?
I don't know.
No, good. Just if you could answer that. You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, next question.
In this instance, when you reviewed the records, were you aware or did you see that there was some note to the APS evaluation from the Mass General ER?
I saw the excerpt of the APS evaluation in Dr. Outlaw's note.
Okay. And that excerpt from the APS evaluation was conducted by somebody by the name of Dr. Hogan, correct?
Correct.
And did you review a portion of the record indicating that the patient said to Dr. Hogan or reported thoughts of wishing to be dead, but no plan.
Yes.
And that there was no violent or homicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
And that there was observed at Mass General to have no evidence of psychosis, mania, obsessions, or current anxiety symptoms.
Correct.
So that's information that you knew before you met with the patient.
Yes.
And as far as what's reported,
I know we happen to have a lot of psych nurses and psych doctors in the chat and other professionals in the psych world. Are psych patients always honest in their history? Just asking for a friend.
and as far as what's reported when the patient comes to McLean, and in this instance, when Lindsay Clancy came, are you aware she reported during that clinical evaluation center evaluation that at the beginning of December, she had started Seroquel and Remeron and started to have intrusive and suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
That she attributed that to medication?
Yes.
Okay, and so what was the plan, the first plan that came out of that clinical evaluation center evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
She was continued on the medications she was admitted on. You know, the plan, they do the checks, they decide what medical monitoring you need, but she basically was admitted and the medications were the same.
And what was the security level, or how long were the checks assigned to her after this evaluation?
15 minutes.
And was she considered to be a high risk upon coming into the inpatient unit, or was she minimal risk?
Low. Minimal, yeah.
And were you aware of what's called the provisional diagnosis that was assigned to this patient when she arrived?
I don't recall what the provisional diagnosis was, but I do know that they do assign a diagnosis. I don't recall it. I must have seen it in the records, but I think there are like 5 different diagnoses.
Just referring to what's already been marked as Exhibit 79, I'm going to draw your attention to page 24.
Thank you. Right. Okay, I think I remember. Yes.
Okay, does that refresh your memory as to the provisional diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was it?
Major depressive disorder, severe without psychotic features.
Now, what does the provisional diagnosis mean to you when you're assigned a patient?
That this is the assessment of the psychiatrist who saw her at that time.
Do you have to stick with that diagnosis, or are you free to change that based on your experiences with the patient?
The diagnosis I give the patient is dependent on what my interactions are and the observations of the team.
Now, for this particular patient, Ms. Clancy, on January 1st, when she got situated onto the unit after that first evaluation by Dr. Outlaw, are you aware that she was then seen later in that day on January 1st?
Yes.
And were you the doctor who saw her, or was there somebody else?
It was a different psychiatrist.
Okay, and who was the psychiatrist that saw her on January 1st?
It was Dr. Madva.
And that would be Dr. Elizabeth Madva?
Correct.
Again, is she a psychiatrist as well?
Yes.
And so
Dr. Elizabeth Madva, also a defendant in the medical malpractice suit brought by Lindsay Clancy that is currently pending in Norfolk Superior Court.
So this occurred while you were not in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And were you able to review the notes, the admission notes of Dr. Madva regarding her interactions with this patient on January 1st at approximately 12:47 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as these interactions go with the patient and the psychiatrist, it's more of a conversation, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's a conversation when you meet with a patient.
As opposed
Yes.
to?
You ask them how they're feeling, get information that you think is necessary. Is that fair to say?
It's a conversation, and also you gather information.
And so do you rely on things that were reported before?
Yes.
But you also ask follow-up questions, right?
Correct.
And as far as your review of Dr. Madva's interaction with Ms. Clancy on January 1st, is it clear to you that she did that?
Yes.
You reviewed her history with her and spoke with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
At the time she spoke with Dr. Madva, you where she said that she denied feeling depressed and denied any passive death wishes or suicidal thoughts, but reports feeling numb.
Yes.
She reports she can't feel any emotion other than mild anxiety at now being in a hospital setting.
Yes.
After Ms. Clancy was seen by Dr. Madva, were you aware of what the plan was regarding her medication?
Yes.
And what was the plan?
Ms. Clancy complained, there were several symptoms. One of the things that she did complain about was the numbness, and Dr. Madva did, hear that and hear her concern, and that she had been sensitive to many different medications. So she,
well, let me ask, if I can ask a question.
You finished with your answer?
So she determined that it was possible that the numbness the patient was complaining of was a side effect of the medication she was on. And the plan was to taper that medication and observe the patient to see whether the numbness went away, and also if any other symptoms became evident.
So the medications, you were aware of the medications that Ms. Clancy came into McLean on, right?
Yes.
And what medications were those?
Seroquel at 100 milligrams a day, at Valium, 2 milligrams. I don't remember the frequency. I think it was per day. And
Again, we're going to let her finish.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I have no problem if she looks at the record.
Yeah.
so Seroquel, Valium, and Benadryl.
Do you remember?
Reddington's like, I have no problem if she looks at the records. Let her look at the records and read from the records to refresh her recollection. We don't need to sit here and try and pull teeth, okay? This ADA is not an oral surgeon. She's not even a very good lawyer. Let her have the records so we can get through this.
Remember, or do you recall Remeron being one of the drugs that were described or reported by Ms. Clancy? When she came in, that she reported taking Remeron?
In the past, yes.
Okay. And again, in that report from the patient about past history, do you recall her indicating that one of the providers had suspected a bipolar disorder?
Yes.
In your interactions with Ms. Clancy and your review of the interaction she had with other psychiatrists, did she appear to agree with that diagnosis?
Did who appear to agree?
Ms. Clancy.
Rephrase that question, please.
Ms. Clancy, did
Yes.
she disagreed with the diagnosis?
Okay. The fact that she...
The psychiatric patient disagreed with her own diagnosis of bipolar disorder. Is anybody surprised? What exactly is it that you say you do here? Reddington's head is going to pop off, or he's going to stroke out before the end of this day. I can tell you right now. So she had previously been diagnosed with bipolar. Is that what you're telling us now? By the time she went in on New Year's Day to McLean, she had previously been diagnosed with bipolar. Okay, cool. Thank you for that.
Interactions with Ms. Clancy and your review of the interaction she had with other psychiatrists, did she appear to agree with that diagnosis?
Did who appear to agree?
Ms. Clancy.
Rephrase that question, please.
Miss Clancy, she disagreed with the diagnosis.
Okay. The fact that she came in and she was on 100 milligrams of Seroquel or more, would that
or more
have been something that was significant to you in considering a bipolar diagnosis?
Seroquel is used for several purposes. It is not just used for bipolar illness.
Okay. And Ms. Clancy also reported coming to McLean issues with insomnia, correct?
Yes.
Is Seroquel sometimes used in low doses to address insomnia?
Yes.
Now, as far as the plan from January 1st, you indicated that Dr. Madhva recommended reducing the Seroquel and then monitoring symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Again, my mental health professionals in the chat, would 100 milligrams of Seroquel make you feel like a zombie? Would it make you feel numb? Anyone? Is it also an antipsychotic?
Were you aware that Ms. Clancy saw Dr. Madhva again on January 2nd?
Yes.
And again, that was prior to your first point of contact with her.
Yes.
As far as what you know from reviewing the record, you're aware that that Ms. Clancy reported that she slept well on lesser dose of Seroquel.
Yes.
Did she report any delusions, hallucinations, or suicidal or homicidal ideation?
No.
And as far as after the check-in with Dr. Madhva on the 2nd, was the plan to continue to decrease the Seroquel?
Dr. Madhva was going to continue her on 75 milligrams, and then the next day she would have gone down to 50 milligrams.
And on these first few days that Lindsay Clancy was at McLean Hospital from January 1st until you actually saw her on January 3rd, you're aware that in addition to seeing Dr. Outlaw at the intake and Dr. Madhva on 2 occasions on the 1st and the 2nd, that there were also notes in the record for you to review from nurses who interacted with her on January 1st at 5:20 a.m., right?
Yes.
From nurse January 1st at 6:28 a.m.
Yes.
A nurse interacting with her on January 1st at 10:34 a.m.
Yes.
And that she actually participated in a group activity with a social worker at 12:03 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that a nurse interacted with her and made notes at 2:07 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that she saw a mental health worker at 9:33 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And in relation to January 2nd, a nurse made note of interaction with her on 9:46 on the 2nd, right?
I remember there were interactions. I don't remember the exact time.
But fair to say on the 2nd, she interacted with nurses and Dr. Madhva.
Yes.
Based on your review. Now, going to January 3rd, that was the first face-to-face contact you had with the patient, correct?
Yes.
Prior to meeting with her, had you reviewed all of these notes and all of the information up to that date?
Yes.
And did you go through, a report of history with her?
Yes.
Were you able to make an assessment of her mental status during that interaction with her?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her mental status?
I can remember certain elements, but I don't remember. She was dressed in, she was appropriately dressed. Her speech was of normal rate and volume. Behaviorally, she was polite and cooperative. Her mood, I don't remember exactly. It's a quote, so I don't remember exactly what she quoted her mood as being. Can you you could, it would be in the medical record.
Yeah, one moment. I'm just going to approach if that's okay.
No, it's not normal to
Just so
lead
the
your own
records are
witness.
Exhibit
That's
79?
Yes.
All right, so
something you're
those
only supposed
records,
to
you'll
do
have
on-
those with you.
on cross,
So
but
I have
the rules have blown out the window here.
66, so I think that's your.
Thank you, Night Night, for your
note.
5.
If you can just take a look at that and let me know.
No attorney is supposed to lead a witness on direct exam, only on cross. Oh, thanks, Maeve. I'm so glad you like the tallow. Love it too.
Does that refresh your memory as to what your observations were of her mood?
Yes,
What was her mood?
anxious.
Okay. And did you observe signs of anxiety, or did she tell you that she felt anxious?
She appeared anxious.
And her affect, did you observe it to be congruent to her mood?
Yes,
And you examined her and found her to have linear thinking and appear goal-directed, right?
yes.
And as far as addressing kind of why she was there and what your recommendations were, ultimately, what were you trying to address or accomplish in the treatment plan with Ms. Clancy?
That's a very broad question.
Okay, I could break it down if that's okay.
Yes.
So as far as once you had a chance to sit and talk with her, what did she identify to you to be her main concerns that she wanted to address during her stay at McLean?
She did not want to be dependent on an antipsychotic medication, which is what Seroquel's class is, even though it's used for insomnia and other indications, depression. She didn't want to be dependent on Seroquel to be able to fall asleep.
Okay, and so fair to say she was very concerned about wanting to sleep at night.
Yes,
And she was very concerned about her symptomology, or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms from various medications, right?
yes,
And that concept, or the phrase numbness, did she use that a few times?
yes,
And again, you mentioned Dr. Madhva was concerned about the numbness with the medication. In your experience with Seroquel, is that also a common side effect for people to feel numb?
it can be one of the side effects that people can have.
And as far as the suicidal statements that you were aware of from the prior reports, did you go through that with her about whether she presented to you with suicidal ideation?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Did you talk to her about her thoughts of suicide?
Yes,
And did you talk to her about whether she had any specific plan?
yes,
Did she have any plan?
no,
Had she reported that she had ever had a plan for suicide?
no.
And did she tell you there were reasons why she thought she wouldn't commit suicide?
Yes,
And what were those reasons?
her children and her family, her mother.
Oh, so she loved her children when you saw her on January 3rd. She loved her children. And then 3 weeks later, she murdered them. So she couldn't possibly have had a psychotic break. This is a great advertisement, by the way, for McLean Hospital. Great reasons not to go there. Tell me if you think I'm wrong.
So after this face-to-face interaction with her and kind of going through her history and having reviewed what you had, the information you had about her, what did you develop as a plan for her while she was at McLean?
I continued with the plan to taper her off Seroquel and to monitor whether her symptoms improved, but also to see if she could sleep while she was off of and to really observe symptoms and mood.
During this first interaction with her, was there any conversation about how long she would stay or what her plan might be after she left McLean?
When we met the first time, Lindsay said that she had her daughter's birthday coming up on the weekend, and that it had been planned months ahead of that date, and she was hoping that she could be there that weekend so she could be with the kids and family who was going to come for the birthday party.
Now, the concept of kind of tapering her off the Seroquel and monitoring her symptoms, did that seem like a realistic goal to you?
Yes.
And now, after having spoken to her and developing this plan, were you also cognizant or thinking about the potential for a bipolar disorder diagnosis? And so how did that affect how you approached this plan to taper?
Again, we were observing for any symptoms that would indicate that she might have bipolar disorder.
And where she had reported that she had issues with sleep, was that also something of concern to you if there was the potential for a bipolar disorder?
Yes.
And reduction of medication, what was the concern for the sleep?
I think people's mental health is negatively affected if they cannot sleep, whether it's bipolar disorder or depression. And so sleep is important.
Okay. And
I'm not a doctor, and I can tell you that. I think this ADA is way over her head with this medical testimony. Way over. It is way over. She's drowning.
That you might be considering for a bipolar diagnosis, would lack of sleep make you watch for symptoms of hypomania?
Yes, sleep deprivation can lead to a bipolar episode, a hypomanic episode.
So you wanted to monitor her patterns in her sleep and her mood to see if there was any evidence of that, correct?
Yes.
In this first interaction where you identified a plan, did you also make a suggestion about a particular medication that she might consider after the Seroquel had been discontinued?
Yes.
What was the alternative medication, if you will?
It was Cymbalta, which is an antidepressant.
And was that something that you intended to prescribe for her while she was there, or was it something that you suggested that she could consider as an outpatient?
It was just a consideration. It would depend on how she was doing after she was off of the Seroquel.
Okay. Now, what about...
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I would have done this. I could have done that. I should have done this. What did you actually do?
The Valium. Was there a plan to address tapering or weaning her off Valium or an alternative to Valium?
Yes, I switched her from Valium to Ativan.
Okay.
Because it has a shorter half-life. And, in my experience, it manages anxiety well.
And were you aware that she had taken Ativan before?
Yes.
And did she report any concerns about Ativan or benzodiazepines in general?
Yes.
What was the concern she reported to you?
She stated that her husband had concerns about her being on a benzodiazepine.
During this interaction with her on the January 3rd, did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
And in the notes and the interactions with the providers prior to your meeting between January 1st and January 3rd, did anyone ever note any symptoms or concerns for psychosis?
No.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also still in that, what was considered the postpartum period, right? She had had a child in May of 2022.
That's a tricky question to answer because different organizations or agencies assign postpartum a different length of time.
Okay, and so in your training experience and your experience as a person who diagnoses,
yes,
did you consider postpartum as part of what you had to figure out here with this patient? Or was it really not a consideration?
It was.
Okay.
Oh, so it was a consideration. I think she wanted to say that it wasn't. My research indicates that postpartum depression or psychosis can occur up to a year after birth. It doesn't always manifest right away. And at this point, I think Callan was 8 or 9 months old. 8 months old, maybe. That's interesting, though. She says she did consider her to be postpartum.
Why was it for you here with this patient? Or was it really not a consideration?
It was.
Okay, and why was it for you?
I mean, she had a child, and the risk of postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration.
Okay. Now, after this first meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 3rd, were you able to give her, in your own opinion, a diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
You said after the 3rd?
Right.
Okay. So that would mean one meeting.
Yes.
I gave her a diagnosis of insomnia with a mental health condition because one day of observation wasn't sufficient for me to figure out if she truly, to give a solid diagnosis because it sticks with the patient.
Right. Fair to say you just didn't have enough information at that point.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
She only saw her one time. And she didn't want to diagnose her with anything because the diagnosis would have stuck with her. It would have followed her in her medical records. And she didn't even think that she could diagnose her after only one, I don't know, did she only say it was 15-minute consultation? So her diagnosis was insomnia with a mental health condition. Which mental health condition? Let's hear that one again.
Health condition, because a diagnosis of insomnia with a mental health condition because one day of observation wasn't sufficient for me to figure out if she truly, to give a solid diagnosis because it sticks with the patient.
Right. Fair to say you just didn't have enough information at that point.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So again, you saw her on January 3rd, and that was approximately 9:15 a.m., right?
You're off the stand.
If that's what it says.
Yeah. Well, at the top of your inpatient progress note on page 61 of the exhibit, if I say the data service reads 1/3/23 at 9:15, would that be where you would note the time you were scheduled to speak with the patient?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that on that same day, on January 3rd, that in addition to meeting with you, that she met with a social worker at 10:07 a.m., right?
Yes, the social worker and I would have met with her together.
Okay, but then the social worker would have their own note if there was any interaction that they were noting, and also a nurse as well.
Yes.
Right? And that on the 3rd, that Ms. Clancy participated in a group at 12:02 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And engaged with a mental health worker at 12:22 p.m. right?
I do know that she engaged with the mental health worker. The times are
Okay.
not something I recall.
If I indicate that the records show she
Yes.
did another group at 2:36 p.m., would that sound right?
Yes.
That she then declined a group at 3:50 p.m.
Yes.
and then saw another mental health worker in the evening before presumably she went to bed 8:52 p.m.
Yes.
Did you see her on January 4th?
Yes.
And so again, is this the same protocol? You meet, you talk, you discuss. Did you talk to her about how the previous night's sleep went?
Yes.
And how was that night's sleep?
She reported sleeping well.
Well,
I don't remember the exact words, but she said she slept. And
okay. And do you remember having a conversation with her again on that day, January 4th, about going home?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Originally, I think we were thinking, we had talked about discharge on Friday, and she stated that she was anxious being in the hospital and that she wanted to be discharged so she could be home with her family and her children.
And so did she ask to leave earlier than Friday?
Yes.
And when she asked to leave earlier than Friday, what was your response to that?
Whenever I said she could leave provided she had psychiatric follow-up the next day.
And why did you do that?
I wanted to ensure that if she wasn't able to sleep that night after discharge, that she could speak with somebody about it so that they could come up with a plan to ensure she could sleep and to monitor how she was doing off the medication.
And was there a kind of a secondary reason that you had asked that she make sure she make an appointment before discharge?
Yes, it was also to assess whether she could think clearly and follow directions and get it together. We asked her to set up the appointment herself, and she was able to do that. She responded within an hour. She told the social worker that she had gotten an appointment, and the social worker had asked her for a fax number so that we could we could send the discharge summary, and she provided the fax number as well.
And now on this day that you had met her on January 4th, she reported that she slept well. Do you recall what dose of Seroquel she was down to at that point? Had she reached 0?
On which day?
On the 4th, when you saw her.
I'd have to walk myself through this. So I know she was on 75 milligrams the night of the 1st, 75 milligrams the night of the 2nd. On the night of the 3rd, we decreased it to 50 milligrams. On the night of the 4th, she would have been on 25 milligrams.
Okay. And fair to say that on the 4th, your plan was to continue to taper her so that she would be at 0 for Seroquel, take no Seroquel on Thursday night, right?
Correct.
And that she would be restarted on Ativan, and that she'd have the trazodone available if she needed it.
She was already on Ativan during her admission and was taking it at night. She also had trazodone, which is a sleep medication. It has sedating properties, so it can be used for sleep. So yes, she had that. She had the option to take that as well.
Mental health professionals in the chat. I can't wait to ask Dr. Leslie this. Can you taper from 100 milligrams of an antipsychotic like Seroquel in 4 days? Or is that too fast? It's not my wheelhouse. I genuinely don't know. But it sounds like she went in there early, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. on the 1st. And by the time they're letting her go on the 4th, tapered her down to 0. Who sleeps well in a hospital anyway? They're waking you up every half an hour to take your blood pressure, or the cuffs on your ankles are going off every half an hour, and all the beeping of all the machines and all the yelling and screaming. I would imagine in a psych ward that there's yelling and screaming. Nobody sleeps well in a hospital. I don't know. I need to ask an expert. And the expert is not this woman.
And so did you have a concern about her leaving on Thursday the 5th without having monitored her at no Seroquel?
I did not have any concerns about her safety or a risk for anybody else.
Okay, but as far as from a diagnostic perspective, would you have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns and her mood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you didn't have a concern for her safety. So what, in your time that you were with her, that you met with her, and all the information that we reviewed, what were identified as maybe protective factors that made you feel comfortable that she was safe?
She was, there's several things. She was future oriented. She was clearly invested in her children. She was a caring mother, just like a caring mother. She had her parents around to help her. She had family and supports. We ensured that she would have outpatient psychiatric care for follow-up. She didn't have a history of suicide. She had no history of psychosis, postpartum psychosis. She had a stable place to live. So
the statement that she made to you that she wouldn't have completed the act of suicide because of her kids or her mom, was that something that you considered?
Absolutely.
And
are your psych patients always honest with you, doctor? Do they always tell you when they think about harming themselves or others? Or is that something that perhaps they would have to build up a relationship with you of trust to be able to trust you to tell you such things as such like that? And if they did indicate to you that they did have a plan to take their own lives, wouldn't that trigger some sort of, I don't know, CPS response? And perhaps maybe her children would be taken away from her, or her husband, or she would be separated from her children. Is that a possibility, doctor? Do you always take everything that your patients tell you at face value? Do you always believe everything that they tell you? Or are some people perhaps minimizing their own symptoms because they're afraid of what could happen if they actually tell you the truth, doctor? And also, in addition, based on the fact that she was on 100 milligrams of Seroquel, which is, from what I understand, a pretty large dose of an antipsychotic, and she was feeling like a zombie, would that also perhaps numb her to any feelings that she was feeling, and perhaps make her own personal, as reported to you, history not 100% accurate? Did we even consider that? Did we even think about that at all? Part of this is like she's covering her ass because she's being sued. Another part of it is like she's trying to be honest, and I can't wait to see what happens on cross, but this is insane.
The fact that during...
Absolutely.
And they wouldn't have completed the act of suicide because of her kids or her mom, was that something that you considered?
Absolutely.
And the fact that during the time from admission on January 1st to the time she was discharged on January 5th, that she didn't make statements supporting suicidal ideation, was that a factor that you considered?
Yes.
And at no time during the time she was at McLean did she ever indicate that she had ever reported or had thoughts of harming anyone else, did she?
She had never stated that she had any thoughts of harming anybody else.
And ultimately, at the end of that conversation with her, or the hour later, she was able to secure that appointment that you asked her to on her own.
Correct.
And so knowing that now the discharge has moved up a day, what was your plan for medication for her upon discharge?
She would have continued on the Ativan to help her sleep at night. That was a short-term plan. Once she was feeling better or was able to sleep or her mood came back to baseline, she could taper off of it. She had trazodone to use as needed, and melatonin.
And as far as your recommendations for medication, it would be no more Seroquel. I guess, let me ask that question a different way.
Yes.
You didn't give her a new prescription for a different dosage of Seroquel, did you?
No.
And did you advise her to take Seroquel when she was home if she felt that she needed it?
I would assume she would take what I had prescribed.
Just to back up 1 second, as part of this treatment team plan for patients at McLean Hospital, is it fair to say that either you or other members of the team, either a mental health worker, a social worker, or a nurse, sometimes reach out to collaterals in order to try to gather information and assess a patient?
Yes.
And in this instance, are you aware that somebody reached out to Patrick Clancy to speak with him about his wife and her care?
Yes.
And were you aware that he reported that she hadn't ever had suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And that he actually reported to the social worker that she was concerned about dependency?
Yes.
But she had told you that her husband was concerned. Is that correct?
Yes.
She's a liar on top of everything.
And that he felt that she had succumbed to social pressure to take psychiatric medications because her friends were taking them?
That's what he told the social worker.
And you're aware that he had made statements that he was unhappy with the medical care she was receiving at McLean?
He said, I don't think...
Were you aware that he said he was very unhappy with the medical care she received?
She received, yes. She didn't specify.
It's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. But Reddington's like, yeah, bring it. Bring it. This is great for the civil case. I bet Rosemary Scapiccio is sitting in the courtroom today because this is the day where the real testimony begins about her actual treatment. Why would she want that in the record? That Patrick Clancy was not happy with the medical care she was receiving at McLean. How does this help you? I continue to be in the twilight zone. We have emojis for that. Patrick Clancy said that Lindsay felt that Patrick Clancy said that he felt that Lindsay had succumbed to the social pressures of taking antidepressants because all of her friends were taking them.
He said, I don't think...
Were you aware that he said he was very unhappy with the medical care she received?
She received, yes. She didn't specify. He didn't specify McLean.
Okay, thank you. And as far as you're aware, the patient themselves, Ms. Clancy, she never complained that she wasn't getting seen by staff or doctors, was she?
She never complained of that.
Did she ever file any sort of complaint with the hospital?
No.
And is there a mechanism for a person to file a complaint if they feel like they're not being treated?
Absolutely.
And is that information posted all over the units?
It is posted on the unit and the forms are available.
And a person, even if they're not on a one-to-one or directly interacting with a mental health worker or social worker, do they always have the ability to request to speak to somebody?
Absolutely.
And so even when maybe somebody from their team is not there or working, is there somebody always on call, a mental health worker, a social worker, a psychiatrist, a nurse, for a person to speak to if they felt they needed to?
Yes.
And in addition to your meeting with her on January 4th, and after coming up with that plan for discharge on the 5th, are you aware that she then continued to engage in groups on the 5th, and that she continued to engage with mental health workers and social workers?
Yes.
And do you recall when she was discharged on the 5th? Was it in the morning or in the evening?
Afternoon, probably around 3-ish is my recall.
Okay. And upon discharge, was she provided with information that she could use when she was home? like
What-
resources?
Yes.
And do you recall that she had asked about resources to find a new doctor at some point?
Yes.
And that she ultimately reported to the social worker that she felt comfortable managing at home.
Yes.
I may have one moment.
Sure.
All right. This happened yesterday too, where my volume was much lower than the court volume. So I want to take a minute to modulate my volume with the court volume because the court's on boost and StreamYard is all screwed up lately. So this is my volume. Now I've adjusted my volume.
Yes.
And
That's the court volume. That's my volume. Do I need to go up or down? Yesterday, when I was listening to it on my phone, I felt my volume was a lot lower than the court volume. All right, you're good? It's good now? Okay. I adjusted it a little bit. Okay. All right, good. Thank you. I think it depends on the device you're listening on. But if we're good now, we're good now. Okay, cool.
that she ultimately reported to the social worker that she felt comfortable managing at home.
Yes.
I may have one moment.
Sure.
Take all the moments.
So upon discharge, what did you actually prescribe her?
A 14-day supply of Ativan and a 14-day supply of trazodone.
Okay. And when you were having conversations with her about her thoughts of suicide or her thoughts of wanting to die, was she expressly asked if she wanted to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her answer, if you recall?
She denied that.
She denied that?
Yes.
And was she specifically asked if she had a plan to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her answer to that?
She denied it.
And was she specifically asked if she wanted to harm anyone else?
Yes.
And did she provide an answer for that?
She denied it.
And those are standard questions you would ask at every interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
And prior to discharge, she would also be asked those questions again, correct?
Yes.
Because if her answers changed at any point, it would have changed your plan, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Praise be. All right. This is going to be cross now.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
I'd like to start off just by asking, District Attorney asked you about resources that were provided to her. What were the resources?
We had discussed going on Psychology Today, where
I'm sorry?
she was aware of the website Psychology Today.
Website.
Yes, she was given the name of a case manager through her insurance who she could contact for assistance in finding new providers.
So other than telling her about the website for Psychology Today and talking about her insurance company and what they would allow for her to reach out for what, other providers? Is that what it was?
Can you restate that?
Sure, of course. You referenced her insurance company.
Yes.
I mean, that's a major consideration in medical treatment, is it not? What a person has for insurance?
No.
No?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
You know what insurance is? I mean, as far as like a person paying their bills for medical treatment or psychiatric treatment.
The insurance is important because who you can see is limited by what insurance you have.
And guess what else? Many mental health providers do not take insurance at all. So it could cost you a couple $100s to see a shrink once a week. A couple $100 out of pocket. Many doctors do not take insurance at all. So yeah, it's a consideration for people who need mental health help, whether or not they can get it. If they don't have health insurance, what if they don't have health insurance? She doesn't think it's a problem. Go off, chat. Go off. You know what insurance is, don't you?
So that's what I was asking as far as the insurance. You referenced that on the resources, when the DA asked you about resources, and I asked you what were the resources, and you said going on the website for Psychology Today, right?
Yes.
And that you spoke to her about her insurance, right?
We gave her the name of a case manager who she could contact and her telephone number in case she wanted to find other providers. They would be able to look at their database and figure out what providers would be within the distance she was comfortable with, whether they were male or female, if she had a preference, and if she had any preference about any specialization.
Okay. And in reference to the insurance, what is the insurance? You answered the question about insurance. I'm just asking, what is the involvement of insurance in that offer of resources?
I don't understand your question.
All right, maybe I didn't understand your answer. That's why I apologize. You had indicated that in addition to telling her to go on the website for
Yes.
Psychology Today, that you spoke about her insurance and other providers that would be permitted, I guess, under her insurance.
Not every patient, the fact that she had a case manager at Blue Cross Blue Shield was an added benefit because they could assist her in finding providers.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
All right. Other than the case manager from Blue Cross Blue Shield and to do research off of the website for Psychology Today, what resources were provided to this woman?
There are numerous resources that are printed on the after visit summary. I don't know each and every one of them, but I think they would be in the medical record.
Okay. And that's something that is provided to a patient when they leave.
Yes.
She came in on a voluntary, is that correct? In other words, I know she was transported by an ambulance, but nevertheless, it was that she and her husband, Patrick, wanted her to be treated at McLean, correct?
She came in and signed in on a voluntary.
In other words, there were no orders of a court, no judge ordering that she be committed or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And she came in on, was it New Year's Eve? January 1st?
Yes.
And do you remember what time she came in?
I think she arrived at the CEC around 4.
Now, would you agree that on New Year's Eve in McLean Hospital, that ward is pretty much running on a skeleton crew?
I can't speak to something.
I think he watched Emily's TikTok too. Of course, it's running on a skeleton crew on holidays. It's 3 a.m. on New Year's Day.
I can't speak to something. I'm not there.
Well, obviously you're not there, but what about other people? Was skeleton crew New Year's Eve?
You would have to ask somebody who was there.
Well, you've worked there for what, 7 years?
5.
5 years. And what is the ward that she was on?
AB1 South.
81 South?
A as in apple, B as in boy, 1 South.
South. And how many doctors work at AB South on whatever shifts that you may have?
There are 4 psychiatrists at assigned who work on AB1 South.
Now, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, that's it.
And does that include you?
Yes.
And approximately how many nurses work on AB South?
I wouldn't know, but I know that there is a nurse assigned to each team and that there are 4 teams. Sometimes, yeah, in general.
4 teams on AB South, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say a team, that consists of what? A psychiatrist, a nurse, perhaps, or what?
A psychiatrist, a nurse, a social worker, and an assigned mental health worker.
And what are the shifts that this team would work?
There are 3 shifts.
Okay. And would that be like, 7 to 11, or 11 to 4, that type of thing?
I think there's 7-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts. I don't know the exact times.
All right. And are you assigned a shift, or do you just go whenever you want?
We are not assigned shifts.
And when she was presented to the hospital, she went through that initial evaluation that you told us about, the CEC. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
CEC, maybe you were talking about the CEC.
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Sure. When she admitted herself and was escorted onto AB South, that's where she was evaluated?
She was evaluated in the CEC by the psychiatrist. Then she came to the unit and was seen by Dr. Madhwa later the same day. So she met 2 psychiatrists on January 1st.
Okay. So you have a woman that has admitted herself to McLean on New Year's for help, right?
Yes.
And she was evaluated at the CEC. Is that on that ward, or is that a different part of the hospital?
It's a different part.
Okay. And how long does that evaluation typically take?
I can't speak to that. I don't work in the CEC.
What do you do in the CEC? What happens in the CEC? Does this person sit down and they get interviewed, or what do they do?
There's a full psychiatric evaluation.
Uh-huh. And a full psychiatric evaluation consists of what?
A chief complaint, a history of, so basically a history of present illness, which would be what brings the person into the hospital.
Okay.
They review past psychiatric history, substance use history, social history, family history. They do a mental status exam, and then they make an assessment.
And they would be the CEC?
Psychiatrist.
And that would be the psychiatrist that you were referring to?
Dr. Outlaw.
Dr. Outlaw. Now, how long does the CEC typically take?
I do not know. It depends on the speed of the person seeing the patient.
I imagine that at some point, a psychiatrist or a social worker or somebody must get into the prior history that the patient had prior to coming to your doorstep, right?
That is a part of the evaluation, yes.
Okay. And you had a chance, as the district attorney asked you, as to whether or not you were able to review the medical records that involved Lindsay Clancy's treatment at McLean Hospital for the 4.5 days, right?
I was able to review the CEC note, which had an excerpt of the MGH evaluation and the notes that were available to me since January 1st at McLean.
Now, as a psychiatrist, I mean, when she goes to the hospital, she's your patient, right?
She's
your patient.
Yes.
Yes. And as a doctor, what you want to do is get all the information that's available on why this person is in your locked ward, right?
Yes.
So did you do inquiry into her prior history, or was that left to the CEC person or the social worker?
That is part of the evaluation.
And the evaluation is CEC?
And when I see her as well.
All right. So do you sometimes, when I say you, I mean you or the social worker or the CEC person, do you talk to people like third party, I think you said third party contacts?
Yes.
All right.
The social worker does.
Okay, so, and you reviewed the records. So when did the social worker talk to the first psychiatrist that she went to see?
The social worker contacted Patrick.
Well, I know you told us that he contacted Patrick and that Patrick gave some history about the benzodiazepines that he was concerned about and he thought she wasn't getting good medical care. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You know that she had medical treatment before she came to McLean.
Yes.
Okay. Who was her psychiatrist?
The nurse practitioner she was seeing prior to coming to McLean, I was aware of that person.
Would that be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Did you speak to her?
No,
Did you look at her records?
I did not have access to them.
Why not?
They aren't in the same medical record system.
Well, the same medical record system is just so that you have access to MGH, you have access to Brigham and Women's Hospital, because it's all part of some big computer information access you have. What about other healthcare providers? Can you get access to their records?
Not immediately.
Well, how about if you have a
Zero intellectual curiosity about your patient. Nurse Gelada and Dr. Tufts are the two main defendants in the malpractice lawsuit and the wrongful death lawsuit brought by Lindsay Clancy and the wrongful death lawsuit brought by Patrick Clancy. They were in the original complaint, and then many defendants, including this one, were added to the civil complaint. So I think Dr. Tufts is supposed to testify today, but Gelada is the other big one, just to put a pin in that for your own personal information.
release signed by...
Not immediately.
Well, how about if you have a release signed by a patient under the HIPAA law? You know what the HIPAA law is, obviously, right?
Yes.
And just tell me, what does that actually mean, that a patient allows someone to look at their medical records?
Yes.
And Lindsay was very, very cooperative with you guys, wasn't she?
Yes.
Did anyone ever ask her to sign a HIPAA release for anyone to get access to nurse practitioner Gelada's records?
No.
How about psychiatrist Tufts' records?
No.
How about nurse practitioner Paul's records?
No.
Who's Letitia Dukes?
She was a social worker, I think, that Lindsay saw at South Shore at the perinatal program.
Okay. And do you know when she went to the South Shore, Rhode Island perinatal program?
I know it was prior to admission. I don't remember the exact dates.
Do you know what recommendations that she had received at that point?
No, other than the medication.
Do you know what medication she was actually on when she presented to McLean Hospital?
Seroquel and Valium.
What is it?
Seroquel and Valium.
You knew that Dr. Tufts was the first psychiatrist that she actually consulted, correct?
I believe so.
And when again, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you made reference to the fact, or maybe the DA made reference in questioning you about the fact that she was looking for doctors for some type of medication or something. Is that fair?
That's a very vague statement. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Well, actually, she saw Dr. Tufts because Dr. Tufts advertised that she was an expert in perinatal care, right?
Correction.
Overruled.
Oh, sorry. I wouldn't know why she saw Dr. Tufts.
Do you know what medication Dr. Tufts prescribed to her?
From what Lindsay told me, yes.
What?
Zoloft was the first.
All right. So Dr. Tufts, according to Lindsay, provided her, Lindsay, with Zoloft, which is an SSRI, correct?
It's an antidepressant in that class, yes.
Okay, so when you say an antidepressant in that class, the class would be selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, right?
Yes.
And that's pretty powerful stuff, isn't it?
I don't know what you mean by powerful.
No? Well, are you supposed to prescribe Zoloft or sertraline to a person that has bipolar?
I think it all depends on what you're seeing when you see the patient.
All right. So it's important, I would imagine then, to be fair in your evaluation of this young woman that came to your hospital for help on New Year's to find out what any evaluations were of her condition, her presentation, her symptomology when she saw that first psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, right?
Lindsay was cooperative and she was forthcoming. I had no reason to think that she would not provide us with what other providers thought, just like she told us that Tufts said she was worried about bipolar disorder.
So you just it's like a trust me bro type situation when you're evaluating people who are actually voluntarily checking themselves in for inpatient mental health treatment. You had no reason. She was cooperative and forthcoming. So you just believed everything she said. You didn't need to check up or anything. Just, just trust me, bro. Gemma says, back long ago, McLean's was the place to go. Mental health has lost its way in their quest for survival within the current healthcare system we choose to have. Ironically, McLean's is one of the pioneers of ECT. Thanks for your 20. Conservator on a plane to St. Louis. Oh, with Tunnel to Towers, your husband's going to be there. That's amazing. Congratulations to you guys. Have a great trip. Thanks for your 20. So many things are wrong with this. So I'm going to take it back one sentence.
Forthcoming.
Also put a pin in it that Dr. Tufts advertised that she was an expert in perinatal care. And that's why Lindsay went to see her.
Were of her to find out came to your hospital. To be fair in your evaluation of this young woman that came to your hospital for help on New Year's to find out what any evaluations were of her condition, her presentation, her symptomology when she saw that first psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, right?
Lindsay was cooperative and she was forthcoming. I had no reason to think that she would not provide us with what other providers thought, just like she told us that Tufts said she was worried about bipolar disorder. And
I apologize.
Yeah.
Tufts advised her that she was worried about?
No, sorry, it was...
Gelada?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
That's all right, no problem. And again, if you have records or you want to look at them, that's fine, because I know it's tough to have all this stuff in your head.
Yes. Thank you.
And so Dr. Tufts prescribed the Zoloft to her, and you knew that right after the initial prescription of Zoloft, do you know how many milligrams she was prescribed initially by Dr. Tufts?
Lindsay, I think, stated it was 25.
Okay. And then Dr. Tufts increased it to what, 100?
Lindsay said it was increased to 50.
50, all right. So, and again, you're in a, I don't know if it's appropriate to say, but you're in a mental institution, right? That's where you work at McLean Hospital. Okay, and it's a locked ward, right?
Yes.
And she's a patient that's coming to you for help, right?
Yes.
Is it appropriate for a doctor to take what that patient is telling you as a history? Or do you have to verify it or talk to other healthcare providers to make sure that they're not just running off and making something up?
I had no reason to believe that she was not a reliable reporter.
Because she seemed very forthright, right?
Yes.
She seemed very honest in her disclosure of her symptomology, right?
Yes.
One of the things, or one of the tools that you in the mental health field have access to is psychiatric testing, right?
Yes.
Okay. You have, for example, one tool, and I think psychologists, and there are psychologists that are on staff, I would imagine, at McLean as well.
No, not on that unit.
As a psychiatrist, you don't administer psychiatric or psychological testing, do you?
No.
All right. But for example, you've got the Beck inventory test, or what's called the MMPI test. You're familiar with those, right?
These are forms and forms that the patient can fill out.
Right. And one of the tests is the MMPI, which is Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
I have heard of that.
Okay. And you know that one of the things that it determines is, if they call it the K scale, whether or not somebody is lying or minimizing, or not minimizing, but lying about their symptomology, right?
I don't know much about the scale.
Well, that's a tool that can give someone information as to the person's presentation of their symptomology. That would be important as to their honesty of whether or not they're trying to minimize or whether or not they're trying to falsely project their symptomology, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. Were you aware that there were ever any psychological testing administered to Lindsay? MMPI or Beck or anything?
No.
Okay. How many times did she call or reach?
No, you don't know, or no testing was done. Barry says, Ms. Scapiccio, your lunch is being served by Mr. Reddington. This deposition will be delicious, he says. No testing. Just trust me, bro.
Reach out to help for a suicide. How many times did she call or reach out to help for a suicide hotline?
I don't know.
I wouldn't know. Did you ask?
Wouldn't that be something important to find out, if the person who you're suggesting was denying suicidality or suicidal ideation upon your evaluation, that she called out to suicide hotlines?
She was telling, she told us that she was having suicidal thoughts,
right,
but had no intent or plan. So I do know that she was struggling with suicidal ideation.
Right.
Shut the hospital down right now. Shut it down. Shut it down. She doesn't even care. She didn't even ask the question. You expected her to just offer up that she had called the suicide hotline however many times? You don't even ask. You don't even care. I mean, she said she wanted to take her own life, but she didn't really have a plan. So I didn't really take her seriously. Remember, this is 3 weeks before she murdered her children and tried to take her own life, which the Commonwealth is telling you was not a legitimate attempt at suicide because she didn't succeed. But she kind of did succeed because she coded and they brought her back to life. But also, they're trying to tell you that it wasn't real. And then yesterday she said, no, I never said that. I never said that it wasn't a legitimate attempt, just that she didn't succeed. But the irony is that if she did succeed and Lindsay Clancy had succeeded and was no longer among the living, nobody would have any question in their minds that she wasn't suffering from a psychotic break when she killed her children, right? It's only because she survived that we're here. Nobody would have any question about whether or not she was suffering a psychotic break if she was insane when she did this. Because who would ever do this in their right minds, right? Wow. She didn't have a plan, so, I didn't really think to ask.
Anybody else that
Struggling with thoughts.
called out to suicide hotlines?
She was telling, she told us that she was having suicidal thoughts,
right,
but had no intent or plan. So I do know that she was struggling with suicidal ideation.
Right. Anybody else that you talked to? Or did you talk to anybody else?
I know the social worker talked to Patrick, and he did give the information he gave.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, as you're investigating the history of this patient, you're not aware, no idea that she had reached out on not one but two occasions to a suicide hotline. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
She called the suicide hotline twice before she ever went to McLean. Not important to your assessment of this patient?
Did you know that when she was first prescribed the Zoloft by Dr. TUFTS at 25 milligrams, then increased to 50 milligrams, that she then reported that she was unable to sleep.
She
For
shared
40
that with us. Yeah,
Was that?
sorry. I'm sorry. I
Go
didn't.
right ahead, no problem. What is it?
I'm going to let you finish the question.
Okay, thank you. No big deal. It's just that she reported that she went for 48 hours without sleep.
I don't remember that time quoted. I know she had difficulty sleeping.
You indicated in your testimony that, and I quote, I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns, right? Do you remember saying that?
Following the changes in the medications that we were making.
So sleep pattern would be just what it says, sleep pattern. Like you sleep from 9 at night till 7 in the morning or
Yes.
12 at night, whatever your pattern would be, right?
Yes.
And why is a sleep pattern important for you as a psychiatrist trying to evaluate your patient?
Because difficulty sleeping is a symptom of several different conditions, and it can worsen several different conditions.
And you know that she had reported severe anxiety, right?
She was struggling with anxiety, yes.
Struggling with anxiety. And she was having not just insomnia, but she had very, very severe insomnia, didn't she?
She wasn't able to sleep.
And you would prefer to have more information about sleep patterns, is what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said.
I know that we were able to observe her sleep while she was on the unit. Once she left the unit, I would not know how she was sleeping, which is why we referred her to somebody else so that they could continue to monitor her symptoms.
Obviously. So let's put the time that you are observing her, or that your social workers are investigating to whatever extent they did, her background. What were her sleep patterns that were important to you prior to New Year's 2023?
The amount of sleep is important.
Yeah, and you said that. You already said, I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns.
After she was in, if I was going to continue to evaluate her, I would want to observe her sleep is what I meant.
Oh, so you didn't mean that as an evaluator of her prior medical history, trying to get a history of your patient for purposes of diagnosis and treatment, that you wanted to know what her sleep patterns were. You didn't mean that you meant prior?
The history of whether somebody is struggling with insomnia is important, and the patient can relay that to me.
Did you ask?
You ever heard of patients that...
You already said that she was forthcoming. She was forthcoming and honest. Did you ask? She didn't sleep for 48 hours when she was prescribed Zoloft for the first time at 25 milligrams. You didn't think that it was important to, I don't know, probe a little, ask some follow-up questions? How long before they settle the malpractice lawsuit? How long? I can't even imagine a worse doctor witness than this one. I can't imagine a worse one from McLean Hospital than this one. Can it get worse than this? I don't think so.
Minimize this
is important, and the patient can relay that to me.
Okay. You ever heard of patients that minimize their symptoms and lie about their symptoms sometimes?
Yes.
Okay. So it's important to corroborate what the person is telling you, right? I mean, you want to talk to somebody else objective to find out what, if any, evidence there is of symptomology.
And we did that with Patrick.
I'm sorry?
So when a patient presents and they're talking to us, it is not just about what they are saying. It's about their body language, their eye contact. You can get a sense of whether a person is being honest or whether they're lying. And
Now you're a body language expert too. Okay, keep going.
we are not, we're providers. The patient is there to get help. They're going to tell us what is bothering them and what they're concerned about. That's why they're in the hospital.
This woman was in a locked ward. She couldn't walk off your unit, could she?
She just said we did that with Patrick. So Patrick is supposed to know her sleep patterns. One of them is sleeping in the basement. How would he know how well she's sleeping or not sleeping?
That is what a psychiatric unit is.
Right. And she was very sick, wasn't she?
I don't know what you mean by very sick.
Really? You indicated that you would assume that she would take what I prescribed. Do you do that with all of your patients? Assume that when they have mental disease or a defect that they would do what they're told?
If they are cooperative, and they have been cooperative and reliable, yes.
One of the things that's referenced would be she stated that she had intrusive thoughts. Remember that?
Yes.
What were the intrusive thoughts?
From what's stated in the medical record, thoughts of suicide.
Okay. And how often would she have the intrusive thoughts?
I don't recall if the frequency.
Did you even ask any follow-up questions? A patient reports that she has intrusive thoughts. Did you ask any follow-up questions, or did you just write it down? Because that's what it sounds like to me. She just wrote it down. How often she had? I don't know. What kind of intrusive thoughts were they? I don't know. Thoughts of suicide. How many of you are losing faith in mental health care right now? This is exposing the state or the status of mental health care in what is supposed to be the cream of the crop. McLean Hospital in Massachusetts. I had no idea it was this bad. You guys tried to tell me. I was like, all right, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to hear from the experts. I'm going to wait. I've waited long enough. This is outrageous. You should be outraged.
I don't recall it occurred. Thoughts of, yes.
What she stated that she had intrusive thoughts. Remember that?
Yes.
What were the intrusive thoughts?
From what's stated in the medical record, thoughts of suicide.
Okay. And how often would she have the intrusive thoughts?
I don't recall if the frequency.
Would you agree with me that in addition to anxiety and in addition to inability to sleep, that she was in what was self-described as a brain fog, right?
She complained of feeling, yeah, you can complain of feeling foggy.
She also complained about that she felt as if she was a zombie, right?
She did not use those words.
Anybody else use that word describing her in your investigation?
No.
Did Patrick tell you that he was concerned about the medications that she had been prescribed over the past 2 or 3 months?
Yes.
And you knew what the medications were that she was prescribed, correct?
She told us.
She told you, okay. And she told you that she was prescribed, in addition to the SSRI Zoloft that was increased from 25 to 100, that she was then told.
I was aware that.
I'm sorry, 50.
Correct.
She was then told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. TUFTS, right?
She reported not being able to sleep, and they agreed that she would not take the Zoloft.
Okay, so the answer is yes. She was told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. TUFTS, right?
I think you would have to ask Dr. TUFTS that
Well,
question.
I will. But I'm asking you, as investigating her.
I know that she stopped taking the Zoloft, and that she saw Dr. TUFTS, so I assume that they would have come to that agreement.
All right, so as you're evaluating this patient, you're assuming that she voluntarily stopped taking the Zoloft?
Because she wasn't able to sleep and she discussed it with Dr. Tufts.
She did. You knew that.
She told us she did.
Okay. How many patients have you treated? How many women have you treated that were suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Great question.
I don't recall.
She's
I
counting.
don't remember, but I think it would stick in my memory, so I don't think that I probably have.
Well, there you go. There's a bomb drop. She's never treated a woman with postpartum psychosis before. Never, never, never. We learned from our own research that postpartum psychosis affects 1 to 2 in every 1,000 postpartum women. She's never, ever treated a patient with postpartum psychosis. Did she even screen for it? Was she looking for it? Did she even consider it? Did it even pop into her mind? Did she go on Google? Remember, she did say at the beginning of her testimony that she did consider that Lindsay was postpartum, even though Callan was already 8 or 9 months old at the time. She did consider that. She considered her to be postpartum, but she's never, ever treated a woman with postpartum psychosis before. We do have a member emoji that says we are outraged. That came from Karen Reed, trial number 1. Here, go look it up on Psychology Today. Here's the website. Here's a couple of handouts for you. Read them at your leisure. That deserves a rewind. So rewinding here is what we do when things are important, because there's a lot of unimportant testimony. It took until day 9 of this trial to get to something that actually means something here. Here you go. Listen to this again. I love the grippy socks too, Brittany. I'm a grippy sock collector.
She did. You knew that.
Because she wasn't able to sleep and she discussed it with Dr. Tufts.
She did. You knew that.
She told us she did.
Okay. How many patients have you treated?
Here it is.
How many women have you treated that were suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I don't recall. I don't remember, but I think it would stick in my memory, so I don't think that I probably have.
That's it. She never has.
You don't think you probably have?
I don't think I have. I haven't seen any.
How about postpartum depression?
Yes.
How many patients have you treated with postpartum depression?
Over the last 20 years, I wouldn't. There are lots of patients I have seen.
Lots.
I don't keep a record of what diagnoses and what people I see.
More than 5?
Now,
more than 10? That's
one
what I
of
would do
the
with her.
things that you, when I say you collectively, I mean psychiatrists, psychologists, use in your evaluations and diagnoses of patients would be what's referred to as the DSM, correct?
Yes.
And that would be DSM, it means Diagnostic Statistical Manual, right?
Yes.
And it started out with DSM-1, then it went to 2, then it went to 2R, meaning revised, and then there were a number of revisions, and now we're all the way up to DSM-5, correct?
Yes.
And DSM-5, also the most recent would be -TR. What does TR mean?
I don't actually know.
I'm sorry,
So-
what? Wait, what?
The DSM, the Diagnostic...
Hold on. He's asking her about the DSM. We're on DSM-5. Apparently, again, not my wheelhouse. But hold on.
TR, what is TR? And now we're all the way up to DSM-5, correct?
Yes.
And DSM-5, also the most recent would be -TR. What does TR mean?
I don't actually know.
-TR. I don't know because it's not my wheelhouse. But can you guys tell me what -TR means? You guys know more about mental health in the chat than this woman does, and she teaches at Harvard, somebody said.
So
I know what the DSM
the
is.
DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, is really, it's about this thick, right? If you have a regular sized book. I just have a little one.
Text revision?
I think so.
Okay. Do you rely on or do you use in your evaluation of patients the Diagnostic Statistical Manual?
The diagnoses are based on the criteria that are stated in there.
Okay, so you do use, for diagnosis purposes, what is stated in the DSM, correct?
Yes.
And it's kind of like a cookbook. I mean, it basically tells you what the ingredients of a particular mental disease or defect would be, right?
Yes.
And you know that it's basically a group of people that get together and they discuss what should or should not be included in the manual that psychiatrists and psychologists use to diagnose patients, right?
Yes.
And they try to keep up to date and stay on top of any recent developments, right?
I would assume, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't speak to it.
That's all right. So here we are in 2026, not 1928.
It feels like we're in 1928.
In the DSM?
I think it's a subcategory.
You think it's a subcategory of what?
Depression.
Depression. How about psychosis? Postpartum psychosis in 2026. Is that in this manual?
I don't exactly know where it is.
Have you ever seen it in this manual?
I don't recall paying attention to where it's categorized.
So if you're treating a woman who is, as you put it, postpartum because she had the child, and then you told the jury, well, there's a time frame, a cutoff as to whether or not a person is still postpartum, still subject to mood swings, and still subject to hormone imbalance, and there's a cutoff, is what you said, right?
Different organizations use different definitions.
How about you? You're here for the government testifying in this case. What's your understanding of a cutoff of postpartum, if there is one?
For the DSM-5, it is 4 weeks. For ACOG, which is the American Academy of Obstetrics or something, I don't remember what it stands for. It's 12 weeks. For the CDC, it's 12 months. For the CDC, it's 12 months.
Okay. So CDC would be Center for Disease Control, right?
Yes.
So they're pretty much all over the place as far as the time frame that a woman can still be involved with postpartum symptomology, right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a doctor by the name of Meg Spinelli?
No.
Have you read anything about the efforts being made to have the DSM-6 coming out include
Objection.
No, overruled.
postpartum psychosis?
Nope. Overruled. She's objecting. The DSM-6 hasn't come out yet, but all of a sudden now it's going to include postpartum psychosis. I don't know that Kevin Reddington knew that he was going to be the champion for women's health that he is becoming today on day 9 of this trial, but he is.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Have you read or are you aware of efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 that will be coming out within a couple of months?
Efforts.
I think it's clear that there is question about where it should be placed or categorized.
Okay, so are you aware of any efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 when it comes out?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. How vague?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know that there's question about where it should be categorized and that the DSM is reviewed every time and they try to move things around based on what clinicians and researchers think.
I don't know, knowing that you're being sued, right? You're being sued by not only Lindsay Clancy for malpractice, but also Patrick Clancy for the wrongful death of his children. I believe she's named in that lawsuit too. Not quite sure. So don't quote me on that. You think you might have done a little outside research into the very thing that you're being sued for misdiagnosing or not diagnosing or failing to diagnose? You think? You might have a little intellectual curiosity about what you missed so that you don't miss it again. I don't know. I'm just spitballing with you guys here, just brainstorming. Yeah, not really sure. Don't really know. Don't really care. Do no harm. Isn't that the oath? Isn't that the first thing that you swear to when you become a doctor, when you get sworn in or whatever they call it? Take the Hippocratic oath, do no harm. 3.5 years later, she still has no intellectual curiosity about what it is, where it is in the diagnostician's Bible, the DSM. No big whoop. But I asked you this the other day. I said, is postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis in the DSM? And it's like in there somewhere, like as a footnote or something underneath some other stuff. Not really taken seriously, maybe. She's got a vague understanding of it, though. Vague.
How vague? Post of any efforts being made
Be aware.
to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 when it comes out.
Vaguely.
Vaguely. How vague?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know that there's question about where it should be categorized and that the DSM is reviewed every time and they try to move things around based on what clinicians and researchers think.
What, if any, impact does the thyroid have on a woman who has just had a baby and is in the postpartum period, whatever they decided it is, 6 months, 4 months, a year? What impact does the thyroid have?
I am not an internal medicine physician. I am a doctor. What I do know about the thyroid is that the thyroid can affect one's mood and anxiety, whether one is pregnant or not.
So
She doesn't even know about thyroid issues.
is it fair to say that thyroid levels are important in evaluating a woman who is in postpartum?
It's one tiny component of the entire. It is one component.
Okay.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
It's one of the.
It's a tiny component. What does that mean?
She said it's a tiny component. It's a tiny component. Tiny. Teeny tiny. Thyroid, not a big deal. Just a teeny tiny component.
Tiny component of the entire. It is one component. Okay.
So what does that mean?
It's one of the.
It's a tiny component. What does that mean?
Okay,
You let her finish?
sure. You'll let it finish. Go ahead.
It's one of the tests that can be done when a patient is admitted.
Okay, was it done by McLean Hospital?
No.
What?
No.
Wasn't done.
Are you aware that your records indicate that she had a thyroid read that are part of the records?
My recall is that the TSH was not from 2022 or 2023.
Right. It was from 2000 and what?
I wouldn't know. You'd have to refer to the record.
So in other words, it was imported into McLean records by, I guess, computer access or something from MGH years before, right?
Things move forward, yes.
I'm sorry?
Labs do populate from the past.
Okay, so in the past,
So you had access to her entire medical history from the past, from other hospitals in your system, I would imagine, and doctors that are in your system? Did you look?
Psychiatrist, as her treating psychiatrist at McLean Hospital, trying to do an investigation, evaluate this woman to tell her what your diagnosis was and what you guys can do to help her out. Did you look at the thyroid reads?
It was one of the labs that I would have reviewed.
You would have reviewed. Okay, as you're sitting here today, do you have any memory about what the thyroid reads were?
It was within normal limits.
And that would be coming from how long before? A year, 2, 3?
I don't remember.
So there were no actual thyroid tests done while she was at the hospital at McLean, right?
No.
What is the Edinburgh EPDS or something like that? What is that?
It's a scale.
A scale. What kind of a scale?
It's a postpartum scale for depression.
And it's used by psychiatrists and psychologists to evaluate the risk factor of a woman who is involved with postpartum, right?
I think it's to assess the level of depression.
In a woman who's involved with postpartum, not some guy that got injured on a soccer field, right?
Yes.
So what does the EPDS mean? I'm probably butchering that. What is that an acronym for?
Edinburgh's postpartum depression scale or something.
Okay. The Edinburgh
Or something.
postpartum depression scale.
Something.
Was that administered to Lindsay when she was in for the 4 days and a half that she was in your hospital?
No,
Why not?
because we don't necessarily administer scales.
You don't necessarily what?
We don't administer scales.
Why? That's an accepted tool to evaluate a patient as a psychiatrist or a psychologist, isn't it?
It is a tool, but it doesn't in the end determine the diagnosis.
Oh, no, of course not, because the doctor who supposedly has access to the person's medical history and all of the other aspects of your evaluation is the one that gives the diagnosis, right?
The psychiatrist makes the diagnosis based on the presentation, the history of the patient.
Right. So far, what we've got.
Are we all having the same fever dream? Are we all having the same fever dream right now? Because I feel like I'm in a fever dream. And I feel like we're all together in the same fever dream. Like this is some sort of psyop or some sort of like science fiction movie. I mean, remind me again, McLean Hospital is supposed to be like the preeminent mental health hospital in the United States of America, right? Am I wrong about that? They don't use scales there, though. They don't use scales there because it's not important. Right. Is your pain level a 1 to 10? How many of you have been asked that a million times? That's another scale that's used. Chaka's in the corner because we are in the land of the lost. This medical malpractice case is going to be off the charts. I don't know how big of a check they're going to be able to write. It may bankrupt the hospital. They don't do that. They don't do that. They don't use that scale specifically for postpartum. She's never even treated a patient with postpartum psychosis before, ever. She may have treated some for postpartum depression, but she doesn't really know how many. And this woman is a nurse. The patient is a nurse. Lindsay Clancy is a nurse and a labor and delivery nurse. She's been a nurse for many, many years. This is her third child. She did have a little bit of symptoms during her first and second postnatal period. But with the third one, it got really bad to the point where she actually wound up 3 weeks after this woman saw her murdering her children and then trying to take her own life. But we don't use scales here. We don't use scales. Thyroid wasn't really important. It's just a tiny component, just a tiny component. Oh my God. I'm rarely at a loss for words. And right now I'm at a loss for words. Well, not really, because I just ranted for a minute, but let's hear that again. We don't administer scales. We don't do that here. We're better than that. I teach at Harvard.
When she was in for the
Scale or something.
Okay.
So,
The
or something.
Edinburgh postpartum depression scale. Was that administered to Lindsay when she was in for the 4 days and a half that she was in your hospital?
No,
Why not?
because we don't necessarily administer scales.
You don't necessarily what?
We don't administer scales.
Why? That's an accepted tool to evaluate a patient as a psychiatrist or a psychologist, isn't it?
It is a tool, but it doesn't in the end determine the diagnosis.
Oh, no, of course not, because the doctor who supposedly has access to the person's medical history and all of the other aspects of your evaluation is the one that gives the diagnosis, right?
The psychiatrist makes the diagnosis based on the presentation, the history.
I'm going to submit to you right now that Goodheart, Dr. Goodheart is a misnomer. It's a misnomer here. It's a miss for me.
Of the patient.
Right. So far, what we've got is a presentation of the patient who was in the locked wards at McLean Hospital, and the presentation was from her, right?
Her presentation is how she presents, how she is observed. It's not what she's telling us.
Well, isn't what she's telling you part of what you consider?
Yes.
Okay. And what Patrick's telling you is part of what you consider?
Yes.
So other than what Lindsay, who was in the locked ward, tells you, and her husband who tells you, what, if any, investigation did you do?
We did not do any additional collateral contact.
And you didn't do any tests either, right? You didn't do it. Did you do a blood test?
Psychiatry as a field is not dependent on blood tests. If it was that simple, it would be much better for everybody. It's based on the evaluation of the patient who's sitting in front of you.
So you're suggesting to this jury that it's not a valid medical step for one to take blood from a person who is on a cocktail of drug medications to find out what their levels are?
No, not a regular procedure at all.
Okay. I was just kind of door dashing my breakfast. Yes, it's noon. I know. Did she just say they don't take blood on admission because it's not an important diagnostic tool? Did she just say that? So you mean that, do they take urine? So you mean that the people that are presenting to you could be on some kind of, I don't know, all kinds of drugs, legal or illegal, and it's not important for you to know that so that you can determine lots of things, like, I don't know, whether they're being truthful with you. Yeah, we're going to have to replay that. Okay. Here we go. I thought my ears were deceiving me.
We did not do any additional collateral contact.
And you didn't do any tests either, right? You didn't do it. Did you do a blood test?
Psychiatry as a field is not dependent on blood tests. If it was that simple, it would be much better for everybody. It's based on
psychiatry is not dependent on a blood test. If it was that simple, everyone would do it and they wouldn't have to go to medical school. Hello, McLean, legal department, get out your checkbook. Get out your checkbook. You don't even want to go through depositions on this one. Get out your checkbook. Do you know what the Commonwealth is proving to me today? That this was preventable. It was preventable. This never should have happened. This never should have happened. You know, I came in here with an open mind. I wasn't so sure where I was headed with this case. I'm very conflicted about this case. But this doctor could give less of a shit. No blood work, didn't check her thyroid, didn't do this, never had a patient with postpartum psychosis before. How about this? How about if you haven't, maybe call in someone who has? Do you guys consult with each other? Do you have you talk about your team? You don't even take blood when they come in for an inpatient psychiatric stay? They do more of a workup when somebody checks into rehab. There are 3 dead children here. And you don't think taking any samples, any blood samples is a what did she say? A necessary? It's not necessary. If it was that easy, it would be that easy. No wonder Patrick and his sisters have started a foundation to raise money for postpartum care and research and treatment. This is outrageous.
As a field is not dependent on blood tests. If it was that simple, it would be much better for everybody. It's based on the evaluation of the patient who's sitting in front of you.
So you're suggesting to this jury that it's not a valid medical step for one to take blood from a person who is on a cocktail of drug medications to find out what their levels are?
No, not a regular procedure at all.
Okay. Now, McLean did not take any blood. McLean did not.
Is it because insurance won't cover it? Is it because insurance won't cover it? I think my cat gets more of a workup at the vet than patients with suicidal ideation get when they go into McLean Hospital.
Do the Edinburgh scale, but that would be something that you would be interested in, right? As to whether or not anyone else gave her the Edinburgh depression scale.
Let me clarify one thing. McLean did draw blood. They did do testing.
Oh, they did. They did.
Whether there was no testing for levels of drugs.
So they did do it, but you just told us that it wasn't important. You just told us it wasn't even important to do it. It's not an important tool in diagnosis, but they did take it. Okay. I mean, really, I thought that I was okay. She clarified.
Let me clarify that so that
that's fine.
Okay.
So they took a CBC or maybe a blood count evaluation, but it had nothing to do with what was on board, as they say, as far as tricyclics, antipsychotics, SSRIs, anything, right?
They check for substances of abuse, but nothing else.
Well, there were no substances of abuse in her blood, were there?
No.
How about the tricyclics, the antipsychotics, the SSRIs, the benzodiazepines, the Z drugs that they call some of their categories? They didn't test for that, did they?
Those are not tested on a regular basis.
How about on her basis?
I don't know why I would have tested for those.
Well,
what would have been the indication?
How about if she presents, and the history that she's giving you is that she was on a number of drugs for that 3-month period or 3.5-month period? Would it be of interest to you as to what was on board in her blood?
Medications have different half-lives. So if she had taken something, it would depend on what the half-life was. If it was a day, it would be out of her system. We would not be able to catch it at that time. It would depend on what she'd been taking and, what was in her bloodstream at that point.
So the admission note that was noted in the medical records would be on page 64 of the medical records that you were presented by the district attorney.
I don't remember what page it's on, but
That's understandable.
I mean, that was a good rant that I had, but apparently it was for nothing. But she did say that it wasn't important.
thank you.
Yeah, some of the timeouts might have happened by accident. So please do not send me 3-page long emails if you got timed out. There's over almost 16,000 people in the chat. It can happen by accident. You don't need to email me to apologize or complain. Just know that it happens. I'm going to slow the chat down though.
What I'm looking at, Exhibit 79, page 63. And that would be the record from McLean Hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what this means when it says clinical summary?
That's the social workers note.
Okay. And
Can you, Doctor, can you maybe move that microphone just so that the...
Sorry. That's the social workers note?
Correct.
And that's what the district attorney was questioning you on when she referred you to symptomology?
It was just a conversation with Patrick. I'm not sure I don't recall what you're talking about.
All right. You can read along with me. All right.
Okay.
Clinical summary says the case was discussed in rounds. And would that be like on Grey's Anatomy? You have rounds, and they see patients in the rooms and that type of thing. No. What does it mean when it says in rounds?
It's when we meet in the morning. The social worker, the psychiatrist, the nurse, and the charged nurse, the utilization reviewer.
Grey's Anatomy has entered the chat. I would have said the pit, but okay. Now the witness is standing up at the witness stand while Kevin Reddington is standing next to her, looking at the chart with her together.
Okay. So that's why it says on page 63, discussed in rounds, SW and PIC met with Lindsay as part of the intake interview, right?
Yes.
Okay. Presenting problem, then it says HX, that's history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And psychosocial HX history was discussed, correct?
Yes.
At that point, she stated that she was hoping to be home by next weekend for her daughter's birthday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that then she relates her history as far as having a third baby on May 26th. That would be Callan, right?
Yes.
The youngest baby. And she then told you all that 12 weeks after she delivered, the baby wasn't taking the bottle. It was around the time that she was supposed to go back to work. Husband also went back to work, and she was experiencing a lot of, and then someone puts in quotes, situational anxiety. Is that correct?
That's what it states.
All right. So as a result, is that coming from her, or that word situational anxiety, was that her words because it's in quotes, or was that you guys put that in there?
I didn't write that note.
Okay. But you factored that in your investigation, right?
I read it.
Okay. And as a result of this, she subsequently saw a psychiatrist that prescribed her Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And that would be Dr. TUFTS, right?
Yes.
And 1 week after prescribing that, it says after 1 week of taking it, that she developed insomnia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's an indication of a reaction that the patient had to the medication that was prescribed to her, being the SSRIs, Zoloft, right?
It could be a side effect, yes.
Could be, okay. And the psychiatrist told her to stop taking Zoloft, right?
That's what it states.
And do you know from your investigation and your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, when the doctor told her to stop taking Zoloft? It was like, I mean, you can guess, it was like a week later, a couple of days later?
It would be, if I don't recall off the top of my head, but if that information was available, it would be in my note.
Do you know, can you find your note in here? I just don't know how to navigate that.
He's showing her everything that's in the record. She's talks about her baby. She talks about him not wanting to take a bottle. Obviously, she's postpartum. Everyone, please take a moment to hit the like button. It really helps the algorithm and it helps the stream get out there to the masses, please.
A break or a little recess just to look at this?
No,
No?
I can find it right now.
You know, Mr. Redding, that's probably not a bad idea. We've been sitting here, kind of missed that morning recess. So we're going to take that at this point, just a short morning recess. I'll let all of you kind of stretch your legs a little bit, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
You did just say something to the doctor. Wait, what did he say?
Kind of missed that morning. You know, Mr. Redding, that's probably not a bad idea. We've been sitting here, kind of missed that morning recess. So we're going to take that at this point, just a short morning recess. I'll let all of you kind of stretch your legs a little bit, and then we'll.
I don't know what he said to her, but sounded like he said something like, "You can keep your records up here, don't worry," and he patted her on the shoulder. I think we are behind, so we're going to be able to fast forward right through the break. But if everyone would just take a moment before we get back to the testimony of this doctor who is being thoroughly embarrassed on the stand here today in Plymouth Superior Court. Oh man. Lisa, thank you so much for your Venmo. She says as a physician, she's appalled by this. There are some great doctors out there. Jill, thank you so much. Said that she looked up this doctor on US Health and she rates as a fair two stars in every category. Christy, thank you so much for your very generous Venmo. Says, thanks for covering this heavy trial. I appreciate you so much. Mush Pup says, thank you for your yoga mat reminders and for Chaka. You're very welcome. I love you with all of my heart. Right back. Jennifer, so much. Thank you for your Venmo. Says, thanks for your amazing trial coverage. Danielle, I thanked you earlier telling us about the GoFundMe that raised about up to $1 million or close to $1 million for the family. Heather said, I think the ADA's argument was she was depressed, but getting better. Dawson did something that made her angry. In a fit of rage, she used the most force on him. This is their theory, you think? As her rage faded, Callan survived, and her suicide attempts were ineffective as she realized what she did. I don't know. It seemed to me like the ADA was trying to prove since the beginning, since openings, that this was a half-assed suicide attempt and she really, really didn't mean to do it. That was my own personal take on this. Cheryl, thank you for your very generous Venmo. Says, I'd love to share my story. This is sickening. Feel free to send me an email. My email address is below in the show notes. I do read all your emails. I unfortunately cannot respond to all of them. Lisa says, as a physician, I'm appalled by this. There are some great docs at McLean, but not in Lindsay's case. Ain't that the truth? Somebody said something about a hot mic. All right, just hang on for 1 second. Where's the hot mic? Here? Right here when they come back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go back to where? You're not helping by just saying go back. Go back to when they took the first break? After when they were breaking last time?
Being the SSRIs, Zoloft, right?
Legs a little bit.
After the break?
And
Thank
then
you,
we'll come
Megan.
right back.
All right, we're right here. Everyone, you have to be your own best advocate for your health in general. You know your body better than anyone. If some doctor tells you nothing's wrong, go get a second opinion. Christy, thank you so much for your generous Venmo. I appreciate you too. I appreciate you for watching. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Was the witness?
Yes.
Yeah. I get sidetracked by that. All right, ready for the jury? Yeah.
Can I keep looking, Judge?
I heard there was a hot mic yesterday too, but I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have the time or the patience to rewind to it if you just want to tell me what was said. But there was a hot mic allegedly yesterday too. But again, I don't know. I can't for sure even say who's saying it. It's kind of like the shoe thing. Like, I love that you guys are asking me about the shoes. I don't know anything about the shoes, and I don't really care about the shoes. It means nothing to me. People say Patrick Clancy changed his shoes and he's wearing two different shoes. I can't tell. Those surveillance videos between the CVS and the restaurant are so grainy that I'm not gonna like contribute to any conspiracy theory about him changing shoes. Like, I don't feel that it's important. I don't think it's a like a proper use of our time. And but I'll take your 10. Thanks. What if anything? Oh, well, this is different. Said I had to 302 my mother for undiagnosed bipolar with psychotic features. Even in Pittsburgh, a healthcare hub, mental health care lacked true therapy. Outpatient support made the difference. Thank you. Malinowski said, did you hear where the prosecutor said, shut her up to Lindsay as she was being rolled out of the courtroom crying? No, because I didn't listen to it, because I don't know if it was definitely her. I don't know if that's what she meant. I don't know who she was talking about. Thank you for that timestamp. If anybody else wants to go look at it, she or he says the timestamp is 1:03:15 yesterday at the lawn crime feed. If you guys are interested in listening to that, I'm not, yeah, like this again. Thank you. Lisa Lott's missing robe, which is a great username as well. She says, I know we don't know anything other than the trial, but do you think it's weird at all that Patrick Clancy changed his shoes? I can't say that he did change his shoes. I know there's a lot of people out there that want to make a big deal about it, comparing two frames from the different locations where he was with the surveillance video, but I can't make that determination at all. This is the this is the channel of facts. So the things that I report onto you are things that I can have receipts for. So I don't know. I don't think it's important here, but I know people are trying to make something out of nothing. He said that Lindsay spoke with a crushed thyroid. Again, don't know. Body temperature 82 within just an hour, etc. Don't be mad. I asked, please. I'm not mad that you asked. I mean, you're saying what a lot of other people are saying out there on all socials, but there really is no question about who did this. People that are trying to blame Patrick are just looking for a way to, I don't know, generate some sort of popularity for themselves out there on social media, maybe. I don't know, but I'm not entertaining it. I will take your $10, however, but I will not entertain it. That's not what I do here. If you want to hear people's opinions, go over to TikTok, because I'm sure they're squealing about it all the time. That's what they do there. I don't do that here. I'm not pointing any fingers at Patrick. Trust me when I tell you that if this prosecutor, their office had any indication that Patrick Clancy was somehow involved, or that Patrick Clancy was being unfaithful to Lindsay, that would 100% be either their motive here. Lindsay being jealous and finding out about Patrick's infidelity would be a far better motive for her to murder her children, to punish him, than the motive that they're going with now, in my opinion. So I know that you think that the Massachusetts State Police really suck at investigations, but if they found anything like that in all of the phone extractions that they had, I think that would be the motive here, and it'd be a far better one, And don't you think also that if the defense had any indication that Patrick did this instead of Lindsay, that would be her defense? So I am just not paying attention to any of that noise. Don't let that noise distract you from what's really at issue here. And what's really at issue here, in addition to whether or not Lindsay Clancy's mental status was such that she could appreciate what she was doing and knew the ramifications of it at the time that she did it, not what she did a month before, a week before, 3 months before. That's what we're here to determine. And it's still too early for me to make a decision, but every witness that the Commonwealth has put on, in my mind, is helping the defense. Dr. Goodheart is coming back to The Stand. And we were able to fast forward through the break. So we got that going for us. Here we go.
All right, ready for the jury? No.
Can I keep looking? Judge.
Anybody who's in the chat telling me that you sent me an email, thank you very much for your email. I can't stop the stream to like read your email to the class. I don't do that. But trust me when I tell you, I look at all my emails. I don't always read them right away, and I don't always respond to everything, but I read it. Thank you for my PSA.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
James Taylor was treated at McLean in his 20s. I did hear that. And I think he wrote Fire and Rain there.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
I think it's page 53,
Okay.
pretty sure.
My note.
Yes, I believe.
No.
Look for it. Doctor, you'd agree with me that your notes are contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you had mentioned was that at the end of Lindsay's treatment at your hospital, she was discharged, ultimately, correct?
Yes.
And that was not against medical advice, was it?
No.
And finally, you had made reference to the fact that postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration for you when you or your staff when you're evaluating a patient in McLean, correct? For
Yes.
postpartum. And one of the recommendations that you made was that she should follow up with other healthcare providers. And if I understand correctly, she actually sent a text or an email or something and confirmed that she did within the hour, right?
She made an appointment with Dr. Tufts for the next morning.
Right, and she told you guys that, right?
She told the social worker that.
So she was very responsive to your advice about you should reach out to your provider, and she did that, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
She was not
Counsel, redirect.
discharged, AMA. Redirect.
Dr. Goodheart, you're familiar with the discharge paperwork that a patient gets, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 146. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And you know that to be discharge paperwork for, or what's called the after visit summary for Lindsay Clancy at her stay from McLean, correct?
Yes.
And in this discharge paperwork, there's actually two packets. So it's pages 1 of 6, and then there's another one of 7. You see that?
Yes.
And it gives instructions on if you need immediate help. It gives phone numbers, right?
Yes.
It gives a crisis plan and where to call for the suicide prevention lifeline, right?
Yes.
It gives instructions on what the patient's supposed to do or what you've talked about as far as what to do as follow-up, right?
Yes.
That's so awesome that you give them the suicide prevention hotline, because she had called it twice before. And they did nothing for her because apparently she didn't have a plan. And also this doctor didn't even ask her if she had called the suicide hotline before.
In this instance, it says, what's next? Call Cassandra Wolfson. Give her a call for assistance with finding community behavioral health providers. And that's identified as the Blue Cross Blue Shield case manager, right?
Yes.
And was that based on a conversation that you had with Ms. Clancy about the fact that she wanted a new provider?
She had a psychiatrist or a prescriber. She stated that she was going to be assigned a therapist by the individuals at the South Shore.
Mm-hmm.
And if she wanted to have more options or more choices, she could always call that person to get more choices.
So she was looking for an additional provider.
Yeah.
Okay. And also part of this discharge packet, you see that there's a section that's labeled community services, right?
Yes.
And there are a number of online resources, as well as the direction to contact your primary care physician and insurance company, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these are resources that were discussed and told and available to her when she was discharged from McLean.
Yes.
Now, in addition to the resources that were given at discharge, you're aware she did participate in particular groups that would have given her some information and skills while she was there, right?
Yes.
And those skills were about illness and symptom management, correct?
Yes.
Self-compassion was another one, right?
Yes.
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of cross, which is, I think, a legitimate objection. So,
All right. Sustained.
Yeah, should have got to that on direct, sweetie. Too bad. So
Counsel
sad.
on cross-examination kept referring to this, the unit at McLean as the locked unit, right? You
Yes.
remember that line of questioning? And fair to say, it is locked for the safety of the patients, right?
Yes.
And in this circumstance with Ms. Clancy, when she arrived from Mass General via ambulance, she voluntarily agreed to be at this locked facility until it was safe for her to leave.
Yes.
Now, when she came in, she was identified, I think you said, as low risk
Yes.
and at the lowest level of checks, correct?
Yes.
And she was very vocal with you about how long she wanted to stay and when she wanted to leave.
Yes.
And you respected that and you worked with her to come up with a plan, correct?
Yes.
And when counsel says she wasn't discharged against medical advice, would you have preferred more time with this patient to assess her symptomology?
Objection. Overruled.
I think you're asking me to go back and do.
Well, at the time, let's talk about the time
She doesn't want to
that
answer
you had
that.
the conversation with her about leaving
Yes.
early.
She doesn't want to answer that because she doesn't want to admit that she did something wrong because she's being sued.
Yes.
You said the original plan was to stay till at least Friday, right?
I think I didn't have a set time on when she would leave. I take it a day at a time based on how the patient is doing.
And at the time that she indicated that she wanted to bump up her discharge to Thursday,
Yes.
had you had the opportunity to observe her symptoms for more than a day or two?
Yes.
Had you been able to identify if any of the issues that she came in with were resolved?
Yes.
And so she was sleeping better, right?
Yes.
Was there any indication that her mood had vastly improved?
Her mood had improved. I don't know what you mean by vastly.
Well, did you
Poof, she was cured. Poof, she was cured. No big whoop.
have enough time to get to the root causes of why she was having the insomnia or why she was feeling numb?
No.
Okay.
No, because you've never treated a patient with postpartum psychosis before, as you so kindly told us during cross.
And so with more time, would that have been something that you could have
No.
explored more at least?
Yes.
So it's Lindsay's fault for checking herself out of a hospital where we're doing absolutely nothing for her in 4 days because she wanted to go to her kid's birthday parties. It's Lindsay's fault. Remember who watches The Handmaid's Tale? Whose fault is it? Her fault, her fault, her fault, her fault.
And you were asked on cross-examination about asking Lindsay Clancy to sign releases, and you said that you did not do that in this case, correct?
Yes.
With more time with a particular patient, is it possible that you could have determined that you needed that more information and then asked her to sign releases?
Objection. Sustained.
Well, as far as your protocol for asking for releases, is it something that you do with every patient?
No.
What are the circumstances that would lead you to ask for releases to be signed?
Again, it's outside the scope of cross objection.
No, overall, all of that.
It depends on how the patient is presenting, whether they appear reliable, whether their history that they're giving is consistent across different times when they were evaluated. For example, she was evaluated in the emergency department in the CEC, then on the unit by Dr. Madwa and myself. And also we had obtained collateral information from Patrick. And so I didn't feel like there was any urgent need to obtain the collateral from the other providers. And she was telling us what she liked and what she disliked about what the providers were doing.
Okay, and so you were responding to those conversations in
Yes.
coming up with a plan.
Yes.
And again, the team is not just you and your team, but also the patient as well.
Yes.
And during this time period that she was there, in addition to what she was reporting, you were also making observations of her.
Absolutely.
And was there anything inconsistent about what she was reporting to what your observations of her were?
No.
When she arrived at McLean, you were advised of what medication she had been on, correct?
Yes.
And any of the treatment plans that you or any of your colleagues recommended, did they require different medications?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you were asked about the blood work.
Yes.
And so you indicated that McLean does draw blood upon admission, right?
Yes.
But that you did not look at the blood work or ask or evaluate it for levels of medications.
Correct.
Was there any reason to do that based on the medication regimen that you were advised that she had been on?
No.
And with your treatment plan as far as medication, would there have been a reason to do that to either verify or not verify that she already had things in her system?
No.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant reporting that she complained of brain fog or being foggy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you also recall that she was observed by nurses to have improved memory and improved concentration, over the time that she had been at McLean?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about suicide hotline. And
Yes.
Are you familiar with suicide hotlines?
Yes.
And what do they assess for when you call one?
Objection.
Like risk. And if somebody's calling and they're feeling suicidal, I think the point is for them to send somebody or to help them through it.
So it's a point of intervention, correct?
Correct.
But in order for a person to receive intervention, they have to identify that they have an intent or a plan.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, based on your experience and your conversations with this particular patient, did she ever indicate that she ever said she had a plan?
No.
Okay, guys, I guess this is what they're telling us here. If you're really seriously considering taking your own life, make sure you say that you have a plan so that you can get help. Otherwise, you'll get no help. Even if you don't, I guess maybe you should just say that you do, so at least you can get help.
You were asked some questions about the DSM-5, and I actually have a big version of the most recent version, the DSM-5 TR, meaning text revision. You're familiar with this book?
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for telling her what the TR meant, because you're trying to help your witness now. TR means text revision. She didn't know that. She was like, whatevs. I know, Gail Taylor, the mental health treatment in the UK is so much different than it is here, as are women postpartum who take the lives of their children. Their legal system is much different too. We read about it the other day. She says in the UK, mental health patients after discharge from the hospital unit, they're allocated a CPN for home visits. This is heartbreaking. Take her license away. It's not the same way here in the US.
Yes.
And counsel asked you some questions about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and whether they appear here in the DSM-5.
Yes.
Recall that line of questioning? And fair to say they do appear. They're not their own category, correct?
Yes.
But they do appear in conversation of bipolar disorder 1, having major depressive symptoms or episodes, as well as psychosis.
Yes.
I'm so glad that
And
you
it's
could
very-
read the DSM for us because your witness doesn't know it. So now she's testifying. Apparently, postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis is listed in the DSM currently under bipolar disorder 1, bipolar disorder, and major depressive disorder.
Brief mention, but it's psychosis.
Yes.
And psychosis.
Symptoms or episodes, as well as psychosis.
Yes.
And it's very brief mention, but it's in here.
Brief.
Is that correct?
Yes.
It's a very brief mention in the DSM. Very brief because it's not a big deal. Wow.
And as a psychiatrist, this is just a tool that you could use.
Yes.
What other things do you rely upon when making a diagnosis other than a tool like this?
Observation of the patient, the history that they're relating, the information from family, and other, that's essentially it, and other records if available.
Yeah, but not scales, right? You don't do scales. You don't, it's not important to you. So like scales are no big whoop. So basically the DSM is a tool, but you don't really know if it's even in there. So you're solely relying on what the patient, the mental health patient, is telling you about her history, what her family tells you, and maybe some other medical records if we can get them. If not, it's a trust me bro type situation. I think so many of you are shocked to realize how badly our mental health system sucks. Raise your hand if you're shocked. I'm shocked. I want to hear back. What other things could you use besides the DSM? The DSM is just a tool.
Observation of the patient, the history that they're relating, the information
Self-reported history
from family, and other, that's essentially it, and other records if available.
Okay, and you use that information based on your own training and experience
Yes.
to come up with a diagnosis.
Yes.
And your diagnosis, does that have to agree with anyone else?
No.
And when you're treating a patient that comes before you for help at McLean, you're treating the patient in front of you, or you're treating the patient from several months ago?
You take the history into consideration, but you're treating the patient in front of you because that's the presentation.
Thank you. So you mean a person could have a psychotic break 3 weeks later and be able to speak coherently? Is she trying to tank her own case on purpose? So 3 weeks later, she could have been in a completely different psychotic state. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
All right,
Thank you.
Doctor.
Oh, he had an opportunity there. He should have asked her if a person in psychosis looks like a zombie.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Jennifer Tufts.
Okay, here comes Tufts. Coincidentally named after a university. She's a main defendant in these civil cases.
You may have a seat.
Wait a second. They have matching outfits. Did they get them? Did they send out a memo? Look, white on top, khaki on the bottom. Court officer, the clerk, who we love. I don't even know her name. And the witness, coordinated outfits.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I'd ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Okay.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please?
I don't know if I'm like really old. I am really old. I do know that I am really old, but this doctor looks like a baby to me. She looks like a teenager. This is one of these witnesses that I'm going to be very interested to know her job history and her degrees and all that kind of stuff, because is it just me? She looks like a teenager.
State and spell your name for the record.
Jennifer Tufts, JENNIFERTUFTS.
Your date of birth.
December 31st, 1989.
Where do you work?
Astor Mental Health.
And how long have you worked there?
For 3.5 years.
What is your role there?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
I've been officially fully licensed psychiatrist for close to 4 years.
I want to ask.
So 3 years ago, when you were treating Lindsay Clancy, like you just got your license. Oh, okay. All right. Here we go.
If you could just explain to us your educational background and your training background that qualifies you to be a psychiatrist.
Absolutely. So I went to medical school at University of Vermont, graduated in 2018 with an MD. I did a postgraduate training in psychiatry at Boston Medical Center. That was 4 years, going into 2022. And then I began working at Astor Mental Health in 2022.
And are you a licensed psychiatrist in Massachusetts?
Yes.
While you were working at Astor Mental Health, did you have a patient named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the records of Lindsay Clancy for Astor Mental Health as the next exhibit.
They may be admitted.
Do you recall when you first saw Lindsay Clancy as a patient?
I'll be right back.
Yes.
When was that?
It was in September of 2022.
And was that first appointment on September 15th, 2022?
I believe that it was.
And prior to a patient coming in for their first appointment, is there paperwork that they fill out either online or that's provided to them to fill out?
Yes.
And what type of paperwork is that?
It's fairly extensive. It includes past health history, past psychiatric history, medications they have taken in the past. It includes names of any therapists or other doctors they work with, usually primary care. It includes any report of substances that they may use or may have used in the past. It includes a number of scales, so scales assessing things like anxiety, depression, ADHD. So it's a fairly lengthy document.
Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy filled out those documents on September 12th, 2022, 3 days prior to her first appointment?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review what Lindsay filled out prior to meeting with her for that first appointment?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what you learned from those documents about her prior mental health treatment?
Yes.
What was that?
That she had previously taken some medication. I believe it was in nursing school. It may have been fairly brief, but she had tried the medication Prozac.
Do you recall that she also listed that she had tried Wellbutrin as well while she was on the Prozac?
That was listed as well.
Okay. And do you recall that when she listed that she took the Prozac and the Wellbutrin while in nursing school, she listed that she had no side effects from those medications?
That is correct.
Prozac, is that an SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. So Lindsay reported that she had previously taken an SSRI while in nursing school with no side effects, correct?
Correct.
Did she also report that she had no history of any kind of abuse that had occurred to her at any point in her life?
Correct.
What did she report in regards to alcohol consumption?
I believe she reported 1 to 2 drinks at a time and possibly up to 5 times a week.
And is there a portion when the patient fills that in, how much they drink? Is there a question there about whether they feel guilty about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Am I allowed to go check that just to make sure?
Is there an objection to her reviewing the records?
Yes. She indicated yes.
And so in that section, is it correct that she listed that she was drinking 5 times per week and feeling guilty at that time about it?
Yes.
And did she list her height as 5'6" in those documents? I believe on the same page, page 20.
Yes.
Now, did those that initial survey or questionnaire that she filled out get into what symptoms she was experiencing at the time?
Yes.
And what symptoms did she report experiencing at that time?
Are they still on the first visit from September 15th of 2022? She reported that she was drinking 5 times a week and feeling guilty about it. She's now has her entire chart on her lap, which is a good thing because it's going to make this testimony go faster.
Anxiety attacks, decreased appetite, depressed mood, easily distracted, excessive worry, guilt, unable to feel pleasure, unable to fall asleep, and racing thoughts.
And would it be fair to say that there's a checklist of symptoms and the patient checks off which ones they're experiencing, correct?
Yes.
And so on that list, engage in risky behaviors, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
And excessive energy wasn't checked off, correct?
Correct.
Feelings of hopelessness, feelings of abandonment, feelings of emptiness, none of those were checked off, correct?
Correct.
Can we focus on what was checked off? Like unable to feel pleasure and racing thoughts? Instead, let's go through all the things she didn't check off. So nobody should have been worried. So insane.
Impulsive behavior, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
Now, was there also a suicide risk assessment form that Ms. Clancy filled out?
Yes.
And what is a suicide risk assessment?
Well, it assesses various factors that may increase a person's risk of committing suicide.
And the form that Ms. Clancy filled out, the first question is, have you been so distressed you seriously wish to end your life? And her response was no, correct?
I'm just looking.
Page 23.
Correct.
And the second question is, has anything happened recently to make you feel you don't want to live? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
There's question 3.
This is before she was put on meds. It's her first visit to Astor Mental Health, Astor Mental Health. That's the name of this facility or this practice where she's treated by Dr. Tufts. And this is before she's even put on any meds in September 15th, 2022, her first visit. She's unable to feel any pleasure and she's got racing thoughts and other things. Thank you, Just a Girl from the 6 for gifting 10 memberships. You're amazing. This is how she was feeling at that time.
A specific plan. Do you?
Correct.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Fourth question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself. And the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The fifth question is made a serious suicide attempt, and the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The sixth question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
Seventh question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Crazy how she wasn't hearing voices until after she started on the Seroquel.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Did you, was there also a substance use assessment form that was filled out on page 24?
Yes.
And there were no issues with substance use, correct?
Correct.
Did you, is there also an ADHD self-report scale that's filled out?
There usually is.
Direct you to page 25.
Okay.
And ADHD, is that attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Yes.
And given the answers that Ms. Clancy gave on that self-reporting form, were there any concerns about attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Not significantly.
Were there any concerns at all?
Well, she reported often to some of the questions. Yes.
And is that significant to you based on your training and experience?
You have to look at this form within the entire picture of the patient.
Based on her training experience, she was a psychiatrist for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Wait until Dr. La Posada takes the stand. Oh, I can't wait for the day. And no shade to her, because everybody has to start out somewhere, right?
So no, I didn't suspect that Lindsay had ADHD.
So these forms are a tool, and you use them together along with your observations of the patient to come to conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was also I believe it's entitled a GAD screening. Is that generalized anxiety disorder?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ms. Clancy fill that out as well?
Mm-hmm.
Page 27.
Sorry, my pages are a little bit different than yours.
Oh, I apologize.
I'll find it.
Thank you, Robin. And Beth, thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Clancy's answers to these questions, did they give you cause for concern based on your training and experience?
They were highly suggestive of anxiety and an anxiety disorder.
And for example, number 1, feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge, she responded nearly every day, correct?
Correct.
Not being able to stop or control worrying, she answered nearly every day, correct?
Yes.
And so several of these questions were either nearly every day or several days, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. Can I just ask what days that are?
27, I'm sorry. And then is there also a patient questionnaire that the patient fills out? I think it's...
yes, I believe so. Yes.
And what is the purpose of this patient questionnaire?
I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to. It might be the one that asks about things like whether the symptoms affect their daily living, what their history is. Is that what you're looking at?
It's entitled Tools PHQ-9 patient questionnaire. And the date is
Maybe you
9/12.
want to go over shower.
Are you able to? Thank you.
This is all paperwork that she filled out before her first appointment. I think Blue Dragonfly, you were referring to
Yes.
previous doctor,
So this
Goodheart.
form that's entitled PHQ-9 patient questionnaire, what is the purpose of that form?
It's a screening tool for depression.
And can you talk about the defendant's answers to those questions and what they told you based on your training and experience?
Well, some of the answers were positive. So that really indicates that she should be assessed for depression. She might have it.
Okay. And when you say positive, what do you mean by positive?
So for example, she said for number 2, feeling down, depressed, and hopeless more than half of the days, a positive response means indicating yes.
So it's not a positive, happy response. It's a positive, this might be an issue response.
Yes.
And on the next form, A1, initial diagnostic assessment.
Yes.
There is a place there, again, well, this is for September 15th, the day you actually met her, correct?
Yes.
So the patient fills out the forms in advance of meeting with you. Do they then again fill out the forms when they meet with you?
No, these are the same forms.
Same forms, just the different date on them.
Yes. Because they're included in the intake note, which is what I write, but some of the information is from the patient's self-report.
Okay. So would it be a combination of the forms they fill out and then what you observe and ask about during your initial meeting?
Yes.
And that initial meeting with Ms. Clancy, was that in person or was that a telehealth?
Telehealth.
Okay. Does who controls whether it's an in-person meeting or a telehealth? You or the patient?
Both.
Both. And if a patient told you, I don't want to do telehealth, I only want to do in person, is that an option?
Yes.
Good.
Sorry.
I'll let that stand.
And can you just tell us when you met with Ms. Clancy on that first day, did you ask her questions such as, do you have suicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
That she did not.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
That she did not.
Did you ask her if she was experiencing any auditory hallucinations or visual hallucinations?
Yes.
What was her response?
She did not.
Did you ask her questions to determine if she was experiencing any symptoms of mania?
Yes.
What types of questions you asked to determine that?
Well, a lot of it can be assessed without asking, but questions may look like, have you ever had a period of time in your life where you were excessively energetic and euphoric? I might leave it there and then follow up with some of the other symptoms.
Did any of the questions you asked Ms. Clancy related to mania or manic episodes, did any of her answers to those questions indicate that she had experienced mania or manic episodes?
No.
Now, in that first meeting, what's your exam process? Like, how do you start the meeting and how does it flow?
Sure. So I start the meeting by introducing myself, explaining what we're going to be doing for the day. Then I ask the patient why they're there. We talk about why they're there. I assess for different mood symptoms, anxiety symptoms, psychosis symptoms, mania symptoms, safety concerns. Then we start talking about the history, We start talking about the past psychiatric history, the past medical history, substance use. We start talking about other medicines that they have tried in the past or may still be taking. And it's not always in that order, but that's the general order. Sometimes things come up sooner. And we talk a bit about what the patient's goals are, what they're looking for in this time period, and then I may give some of my recommendations.
And did you follow that process for that initial meeting with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you part of the initial evaluation is looking for signs of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
What types of things are you looking for to see if someone's experiencing psychosis?
So there are a number of things. They start with how the patient appears. So some signs of psychosis might be that they appear disheveled. I assess what their attitude is, if they might be agitated or very uncooperative. That's a red flag. I will assess what their speech is like. Is it very loud? Is it very fast? Or sometimes it could be the opposite, where they're not really even speaking at all. I assess what their mood is like, what they're saying that they're feeling, and how they appear visually. I assess what their thoughts are like. So are their thoughts disorganized, where it's really hard to understand? They're jumping around and you can't follow their line of thought. I assess what the thought content is. If it's particularly about anything very bizarre or very paranoid, that would be potentially indicative of psychosis.
And you conduct.
Do you think this is where Jennifer Sprague is getting her questions from? About, was her speech normal? Could you understand her? Could she understand you? Did she look like a zombie? This is the doctor that she was relying on for those questions. Was her speech different in any way? Was her mood like?
Did that type of evaluation on Lindsay Clancy in that first meeting? Is that correct?
Yes, that assessment is done with every patient.
And did you note any signs or symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Clancy that day?
No.
Do you also, in addition to the observations you're making of the patient that day, are you also asking questions about their past behavior and things that have happened to them in the past that might indicate whether psychosis is an issue?
Yes.
And what types of things are you asking them about their past?
Well, I may ask, have you ever heard voices? Have you ever seen something that other people didn't see?
And did you ask those questions of Ms. Clancy?
I believe I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Do you, and as part of this evaluation, are you making an assessment about the patient's judgment and insight?
Yes.
And when we talk about psychiatry, what are we talking about when we say judgment?
So judgment indicates their decision-making process, and whether it is a logical decision-making process or perhaps not.
And same question in terms of insight. What does that mean in psychiatry when you're assessing their insight?
So that's more about a patient's awareness, both of their inner feelings as well as mental health a bit more broadly.
And in terms of orientation, when you're assessing a patient, what does that mean?
Orientation is awareness of where someone is, who someone is, what day it is, what's going on.
And based on your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy that first day, September 15, 2022, did she appear to have any issues with judgment, insight, or orientation?
No.
Do you also assess the patient's memory?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, it depends. Often, unless there is a specific concern about memory or dementia, it's based off of my conversation with them. Are they able to recall medications that they have taken? Are they able to recall, things that they have done with a lot of detail and specificity?
And did there appear to be any issues with Lindsay Clancy's memory in your evaluation of her?
No.
And what about attention and concentration? What are you looking for as a psychiatrist when evaluating attention and concentration?
I'm looking for whether they're paying attention to the conversation, if they can follow it, or maybe if they get distracted, it seems like they're not listening, something like that.
Did Lindsay Clancy appear to have any issues with attention or concentration?
No.
There was something in the records called fund of knowledge. What does that mean?
Basis of knowledge, what someone understands about the world. So maybe if somebody has a very low education, they might have a low fund of knowledge.
And was there any issue with Lindsay Clancy's fund of knowledge?
No.
Are you also assessing mood?
Yes.
And how do you assess the mood of a patient, and why do you assess it?
Well, it's very important. The mood is based on what the patient says, what they say about how they're feeling.
Okay. And so are there circumstances where a patient might say they're feeling happy, but you make observations that they appear depressed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we see mood in the records, that refers to how the patient is reporting their mood is?
Yes.
So if it says appropriate mood and affect, or actually if it says patient description of their emotional state, it says okay, does that mean the patient said okay?
Yes.
Is there a place in the record where you describe what your observations of the mood are?
That's the affect.
Affect, okay. And so affect is how the patient presents?
Yes.
This first meeting with...
This is all over Zoom, right?
Lindsay, what was her mood?
It was okay.
And what was her affect?
Anxious.
So she was reporting to you, she felt okay. You were seeing she looked a little anxious.
Yes.
How do you, or what is it about a person that tells you they look anxious? Like, what were you seeing with Lindsay Clancy that told you she looked anxious?
It's hard to recall exactly what she seemed like. Sometimes, a person might look anxious by...
Sometimes. All right, sustain.
In your general observations of patients, what things would you look for in a patient to determine whether their affect is anxious?
Is their voice quivering? Are they shaking a little bit? Do they appear very nervous?
And what is psychomotor behavior?
So psychomotor behavior refers to someone's body and their movements. So sometimes that can be abnormal.
Okay. And did you notice anything abnormal about Lindsay Clancy's psychomotor behavior?
No.
This first meeting, was that approximately 40 minutes?
It was a little bit longer than that, maybe 50 to 60 minutes.
Is that typical for that first meeting where you're doing this initial assessment?
Yes.
And did she appear alone in that virtual meeting, or was she with anyone?
Alone.
And what are treatment modality and interventions in general?
So that section is referring to therapy treatment modalities. It's not asking about medications. So different forms of therapy that might be done in the session.
And what would be treatment goals?
Goals that we are working on or will plan to work on, since this is only the first visit.
So how do you determine for an individual patient the treatment modality or interventions that are needed?
It depends on the patient.
So basically on what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and the history they provide?
Yes.
And how do you determine treatment goals?
So a lot of that is driven by what the patient's goals are.
And you mentioned earlier that as part of your evaluation, you asked the patient why they've come to you, what they're concerned about. Do you recall Lindsay's response to that question, why she was there, what she was concerned about?
I believe her biggest concern was about anxiety.
And what was the treatment modality or interventions that you determined would be needed for Lindsay Clancy based on this initial evaluation?
So I recommended a medication sertraline as well as individual therapy.
And the medication sertraline, is that Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you recommended that the Zoloft to her, was that you telling her you have to take this medication, or did you have a discussion about it?
A discussion.
And during that discussion, did you get the patient, Ms. Clancy's, input on whether she wanted to take the medication or what her thoughts were about the medication?
Yes.
And do you recall the details of that conversation with her?
I recall that she was generally reluctant to take medications, but at this point she was considering it and was interested in learning about what medications might be helpful for her.
And as part of that discussion, did you explain what the medication was and the side effects and all of that?
Yes.
And did she have any questions for you based on your explanation of what the medication was for and what the side effects could be?
I'm not sure.
And why did you recommend that particular medication?
So it's a first-line medication used for treating anxiety disorders. It also is a first-line treatment when women are breastfeeding. It's the safest SSRI for babies.
And when you say a first-line medication, what does that mean?
It just means it's one of the medications that is recommended first. Sometimes you have to try a number of different medications, but that is often a first choice.
Okay, so she was still breastfeeding in September.
And is that based on studies and the experience of the psychiatric profession?
Yes.
What was the dosage that you recommended or prescribed for her for the Zoloft?
25 milligrams.
And were there instructions on the prescription in terms of how many milligrams to take the first week and then how many to take the second week?
Yes, it was 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increasing to 50 milligrams.
And that was your initial prescription and what should have been on the pill bottle, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a call from the defendant where she called you and said that she was having trouble with the 25 milligrams and you recommended her go to the 50 milligrams?
No.
You said you also recommended therapy, is that correct?
So just on yourself, take 25 week 1, week 2, bump it up to 50. Well, no check-in in between to see how she's doing on the 25. Is that what I'm getting here? Okay, and you're telling her she should go to therapy.
Yes.
And Astra Mental Health, did they have therapists on staff that you referred Ms. Clancy to?
Yes.
And do you know if she took advantage of that resource?
She did.
Do you know which therapist she saw?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jennifer McAllister.
And how does it work when a patient is at Astra Mental Health, they're being seen by a psychiatrist, they're being seen by a therapist? Is there someone that's kind of in charge of the treatment of the patient that oversees everything, or is it all just individual?
The psychiatrist is in charge.
Okay. So you would have been in charge of Ms. Clancy's treatment?
Yes.
And as part of being in charge of her treatment, would you review the records from her therapy sessions to inform and guide your treatment of her?
Yes.
What were the treatment goals for the defendant?
I don't recall exactly what her words were.
Would the goals be what your patient tells you?
Yes.
Thank you, Darlene, for gifting 5 memberships. Nancy says this trial is amazing for women's health care. Thank you for your 20, Nancy.
I'm going to approach and just ask that you look at page 41 of the records for Exhibit 219, to the treatment goals section. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what were the treatment goals according to Ms. Clancy?
So these are not her words. There's a list in the electronic medical record where I can indicate which ones might apply, or I can type out my own. So the treatment goals based on what we had decided on together were symptom reduction and improved functioning.
And you said that Ms. Clancy had been a little reluctant about starting medication. Did she tell you why she was reluctant?
Yes.
And why was that?
She was worried about having side effects.
And did she mention which specific side effects, or just side effects in general?
I thought it was in general.
And as a result of that concern, is that when you went over the potential side effects of Zoloft?
Yes.
And after having that discussion and you explaining the side effects of Zoloft, how did the two of you leave it in terms of whether she was going to take the medication or not?
I told her what my recommendation was, that she should start the sertraline. I'm not sure if she told me definitively if she was going to take it or not. She might have needed some time to think about it.
And based on your evaluation with Ms. Clancy, everything you learned about her history and how she presented that day, did you have an initial diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a generalized anxiety disorder, and it was an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
What is generalized anxiety disorder?
It's an anxiety disorder where an individual may have a lot of different worries. They may also have physical feelings of anxiety, but they're worried about a lot of things, not really just one thing specifically.
Interesting that she told you that she was breastfeeding and you didn't consider any postpartum effects at all. Generalized anxiety disorder and adjustment disorder with depressed mood. Isn't that what every single person gets? Isn't that like the most common diagnosis when they want to give you some medication? Not even considering any postpartum, anything at all, even though she said she was breastfeeding. Okay.
And what is adjustment disorder with depressed mood?
So adjustment disorder refers to a fact that there may be symptoms, but they are kind of secondary to the situation. So they don't meet the full criteria, say, of a major depressive disorder, but there were some symptoms of depression.
Is this a good place to start? All right. Members of the jury, this is, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to take the afternoon recess. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back at 2 o'clock. And again, same instructions and orders. Don't, during the break, don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't talk about this. Just kind of relax as best you can for the next hour. We'll have to bring it back in. We'll continue with the evidence this afternoon.
Court, all rise. Jury, those who go first, place on the chairs. This way, please.
Doctor, you may step down. All right. Before we recess, I just want to make I guess, a comment. I just want to make it real clear that there is to be no inappropriate comments or disruptive comments to be made inside of this courtroom. If anybody is found to make those, they will be immediately escorted out and barred for the balance of this. All right, just want to make that real clear. And just in case you're wondering, there are microphones all around. And so if I get a report of that, there's going to be some serious issues and serious problems. So I just kind of wanted to put that out for everybody so it's crystal clear. There's going to be no warnings, no yellow cards. You're out. All right. So I just kind of want to make that real clear. And so with that, we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
This is with regard to the shutter up comment
Thank you.
from yesterday. That's what it's in regard to. That's what Kathy Russin from Law and Crime has tweeted, and also I think Nate Eaton. Maybe they could shut off the microphones now. All right, we've got a little more than 30 minutes until 2 o'clock. We were a little bit behind. Wow. Just wow. Does anybody know if Rosemary Scapicio is in the courtroom today? She's been there, I think, most days. She is the civil attorney for Lindsay Clancy's medical malpractice case. I know, talking about final warning. No, no yellow card. That's it. You're out of here. Don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen again. Okay, they're on lunch until 2. Let me find my banner. Hang on. Go. All right, let's take a look. A lot of questions and a lot of comments on a lot of things. You guys have a lot of things to say. This is what I heard. I don't know that anybody has a clip of it, but it seems like yesterday when Lindsay was sobbing after the medical examiner testimony that they had to take, remember that extended break yesterday? And it seems like a hot mic caught somebody saying, and they're saying it was a female voice. Oh, thanks. Thank you. That's a great idea, Zoe. Thank you very much. A female voice saying, shut her up. Oh my God, shut her up. Something like that. I don't remember hearing it. And I don't know where a clip of that lives. But we don't know who made it. People were saying that it was the DA that made it, but we don't know. We don't know. And then Reddington said, this is a wake-up call. Robin with a $400 super chat. Thank you. She says, this is totally a wake-up call for the public and medical providers. Mel, I have to watch my closed captions every month, or my credit card every month as I buy the things. My CU graduate in child psychology just came to visit, and the very first thing that she tried to steal from me was the tallow. Oh, I love it too. Just got my new earbuds and I'm obsessed with them. Love you, Mel. Robin, thank you. You're so very generous. So very, very generous. SCO buffs. SCO buffs. I have emojis for that. I have a CU Buffs emoji. I'm excited for the football season. I'm excited. I'm hoping we have a good team this year. Thank you, Robin. You're amazing. Reddington said this isn't The Handmaid's Tale. Oh my God, is he watching? Robin, you're a sweet pea. There's something here. Hold on. Let me see what this clip is. I think this is the clip that we just... Hold on. Wait, what is this? This is Kathy Russin from Law and Crime. She posted this clip. I think this might be from today, though, because it looks like the clerk has her same outfit on. But let's listen to this. Hold on.
I really don't want to go to the sidebar.
I need to know what you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale.
So I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that, and then
Oh, and then they shut the mic off. Did you hear? He said, this is not like The Handmaid's Tale. Hold on. We're here to get it. It's on a loop.
I need to know what you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy. All right.
Look at them looking at each other. They're like, we did not say that.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale, so you're gonna tape them out.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale where we're going to put tape over her mouth. He watches The Handmaid's Tale.
I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that, and then if
I mean, did we fast forward through that earlier today or what?
Sidebar. I really don't want to go to the sidebar.
I need to know what you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that
you know.
Is that what you guys were telling me to rewind back to earlier? We got a lot of volume issues today. Wow. Wow. He grabbed his phone to play it also. They said it was yesterday after the medical examiner testified. That's what they said. He was on fire. Tell me if you feel the same way. Clicker says, the longer this trial goes on and more people this ADA puts on the stand, I'm convinced it was a psychotic break. This ADA loses more each day. I'm feeling the same way. Lima Sierra earlier came in and said, not to mention this discontinuation syndrome that occurs with a lot of these medications. How do we know this woman wasn't crawling out of her skin or felt like she was on fire? Right. Going back to the McLean admission, all of these super chats I put up on the screen. So I'm sorry that I will not have the time to personally, verbally thank every single one of you. Most of them were comments and not questions. And so that is the way that I did it. People pointing out that Kingsbury Club is in another town and definitely remotely not anything like a country club. I know, but does the jury know that? Like, that's the way I'm thinking. I just think that that is the way that the ADA tried to paint it. That's the way that she tried to paint it. Kristen said, I live in Massachusetts. I'm not surprised by the ineptitude of the prosecution. It's embarrassing, but we've seen this before. I genuinely think they lost the jury on day one. I've been taking some time to let it sink in and to think about it. And the longer this trial goes on, the more I'm beginning to believe that she really did suffer from a psychotic break. And that is based on my own personal observations and listening to all of the testimony that we've heard so far. Oh, somebody said that they heard shut it off, not shut her up. So again, it's one of those things that takes on a life of its own once it gets out there on socials and everyone's got an opinion about it. And so, I mean, that's what Kevin Reddington said. It said, I wish he asked more questions about zombies too. Gemma said, sadly, McLean's Hospital was the place to go to before mental health failed. Ironically, they specialize in ECT. Many of you have written to me and said that ECT worked for you and your postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. And so I'm curious about that. Amanda said, my 15-year-old daughter went inpatient the Friday of Memorial Day weekend. She saw a doctor that Friday and then not again until Tuesday. Are you saying at McLean's? Thank you very much, Amanda Spencer. Yeah, it was basically, so go on this website and here's your care manager at Blue Cross Blue Shield and peace out. It was really go on this website to find out more about what you're suffering from and do your own research. That is what Dr. Goodheart said. I wonder if Dr. Goodhart's going to have a job at the end of the day. Right. Castle said they are going to say that her lack of sleep is part of being a mother. So she killed her kids because she wants better sleep. This is how the trial's going. Feels like that, doesn't it? Castle also said, let's state the obvious. Anyone who decides to check themselves into a mental hospital on New Year's is not okay. Imagine the feeling leaving there with an insomnia diagnosis. So lonely and unheard. Yellow Led Bettero said, one of the worst parts of mental health is most people fear having issues around the holidays or weekends and they all get failed. She tried to make everybody believe that they were fully staffed on the weekends. VA's mom says, this is so frustrating seeing that in 30 years since I went through it, there hasn't been much progress in psychiatric diagnosis or treatments. Then they wonder why people don't say anything or look for help. Criminal Med said, we need to stop separating from mental from physical health and call it health, period, in my opinion. Thanks for awesome. Thank you for watching. Super Cheryl, thank you for your super sticker. And Just Joey said, Seroquel's no joke. My brilliant niece had been on it for years, decided to stop taking it, use THC instead, severe mania, insomnia, hospitalized 2 times. She's good now, but terrifying them. Then Just a Girl from the 6. They failed her on so many levels. Why are we here? I hope the jury sees this for what it is. Total failure. Makes you wonder about other patient care at this facility. My mind is blown. And Christina said, we have the best hospitals in Boston, but we're so behind in mental health that it is sad and scary. Berkshire Girl says, I'm a certified pharmacy technician. The amount of psych meds going through our pharmacy is huge. Huge. And Just a Girl from the 6. Gifted 10 memberships because she's amazing. Yeah, that was good. K Shred waving the DSM around. This doctor went through the Fargo wood chipper. That's what it felt like. Kathy wanted to know if we can get K-Red involved in the menopause movement as well. We need him. Thank you very much, Beth and Robin and Jennifer, pointing out your free T4 is the most important lab with the TSH and FSH labs. In women, these hormones are constantly battling and fluctuating, especially up to a year after giving birth. Thank you. There still has been no ruling on the experts as far as I know. But Iron Dog says, has the door now been opened by the DA in Dr. Goodhart's testimony to allow the defense experts on standard of care? Maybe. Is the judge a little salty today because he got overruled yesterday? And one of the defendants whose trial he presided over, a woman who murdered her 2 children, is getting a new trial because he failed to allow some of her psychiatric history and medical records, or actually, I think it was the records of her treatment after she was confined to jail. She's getting a new trial. Is he a little salty because of that today? Maybe. Amber said, I wonder if she'll get proctored, meaning will she get fired right after her testimony? This is the same thing. This is scary. Tiffany said, I just happened to have my DSM-5 here, page 187. Postpartum mood, major depressive or manic with psychotic episodes appear in 1 out of 500 to 1 out of 1,000 deliveries. Prior PPD or bipolar raises the risk dramatically. Thank you, Tiffany. I don't know. Well, I heard he denied the defense experts. Did he rule on it today? Because we watched a hearing on it yesterday. You may be thinking of the old ruling, which gave them the right to re-argue, which they did yesterday. Vanita Man says, you have to be a huge advocate for your family if they have any mental issue. If not, ask questions. This doctor is allowed to treat them. Mother of BP schizo adult for 20 years. You're fired. Let's see what Judge Erskine has to say about this. Oh, I guess it would help if I spelled her name right. Hold on 1 second. Carol Erskine is a retired judge from Massachusetts who sat in, I don't know if it was family court, but she has a lot to do with DV cases, children's cases. She said earlier, about an hour ago, to anyone using Lindsay Clancy's discharge from McLean Hospital to argue that she was not a risk to herself or others by reason of her mental illness, as the Commonwealth argues, 2 words, Tyler Brown. McLean discharged Brown on May 8th of 2026. 3 days later, he allegedly opened fire with a rifle on Memorial Drive in Cambridge, firing roughly 60 rounds and seriously wounding 2 people. A judge subsequently found him too dangerous to be released on bail at the request of the Commonwealth. And while there are no crystal balls, a psychiatric discharge is not proof that a patient has been adequately evaluated or that they are not suicidal or a risk to others. Very interesting, because I did not know about that case. Daphne says, I'm a school psychologist from Massachusetts. I do 10 times as much work as this clown. I'm shocked. Sarah Lee said, my husband had a psychotic break when I was pregnant and we got sober. You'd never know unless you were with him all the time. He could go out in public with no issues. I found out after he had plans to take her life. Oh my God, Sarah. Thank God you're okay. The Shock Kitten says, as someone who's had to navigate mental health care for 26 years, with my PTSD, I had to learn to be my own advocate, even when uncomfortable. Yes. Yes. And listen, you should always, if you can, bring somebody with you to your doctor's appointments, because sometimes when doctors tell you things and you're the patient, you may tune out, and it helps to have someone else there to remind you later on what you guys discussed with your doctor, and also bring a list of questions so you don't forget to ask the important questions that you want to ask your doctor. I think that would always be in good practice. Susan, thank you so very much for your $100 Venmo. You're amazing. She just says she loves the content. Thank you so much. Jessica says, amazing coverage. Can you say hi to Uncle Gingy on the Cape? Hi, Uncle Gingy on the Cape. Jessica says hi. I think that's how you pronounce it. Gingy. Beth says, thanks for your coverage on the Lindsay Clancy case. Thank you. Teresa is contributing to my matcha fund. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shelby, about something about an Edric Faust fundraiser tomorrow night on the Misdemeanor channel. I have something tomorrow night tomorrow all day. Thank you very much for those of you who can watch that. Shelby, thank you for your 10. Nancy says, thanks so much. I hope you understand not only covering this case, but sometimes sharing experiences that you do, or talk about how people are struggling with mental health in general, is helping a lot of people. Thank you, Nancy. Jamie says, when they came back from break before the witness, there was a fiery exchange where Kevin Reddington brought up the mic moment. Yes, we just watched it. Thank you. Yelling that he doesn't want to go to Cyborg. He said, this is not Handmaid's Tale where we're going to put tape over people's mouths. Alicia, thank you so much, says, make it make sense. They're now saying she didn't fake her suicide attempt, but then argue she didn't really want to succeed because she didn't use methods that would have actually resulted in death. Isn't that basically saying the same thing? I don't know what they're saying. I wish I could explain it to you or make it make sense. I can't, because they keep changing their theory, because I think they realize that their theory sucks. But that's all they have. Brandy, thank you very much for your Venmo, your sweetheart. Pam, oh, thank you. She says, I love your support of women and moms. Thank you so very much, Pam, for your Venmo. Emily, thanks for using your platform and Log's expertise to shed light on mental health. So many people were failed in this situation. Seems like none of these providers care. I know. Are you getting that vibe too? Kathleen, thank you for your Venmo for matcha. Christy, thank you for your very generous 50, says, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for covering this case. I appreciate all of you for watching and for being interested. Because without you, I don't have a channel, and without cases like this, we don't get to shine a light on these very, very important issues. They're consistently confusing the jury, in my opinion, too. I just, I don't know what they're trying to do. They keep changing their theory, and I don't think it's going to work well for them. Exactly, 103.15. All right, thank you, Sophia. All right, here's the feed where people are saying that they heard this. This is yesterday's feed from Law and Crime at 103.15. Let's see if we can hear it. Thank you, Sophia, for doing the Lord's work for me. I'm going to boost it as loud as we can. So this was this was after Lindsay was wheeled out of the courtroom because she was sobbing uncontrollably. But again, without seeing who the camera's focused on, we don't know who said it. We don't really know what was said, but I'll listen to it because you guys want to. This is from yesterday, and this is about 103.10. So it's going to happen in about 5 seconds. So keep your ears peeled. See if I can turn the volume up all the way.
All right, this court will be in recess.
I heard a whisper. I don't know who it was that said it. I'm going to listen to it again. I'm listening to the wrong feed. Hold on a second. Wait, I gotta go back. This is from yesterday. Hang on. $103.15. Okay, it's 5 seconds from this point.
All right, this court will be in recess.
I mean, people are saying it says, shut her up. Did you guys hear it? And some people say it says, shut it off. Again, I don't know who said it, so I can't, but that's what Kevin Reddington said. Play one more time. It's 6 seconds from this point, so just count to 6.
All right.
I heard shut it off. I heard shut it off. Got to be honest with you. I heard shut it off. Like maybe shut off the mic. Shut it off. That's what I heard. Shut it off. Listen to it again. 2 seconds from this point. And you can hear Lindsay visibly. I mean, you can audibly hear her sobbing.
All right, this court will be in recess.
I got to be honest. I heard shut it off. That's what I heard. Got to be honest. All right. That one's coming down. This one's coming back up. And the current time here is 1:48 p.m. So let's get on to real time. See how people like run with theories and then it becomes a whole big thing. It's like this whole shoegate thing. And then it gets like out of control. All right. I have, thank you very much for your 50, BMAC. I appreciate you so much. Says, thanks for creating a thoughtful community. We try. We try. We try. I appreciate you so much. Becky wants to know if they asked if the doctor treated postpartum before. They didn't get to that yet. Not with this doctor. Dr. Tufts is going to be back on the stand when she comes back. Lex says this, when mobile crisis came to our house, my husband was like, my brain is so foggy. He couldn't remember everything happening and or how to express it to them. Of course, Lindsay couldn't either. Right. BMAC, did you intend to send two $50 super chats? Thank you. Because it came through twice. I appreciate you so much. All right, here's what I'm going to do. My DoorDash is still sitting here. It's not going to be hot anymore, but I need to eat something. Haven't eaten all day. We have 11 minutes to get back from lunch. I'm going to put on, oh, you know what I can put on? I'm going to put on, let me put on Emily's TikTok. Let me see, because there were a lot of people in the chat who were like, what are you talking about? What's Emily's TikTok? For those of you who didn't see it, Emily is a nurse who worked at McLean for 8 years in the same ward, I think, that Lindsay was in. Not when Lindsay was there, but she tells us a lot about what goes on at McLean on weekends and holidays. And let me just find it. No, please. Because she tells us everything. Oh, and this is crazy. Okay. I thought you guys were joking when you told me this. Her name is Emily Thorndike, and apparently there was a motion filed this morning by Kevin Reddington to get Emily Thorndike on the witness list. I thought you guys were kidding. I thought it was a joke. I thought you were joking with me. But it's real. I have the papers. I have the papers right in front of me. That's why I don't pull up rumors. Okay, I was going to get her on the show, but now I don't want to, because if she's going to testify, then that's very interesting. If she's going to testify, then I don't want to play the TikTok either. I'm not going to jeopardize the case. If you want to see it, I played it. I don't remember what day. Maybe you guys can point it out to people in the chat that want to go see it. But I'm not going to jeopardize the case, so I'm not going to play it again. I'm glad I saw that email before I found the other one. All right, let me eat something, you guys. I'm like going to chew my arm off in a second. Mods, please take a break. Hydrate, all of you. I'll be back when I have satiated hunger. Okay, I'll be right back.
back in session. You may be seated.
So for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Can we be seen briefly at sidebar?
Sure.
And I'm like talking into a microphone that's not even on. I'm talking into a microphone that's not even on. Okay, if you want to watch the Emily TikTok that I was talking about before, go to day 4 of my coverage, day 4, and it is nicely timestamped for you in the show notes below the video. All you got to do is hit the Emily TikTok timestamp. And yes, I am a tech competent one-woman show. Night, night, you know it. Says your compassion and empathy are rivaled only by your fierceness. ADA is testifying for the witness. Yes, and this is what Kathy Russin posted, and you guys already sent it to me. And I read it to you before the break.
Witness on the stand.
Kevin Reddington has made a motion to get Emily from TikTok to testify. She worked at McLean for something like 8 or 9 years. It's really true. So if you want to watch the TikTok that we watched on day 4, go to day 4, click on the link below the show notes. That'll take you right to that video. That is Emily Thorndike, who he has asked to be able to testify. That's very interesting. I said when he was talking about the skeleton crew on the weekends, I said, do you think he saw Emily's TikTok? Right?
All right, we all set?
Turn off your ringers, idiots.
Court, all right, jurors entering.
Dr. Jennifer Tufts is still on the stand, still under direct examination. She's the first psychiatrist that Lindsay saw in September 2022.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the
This is where the medication started. If I'm muted, you're behind. I figured it out relatively quickly.
record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Tufts, back on that first appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 15th, 2022, as part of the record, did you detail a section, history of present illness?
Yes.
And in that section, you put in here initial presentation, nursing school, Prozac helped, got treatment after second baby, 2 for anxiety, Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, initial side effects. Can you just tell us where that information came from?
My conversation with the patient.
Okay. And where it says Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, what does that mean?
So she had tried Zoloft before during the postpartum period after her second baby.
And did she tell you whether she had any side effects when she took Zoloft after her second baby?
She mentioned something about initial side effects, which are pretty common for many people. I didn't detail what those side effects were, but they sounded like the very normal ones that people might experience.
How do you know if they sounded like the normal ones that people might experience if you didn't write it down? Wow.
that are transient in the beginning of the treatment.
And what would those side effects be?
Possibly upset stomach, appetite issues.
Can we know what related to this patient rather than somebody?
All right, so why don't you ask if she remembers what the defendant said the side effects were?
Do you remember what the defendant said the side effects were?
I don't remember them exactly, but they were ones that did not seem concerning.
And in your experience and your training,
Because if they were concerning, you would have written them down. We got to modulate the volume again. I feel like. All right, so this is me. I feel like after every break, they fix it. This is me. That's
the
court.
defendant said the side effects were.
Wait.
do you remember what the defendant said the side effects were?
I don't remember them exactly, but they were ones that did not seem concerning.
And
Okay, are we even? So many people are behind. Okay, we're good. Thank you, David Reese. Thank you. Thank you, Zoe. All right. All right. I rely on you guys. You're my team. You are my team. Okay, let's take it back. She said she took Zoloft after baby number 2, which would be Dawson. And so she had been on these meds before. She had side effects, but she doesn't really remember because she didn't write it down what the side effects were.
After her second baby, did she tell you whether she had any side effects when she took Zoloft after her second baby?
She mentioned something about initial side effects, which are pretty common for many people. I didn't detail what those side effects were, but they sounded like the very normal ones that people might experience that are transient in the beginning of the treatment.
And what would those side effects be?
Possibly upset stomach, appetite issues.
Can we know what related to?
He's like, stop with the possibly. Do you know what they were? We don't talk about possibly here.
This patient rather than somebody.
All right, so why don't you ask if she remembers what the defendant said the side effects were?
Do you remember what the defendant said the side effects were?
I don't remember them exactly, but they were ones that did not seem concerning.
And in your experience, in your training and experience as a psychiatrist who prescribes Zoloft, what are the common side effects that you deal with, that patients deal with from this medication?
So in the first couple weeks of treatment, we described that there's a lot of serotonin in the gut as well as the brain. So the medicine often affects the gut first. So you might have diarrhea, constipation, difficulties with appetite, nausea, things like that.
And you also wrote in the note about history of present illness, 3 months postpartum, also 4 and 2-year-old feeling overwhelmed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that came from the patient, Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And furthermore, you wrote that the baby needing more attention, other kids more challenging too. Is that coming from the patient?
Yes.
And does she also describe she's having trouble leaving the baby, too anxious to do anything when she leaves, physical tension, heart racing, worries he won't eat or sleep because he's refusing the bottle?
Yes.
And did she say that makes her irritable?
Yes.
And in that same note is where you detail that she denied audio hallucinations, visual hallucinations. You also, correct?
Yes.
And you also detail suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, denies, no concern about hurting baby. Is the no concern about hurting baby, is that an observation you're making or something that came from Ms. Clancy?
It came from our conversation.
So you thought it important enough to ask her if she had any thoughts of harming her baby, because you did consider that she was postpartum, or didn't you consider that she was postpartum? Now I'm confused.
So at some point in time, hurting baby, is that a no concern about hurting baby? Is the no concern about hurting baby, is that an observation you're making or something that came from Ms. Clancy?
It came from our conversation.
So at some point in time, she told you she had no concerns about harming the baby?
Yes, it was.
Or did you ask?
Just an objection? If you could rephrase that question.
What did she tell you about her thoughts about the baby?
I asked if there were those thoughts, and she denied them.
She's totally steering her testimony.
Did you also provide information to her about what to do if in between appointments there were emergencies or issues?
Yes, I believe that I did. I usually do when I meet a patient.
And in the page describing treatment follow-up plan, which would be in the initial diagnostic assessment from September 15th in that treatment follow-up plan section, is there a part, there's a part there that says, if having urges to harm self or others, go to the nearest emergency room, call 911, or call the National Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline, correct?
Yes.
Is this page given to the patient?
They can access it online on the portal.
So Ms. Clancy would have the ability to go on here, look at the portal, and see what to do if she was having a crisis.
Yeah, just this this plan section, yes.
Just the treatment plan section.
Yes.
So is it that she would have to search through the records, or is that something you can click on to see the treatment plan?
I'm not sure exactly what it looks like for a patient.
Okay, but that's one of the sections that's available to the patient, Lindsay Clancy, if she goes onto the portal.
Yes.
There's also in here, if you feel you're in crisis, you may text home to a certain text number from anywhere in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that do when you text that text number you text home to that text number?
It connects you to a counselor.
Now, what was the treatment or follow-up plan for Ms. Clancy?
To start the search for lling, to start individual therapy, and to follow up with myself.
So your recommendation wasn't just that she take pills, you recommended that she attend therapy, correct?
Yes.
And
thank you, Vanny.
when
Vanny.
you recommended the therapy, did you, and the medication, did you also go over with Ms. Clancy alternatives to the medication that you were recommending?
I believe she was aware that the alternative was that she could not take a medication, which is what she had been doing before.
And after you went over all of this information with Ms. Clancy, did she convey to you that she understood the plan and was agreeable to the plan?
Yes.
What is informed consent?
Informed consent means you communicate with a patient what the risks and benefits are of treatment, and they understand that and they agree to the treatment.
And did Ms. Clancy show that she had informed consent to everything you discussed?
Yes.
Now, was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 28th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
And so during that appointment, did you discuss the medication, the Zoloft, that you had prescribed to her?
Yes.
And what did you learn from Ms. Clancy about whether or not she had taken that medication?
She shared that she decided not to take it.
Did she tell you that she had picked it up but had decided not to take it?
Yes.
Did she tell you how she was feeling?
She said a little bit better.
And did she elaborate on that?
The baby was getting some more sleep, so she was also able to get some more sleep, and that helped her feel better.
And at this appointment,
So if you're keeping track, this is approximately 2 weeks after her first visit. And again, I'm saying visit, but it's not really a visit. I mean, it's a Zoom meeting is what it is.
did you go through a mental status exam of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an assessment of the patient at the point of meeting. It can change at different times, but it's comprehensive, referring to how the patient appears, how they cooperate, how they speak, how they describe their thoughts, how they're able to communicate with you, and what their mood is like.
And do you do that at every appointment with every patient?
Yes.
And so on the September 28th, 2022, when you met with Lindsay Clancy for that second meeting, did you do a mental status examination?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
So I can, is it okay if I read it from the note, or do you just want me to?
There's no objection.
Go ahead, you may.
She was alert, she was oriented, she was appropriate, her rapport, meaning how she worked with me, was appropriate, dressed appropriately, euthymic, meaning not depressed, not angry, kind of a normal mood. Her affect was full, her speech was appropriate, her thought content and a process were appropriate. She did not mention any hallucinations. At this point, I mentioned her insight was poor, her judgment was excellent, her cognition was did not show any deficits, and there was normal psychomotor activity.
And why did you list that her insight was poor?
So I think that must have been related to the fact that at this point, she did have some very clinically significant anxiety. Usually when people come to a psychiatrist, they believe that their symptoms are significant and that a medication is something that might be prescribed. But despite these symptoms, she still didn't want to try the medicine.
So her symptoms were significant in September of 2022, but not so significant, according to Dr. Goodheart, when she checked herself into McLean. She didn't really check herself in. She was taken by ambulance from the ER to McLean because, as they told us, you can't just go check yourself in January. That wasn't very concerning to Dr. Goodheart, but at least Dr. Jennifer Tufts thought that it was significant enough to say that on September 28th, her insight was poor because she had significant anxiety.
And what is the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
So a psychiatrist is a medical doctor. We go to medical school and then we specialize in psychiatry. A psychologist does not go to medical school. They may do a lot of research in their training. They may learn a lot about psychotherapy, but they don't learn about the human body, about how we metabolize medications and things like that.
And so can a psychiatrist prescribe medication?
Yes.
Can a psychologist prescribe medication?
No.
Now, in the medical records exhibit 219, page 47, it lists here recent lab work, no lab results were found. Is it that you had ordered lab work and you couldn't find the results, or that none were ordered?
None were ordered.
And why is that?
It was not necessary.
And why isn't it necessary at that point for Ms. Clancy to order blood work?
There's no blood work that is commonly done when a patient presents with generalized anxiety disorder and no other medical complications.
What types of situations would you order blood work for?
I mean, there could be a lot. Certain medications require laboratory monitoring, maybe something that, could affect the kidneys or could affect the thyroid, could affect the cholesterol. These are things that we monitor to make sure that the medicine is prescribed safely.
And so Zoloft, is that not one of the ones that would need to be monitored because of its potential effects on the body?
Correct.
And at that time, she reported to you she wasn't even taking it yet, correct?
Correct.
And your appointment that day, I think according to the records, it was approximately 17 minutes long. Is that correct?
So can I explain that?
Absolutely.
Because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. So the 17 minutes I think people are looking at the note where it says a therapy start time of 10 a.m., a therapy end time of 10:17. So they're calculating 17 minutes. But those timestamps are specifically related to the therapy portion of the exam. They're not reflective of the complete duration of time when I met with her.
So what would be the complete time that you met with her on that day?
So I don't know the exact amount of minutes, but the appointments are 25-minute appointments. So it would be more or less a few minutes, about 25.
And so the 17 minutes that are for the therapy portion of the appointment, what comprises therapy? What does that involve?
It really varies based on the person, based on the situation. It can involve, providing some emotional support.
I apologize. Can we talk about Lindsay Clancy rather than in general? That's all.
It's
I'm going to allow a little bit of the,
He said, I'm sorry, can we talk about Lindsay Clancy instead of like in general? And he's right. Can we talk about Lindsay Clancy? I don't care about any other women. I don't care about what usually is done, what sometimes is done, how people usually feel. All I care about in this case is Lindsay Clancy. Not what's usually done with other patients and how some people might feel. I don't care about that. Take it back. 17 minutes.
It really varies based on the person, based on the situation. It can involve, providing some emotional support.
I apologize. Can we talk about Lindsay Clancy rather than in general? That's all.
It's
I'm going to allow a little bit of the background so that then we'll move into the defendant.
Thank you. So you were saying that therapy portion is kind of talking to the patient, seeing how they are, and getting an assessment of their current mental state?
Yes.
And the other 8 minutes, typically, what happens in those 8 minutes?
That's more focused on specifically medications and medication management.
So these appointments that you had with Lindsay Clancy, when it says 17 minutes, that's the therapy, the talk portion of the appointment. And then there was a separate portion where medication was discussed.
Yes, in the real world, those two segments are intertwined. So it's not necessarily that we say, this is the end of your therapy component. It's a bit more seamless than that.
Now, in your training and experience in the way you conduct your practice, if you're having a therapy portion or you're conducting therapy with a client and that 25 minutes has run out, is it a hard stop or is there an option to continue?
It's not a hard stop. I do have limitations because I have other patients that are waiting. But if there's something urgent, I can go a little bit over. If there's an emergency, I can cancel the next patient if I have to.
And these 25-minute appointments that you have, if a patient were to request a longer appointment with you, is that available?
It's an option.
Did Lindsay Clancy ever request a longer appointment time with you?
No.
Now, that appointment on September 28th, 2022, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy appear to be alone in that virtual appointment?
Yes.
And based on your conversations and assessment of her on that day, what was the plan going forward?
So at this point, she was improving and we decided to pause on the medication question and have her meet with one of our therapists.
So that first appointment was on September 15th. You recommended therapy. The next appointment was September 28th. So had Lindsay not scheduled a therapy appointment yet with Jennifer McAllister at that point?
I'm not sure when she called to schedule that.
And, but that was the plan going forward, that your recommendation was that she attend therapy with Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy seem receptive to that plan?
Yes.
did she tell you she was going to make an appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Now, according to the records, the next appointment was October 3rd, 2022, just 5 days later. Was there a reason that you had such a short time span between that September 28th appointment and the October 3rd appointment with Ms. Clancy?
I believe that the patient must have scheduled the appointment on her own, and that's why the span of time was rather short.
Do you recall Ms. Clancy reaching out to you about getting paperwork for a maternity leave extension?
Yes.
And did she reach out to you through the portal for Astor Health?
Yes.
And did you respond to her on that portal?
Yes.
And did you fill out paperwork for her to extend her maternity leave?
I think that I did.
That's part of the theory too. Remember, she was lazy. She didn't want to go back to work. So that's why she made an appointment for 5 days after the second appointment so that she could get the paperwork so she wouldn't have to go back to work.
And so there is a message from Ms. Clancy to you on September 30th, 2022 in the portal that states, "Hi, Dr. Tufts. Thanks again for all your help at our last 2 appointments. While I am feeling just better enough to function without medication, I did reach out to my employer about extending my leave for reasons of postpartum anxiety/depression. I don't feel mentally well enough to return to taking care of patients with a baby."
Oh, so Lindsay was telling you that she had postpartum depression? Listen to this. This is like they have a portal, I guess, where you can message your doctor. Lindsay said, "Thanks again for all your help with my postpartum depression and anxiety." All these people are out there screaming, "It's not in the records. She was never diagnosed with it. It's not in the records. She was never diagnosed with it." There it is.
At our last 2 appointments that states in the portal on September 30th, 2022 in the portal that states, "Hi, Dr. Tufts. Thanks again for all your help at our last 2 appointments. While I am feeling just better enough to function without medication, I did reach out to my employer about extending my leave for reasons of postpartum anxiety/depression. I don't feel mentally well enough to return to taking care of patients with a baby at home that still won't take the bottle. I know this will trigger my anxiety too much, and also having to stay up all night as a nurse, I don't feel it's possible right now. They asked that my provider could fill out a form so they could process this request. Can I please send you the form to fill out?" And you responded,
She was thinking about her patients. She was thinking about her patients. She was not sleeping. There was no way that she felt that she could take care of her patients. Remember all of her friends that she was communicating with? Some of them were also nurses. And she just couldn't do it to her patients. And again, they're trying to make it sound like she's just doing this because she's lazy and she didn't want to go back to work. So she's making up this whole postpartum thing, going to meet with Dr. Jennifer Tufts to get some medication. Because first they said she was a drug seeker. Then she said she was faking her postpartum depression. Then they said she faked her suicide attempt because she didn't have a nanny anymore and she was lazy and she didn't want to go back to work. But she clearly said in a note to this doctor, September 30th of 2022, "I'm feeling just better enough from my postpartum depression and anxiety, but I'm not good enough to go back to work yet."
On September 30th, 2022 at 2:41 p.m. This type of paperwork often requires a lot of information, so it's best if we go through it together in an appointment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So would that have been why the October 3rd appointment was set up?
That may have been, yes.
And then do you recall receiving a message from Ms. Clancy on October 10th, 2022, stating, "Hi, Dr. Tufts, there is a part on the serious health condition form that you filled out for me that needs to be changed. On the second page, you put I could work a reduced schedule of 8 hours per day, 2 days per week. However, we discussed not working at all until January 1st. I think we talked about when I return to work, that is what I could do, but that the way it appears on the form makes it seem like I can do that now. Do you still have the form to make the adjustment, or do I need to send it back to you?" And then you responded that you would send back an updated version. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Clancy at the October 3rd appointment about not returning to work and how long she should be out of work for?
I recall having a conversation about that.
And that January 1st date, was that something you decided or something Ms. Clancy requested?
I think it was something that we decided together.
And in that appointment on October 3rd, did Ms. Clancy tell you that she was on the verge of taking the medication?
Yes.
And did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
Well, she was having more anxiety again. It seemed like maybe it had started getting better, and then it was kind of where it had been when she initially reached out, and so she was feeling like a medication might be helpful.
And did Ms. Clancy tell you at that appointment that she wanted to try therapy before taking the medication?
Yes.
But she had not had an appointment with Jennifer McAllister yet, correct?
I'm not sure what date her first appointment was with Jennifer McAllister.
Showing you page 57 of Exhibit 219. An initial therapy assessment by Jennifer McAllister on October 3rd, 2022. Would that have been the first time she saw Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
So that's on that same day that you saw her. It looks like from the records you saw her at 11:30. Is that correct?
I don't have the time on my paper, but I'm sure that's correct.
Okay, so apparently she saw you about the work form, and then she had an appointment with Ms. McAllister. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says here in the records that Jennifer McAllister is an LMHC. What is that?
A licensed mental health counselor.
And so is a counselor, a licensed mental health counselor, someone who can conduct therapy sessions?
Yes.
And why is it in your practice that you have a psychiatrist who does therapy and prescribes medication, but in addition, you would have a therapist doing counseling?
So today, a lot of psychiatry is practiced as a team. At least that's how we practice at my office. So oftentimes the therapist is able to see the patient every single week. They're able to focus in more depth on certain aspects of the patient's well-being, and so it's helpful to have one person paying extra attention to the therapy component, especially when the psychiatrist does have to spend a lot of time discussing the medications and thinking about the medications.
And so is that the teamwork approach that Lindsay Clancy received in her treatment at Astor Mental Health?
Yes.
And in that October 3rd assessment with Ms. McAllister, you reviewed those notes and records so that you could properly treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And in that first meeting with Ms. McAllister, the defendant described her relationship with her parents as very supportive and stable, correct?
I don't have Jennifer's notes in front of me.
Showing you page 60. You want to just review the notes?
Sure.
Look up when you're finished. Is that refresh your memory as to the notes that you reviewed from Lindsay's session with McAllister?
Yes.
And so in that session, Ms. Clancy stated that her parents were very supportive and stable.
Yes.
And she also mentioned having the support of an older sister who only lived 2.5 hours away. Is that correct?
That's what she stated in the note to John.
Did she also say that she was not close with her in-laws who lived in Situate? She would see them often as they were her husband's parents, but she didn't generally allow them to watch the children. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And there's a quote in here, don't have a particular reason why, they don't bug me about it either. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
Hold on. About Patrick's parents watching the children, because remember Patrick's father testified that they had offered to watch the children, but it was declined, but Patrick declined it. She said that her parents were supportive and stable, and her sister was supportive and stable.
That's what she stated in the note to John.
Did she also say that she was not close with her in-laws who lived in Situate? She would see them often as they were her husband's parents, but she didn't generally allow them to watch the children. Is that correct?
That she didn't allow Patrick's parents to watch the children.
That's what I read.
And there's a quote in here, don't have a particular reason why, they don't bug me about it either. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And October 3rd, 2022, when you met with her that day, did you again do a mental status exam?
Yes.
Had anything changed in that mental status exam from the September 28th meeting that you had with her?
Can I review it?
Yes. I think that
there isn't anything that stands out to me right now.
And I think that what you put on the October 3rd date was that her insight was still poor.
Yes.
Was that for the same reasons you described earlier?
Yes.
The next time that you saw Ms. Clancy, was that on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what information did you learn on that date about whether or not she was taking the Zoloft you had prescribed?
So she told me that she decided to start the Zoloft.
And did she tell you how long she had been taking it?
For 1 week.
And did she tell you that the previous night she had increased the dose?
Yes.
And that's what was in the original prescription, correct? To take the pills at 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increase to 50?
Yes.
So if that had been done, taking the pills for 1 week would be 7 pills, and then increasing the dosage the next night would be 2 pills?
Yes.
And so that would be 9 pills?
So her math has to check out from her opening statement when she pulled out all the bottles of pills and talked about how many pills were missing from each bottle.
Yes.
When she told you she increased the dose, she told you she now feels awful. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was it that was bothering her?
She was having increased difficulty sleeping. She had loss of appetite, diarrhea. She was feeling her mood was down. She was tearful and feeling very foggy and feeling very anxious.
Now, what is the lowest dose of Zoloft that you would prescribe a patient or could prescribe?
The smallest pill is 25.
And what's the highest dose of Zoloft?
200.
Okay. So she was on the lowest dose of 25. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then according to what she told you, she had increased for 1 night to 50 milligrams. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she also tell you she was scared to start something new?
Yes.
Is that in terms of another medication?
Yes.
So what was your discussion with Ms. Clancy when she's telling you that she's having these issues with Zoloft, but she's afraid to try something new?
So we discussed what to do moving forward. So we discussed whether it would make sense to switch to a different medication at that point. And at that moment, because of her negative experience with the Zoloft, she did not want to start a new medication at that point.
Remember, her other theory, the prosecution's other theory is that she's a drug seeker. She's a drug seeker, but she's not taking her drugs, but she's a drug seeker because people who seek drugs often seek, Zoloft and other SSRIs. They're not looking for the Oxy or anything, not looking for the, Percocets or the Vicodin. They're looking for, SSRIs. Make it make sense. I can't.
At this meeting with her, did you ask her if she had any suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she had any homicidal ideation or thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she was hearing any voices or seeing any visual hallucinations?
I'm not sure if I asked that in that appointment, but she was very clearly not psychotic.
And why do you say that?
Because of how I described some of the signs of psychosis that are on the mental.
She was very clearly not psychotic. I could tell over my Zoom screen. I mean, telehealth may be convenient for people post-panny. We're all of a sudden after, the world shut down in 2020. Can't really talk about what it's called on the internet because they don't like it. Ever since the world shut down, we're all of a sudden becoming accustomed to these things that are they're trying to convince you it's supposed to be the new normal. It's all normal now to see your doctor over Zoom. It's normal. It's normal for, every restaurant in town to shut down at 8:00. It's all normal. Don't worry. This is the way it always was. No, it's not the way it always was. Some things are more convenient, but some things are better done in person, if you ask me. So tell us exactly why you think she was clearly not psychotic by watching her or talking to her over a Zoom screen with a crappy webcam on both ends. Tell us. She didn't look disheveled. She didn't look like a zombie. Let's see what she's got to say about this.
Mental status, how I described, not sure if I asked that in that appointment, but she was very clearly not psychotic.
And why do you say that?
Because of how I described some of the signs of psychosis that are on the mental status exam. None of those were present.
What was her affect during this meeting?
It was depressed.
And did you write that that she was? Strike that. What was it about her affect that made you write that she was depressed?
She visually appeared like she was feeling sad.
And her mood, how did she report that to you?
That was depressed as well and anxious.
Did she have a frowny face? Did she look like the frowny emoji? She visibly appeared sad. Okay.
What about her thought content and process that day?
That was appropriate.
And her speech?
It was appropriate.
And her judgment and cognitive skills?
Her judgment was excellent, and her cognition didn't have any deficits.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
So the main change here from previous visits was that she appeared depressed and anxious.
Yes.
Although she had appeared anxious that first visit, correct?
Yes.
So to make sure we have the timeline correct, the first visit she appeared anxious. The second visit she appeared to be doing better. The third visit, she still had that poor insight when you met about the paperwork.
Testifying.
And then this fourth visit, she appears depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
She's testifying for the witness and she's summarizing for the jury. And this is so improper because she doesn't know how to ask the proper questions in the proper order. And she keeps doing it. And it's making me want to bang my head against a wall.
Did she also tell you that she was worried about getting suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
So that would have come directly from her, correct?
Yes.
And what was that? What were the details of that conversation?
So it was one of the things that she was anxious about. It was a fear of one day having suicidal thoughts if she were to continue to feel poorly.
Okay. And
Just a
showing
fear.
you page 77.
It's just a fear.
of Exhibit 219. I know you said earlier you weren't sure if you asked her about audio or visual hallucinations, but just directing your attention to the interval history, if that refreshes your memory.
Yes.
So did you ask her about audio hallucinations and visual hallucinations?
On the 21st, I did.
Okay. All right. So then there was an appointment the following day on October 21st?
Yes.
So why did she have an appointment that following day?
Because she was feeling pretty poorly after starting the Zoloft, so we were following her closely.
And
You were following her closely, or she decided she needed an appointment within 24 hours because she was in crisis?
at that point, you knew that she had had an appointment on the 3rd with Miss McAllister, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not she had followed up making another appointment or was struggling with that?
She was planning on making another appointment. I don't know when that second appointment was scheduled.
But you're a team. You're a team, but you're not really a team.
When you, that first appointment where she was seeming depressed and having issues with Zoloft on October 20th, did you tell her to stop taking the medication at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you discuss other options with her other than medication, like natural remedies?
Yes.
And what type of natural remedies did you discuss with Ms. Clancy?
So I mentioned things like fish oils, something called L-methylfolate or SEAM. These are supplements.
And is that, why would you offer alternative remedies to a patient?
So it was because she seemed reluctant to start a prescribed medication. I thought she might be more open to something that was natural.
So you weren't pushing her to take a prescription medication, correct?
No.
Now, on October 21st, when you saw her, did she tell you that she hadn't been able to get any sleep the night before?
Yes.
You've already said she told you she wasn't having audio or visual hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she was having suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
What was her affect that day?
It was depressed.
And did she tell you during your conversation that day that she had been anxious all day, not depressed or irritable, getting better?
Yes.
Okay, so she's telling you she's not depressed, but her affect to you appeared depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that for the same reasons you stated earlier, those visual cues that you saw?
Yes.
Did she appear hyper or manic in any way?
No.
Was there any changes in her rate of speech or pattern of speech?
No.
Was there any difference in her mental status exam?
There's the speech questions again. Did she look like a zombie?
And this appointment, was this appointment virtual as well?
Yes.
Had all your appointments up to this point been virtual?
Yes.
Was she alone in that virtual meeting?
Yes.
What was the plan that was formulated on October 21st?
Ding, 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 ding. Maybe she said she was worried about suicidal ideation because it was already happening, but she was too afraid to say it out loud. Thank you. Let's see how it goes.
The plan was that she start a medication.
Thank you. Let's see how it goes. From Zoloft to fish oil. Make it make sense. I can't. She's allowed to read her notes. She's allowed to read her notes. Trust me when I tell you, by her having her notes on the stand, it is speeding this up exponentially. If she didn't have her notes and she had to have her recollection refreshed every 30 seconds, we would be here for days. We still might be here for days. But it's perfectly okay for her to have her notes on her lap. And trust me when I tell you, it is far better than the alternative.
So the plan was that she start a medication called Ativan to be taken as needed, which means not necessarily every day, but in the instance of severe anxiety.
And how did you explain to Ms. Clancy when to take the medication?
I don't remember exactly how I explained that.
So in general, as a psychiatrist, when you're prescribing a medication like Ativan and you're telling a patient to take as needed, what does that mean?
So it means when the symptoms are present, and in this case in particular, when the symptoms are severe.
So with Ms. Clancy, what were the symptoms that she was experiencing that made you decide that Ativan would be an appropriate medication?
Anxiety.
So would it be when she was feeling anxious, feeling those symptoms of anxiety, that she should take the medication?
Yes.
And what was the dose again?
0.5.
What's the lowest dose of Ativan you can give?
0.5.
What's the highest dose?
Maybe 2.
So you started her at the lowest dose, the 0.5.
Yes.
And was there a specific time frame that you wanted her to try this in?
Yes, this was for 1 week.
And was the prescription for a 1 week amount, or is it hard to tell that because it's as needed?
It's hard to tell that without seeing exactly how many pills were prescribed.
And was there also, again, a recommendation to go to Ms. McAllister for therapy?
Yes.
You guys are all telling me that 0.25 is the lowest, and you're all nurses and doctors in the chat.
And when were you recommending follow-up with Ms. Clancy?
1 week.
And why a short turnaround at this point?
Because she was still having very significant symptoms.
And did you in fact see her on
Very
October
significant
26,
symptoms.
2022?
Yes.
I mean, what she has described so far didn't sound very significant, but she just told us that she was having very significant symptoms. Kyle, yes, I did see it. Thank you. I think that was for Emily from TikTok. Yeah, we went over that earlier. Thanks, Kyle. Very significant symptoms. And this is October.
Symptoms.
Ms. Clancy.
1 week.
And why a short turnaround at this point?
Because she was still having very significant symptoms.
And did you in fact see her on October 26, 2022?
Yes.
And at that appointment, what was Ms. Clancy's affect?
Depressed.
What was her mood according to her?
It was anxious and depressed.
And did you discuss with her whether she was taking the Ativan and whether it was working?
She said that it was not helpful for her sleep, but it made her feel less anxious.
And in this appointment, there was a discussion of Benadryl. Is that correct?
So she reported that Benadryl was something she had tried and it was helpful. It was taken over the counter.
Had you recommended or told her to take the Benadryl at that point?
I don't think so.
And so when you met with her and she told you that she had taken the Benadryl and it had helped, what was your reaction to that?
I was glad that something was helping.
And did she tell you how often she was taking it or how much of it she was taking?
I don't recall.
Did you ask her that day if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was the response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Up to that point on October 26, 2022, had you ever had any difficulties in communicating with Ms. Clancy?
No.
Any difficulties understanding her or thinking she wasn't understanding what you were saying?
No.
At this appointment on October 26, 2022, did she tell you that she had scheduled an appointment for therapy with Mrs. McAllister?
I don't remember. Oh, yes, she did. She said she has an upcoming appointment.
And what was the plan after meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 26th?
So at that point, we discussed trying a new medication because she felt that whatever side effects were caused by the Zoloft had resolved, but she still had the same anxiety that she had had beforehand. So we discussed starting the medication Buspar at 5 milligrams twice a day.
And what is the lowest dose of Buspar?
5 milligrams.
And what is the highest dose you can prescribe?
The pills probably come up to 30 and multiple 30 pills taken per day.
So you could prescribe someone more than 30 milligrams per day?
Like a total dose of 60.
Okay. So you started her again at the lowest dose?
Yes.
And why did you choose Buspar?
So Buspar is very well tolerated. It's a very mild medicine, especially for someone who is experiencing side effects from another medication.
And what does Buspar do?
It lowers anxiety.
And was she to continue taking the Ativan with the Buspar?
She could continue taking it as needed if she were to have those extreme moments of anxiety.
So would it be that the Buspar was twice a day, and then if she felt really anxious, she could take an Ativan?
Yes, because given that low dose of the Buspirone, it might not have been enough of a dose to be effective right away.
And Buspar and Buspirone are the same thing?
Yes, sorry.
There's also a note in here prescribing hydroxyzine 25 milligrams daily as needed for anxiety. What is that?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. It's similar to the Benadryl that she had been taking for sleep. So I recommended that she try the hydroxyzine. It is a safer medicine to take compared to the Ativan. So if someone is feeling very anxious and they can take a hydroxyzine and that prevents them from needing to take the Ativan, that's good. So I wanted her to at least try that option instead.
So you gave her several options on how to deal with the anxiety as it appeared each day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Question.
And why take hydroxyzine?
Question. Was she still breastfeeding? This visit that we're talking about right now is October 26th. Remember, her first visit to this doctor was September 15th. And I lost count of how many meds have already been prescribed at this point. Huh. Okay.
Is an antihistamine instead of just taking. You gave her several options on how to deal with the anxiety as it appeared each day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why take hydroxyzine, which is an antihistamine, instead of just taking the Benadryl?
So they're very similar, but hydroxyzine is indicated for anxiety, whereas Benadryl is really indicated for allergies.
And you discussed this plan with Ms. Clancy, and did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And in discussing it with her, did you go over all the possible side effects and the interactions of the medications that you had prescribed?
Yes.
And did she voice any concerns about any of that?
No. I mean, I think she was still apprehensive about starting a new medicine and about potential side effects, but nothing specific.
So it was a general concern about medication in general?
Yes.
But after you had the conversation and explained what you were recommending and prescribing, did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And was there any change in her mental status that day?
No.
Now, going to the next time that you saw Ms. Clancy, was that October 30? I'm sorry, was her next appointment on October 31st with Jennifer McAllister.
Yes.
Okay, I know this is confusing because the witness that testified before this witness, Dr. Goodheart, saw Lindsay after her treatment with TUFTS. Okay, so it's kind of like we rewound back to September, and all of this treatment, all these medications she's being put on are before she goes into McLean, which was New Year's Day, 2023, January 1st. We are now still back in October of 2022. Just to clarify.
So you were able to review in the records in preparation for your next appointment that she had in fact went to a therapy appointment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the therapy appointment, was that approximately an hour-long appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
When was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy?
November 2nd.
And on that date, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
Do you know whether the therapy appointment with Ms. McAllister was in person or virtual?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was virtual.
Okay. And up to this point, had Ms. Clancy ever told you that she didn't want to do virtual, that she wanted to come in person?
No.
Now, on this November 2nd appointment, did you have a discussion about the abuse bar?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
So she did not start it. She was too afraid to start a new medication.
Did she tell you that she had continued with the Ativan and the Benadryl?
She said she continued with the Ativan.
Ativan. Was there any further discussion about the Benadryl or the other antihistamine that you had prescribed, the hydroxyzine? I hope I'm saying that correctly.
You are, and I'm not sure. I don't think there was much conversation about the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine.
Okay. And what was her affect that day?
It appeared appropriate.
And what was her mood? How did she report feeling?
Euthymic.
What does that mean?
Euthymic means a normal mood, not necessarily sad or angry or euphoric. It's just kind of neutral in the middle.
And would that have been a word coming from Ms. Clancy or just how you describe the word you used to
It's
describe?
a clinical word.
Clinical.
Shout out to all the women that are getting mani-pedis. With Hannah 17, she's getting a mani-pedi somewhere. I don't know where, Massachusetts or elsewhere. And the trial is on 3 out of the 5 TVs. And every single female in here is glued to the trial. Oh, they don't have my channel on though, do they? I guess they have a different channel on. But tell them to put my channel on so I can say hi to everyone. Thanks for your 10. By November, she's still not getting better. It's November 2nd visit.
And did you ask her if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis present in her that day?
No.
That day, did you discuss alternatives to Ativan?
Yes.
And why were you discussing alternatives to the Ativan?
Because Ativan was not a medication I intended for her to be taking for a long period of time. It was a short-term medication.
And why is that?
Because it does have a risk of dependency when people take it for a long period of time, and especially at high doses.
So did you bring up this discussion about alternatives to Ativan, or did Ms. Clancy ask about it?
I think that was something I brought up.
And what were the alternatives that you discussed with her?
Remeron, trazodone, pregabalin, and hydroxyzine.
And what was it about those medications that you thought they would be appropriate for Ms. Clancy?
That they might be safer medications that could also help her with sleep, also help her with some of the anxiety.
And how are they safer?
So they don't have that risk of the dependency.
And while you're interacting with her and discussing the alternatives to Ativan, what was her mental status that day? Was there any change in it?
No.
And so after this discussion with her about the alternatives, was there a decision made on how to proceed?
Yes. So we discussed tapering the Ativan by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
And what does tapering mean?
It means slowly reducing.
And why do you slowly reduce the medication?
So when you are taking Ativan, like I mentioned, the risks of dependency, there's also risks of withdrawal symptoms if a medication like that is abruptly stopped. So that's why we gradually decrease it.
And so if the plan was to decrease it by 0.25 milligrams a week, what amount was she taking per week?
So it was by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks, okay.
So at first we were decreasing it from 1 to 0.75.
Okay. So it was a 1 milligram pill that she was taking, and then she would just take less and less and less until she wasn't taking it any longer?
Yes.
Okay. And then had you, with Ms. Clancy, decided on a replacement for the Ativan?
At this point, I don't think there was a medicine that we had decided on.
Okay. So the plan at that point was just to taper off the Ativan, but nothing was added at that point?
Yes.
Did you next see Ms. Clancy on November 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall why there was a 20-day gap between seeing her on the 2nd and then seeing her on the 22nd?
Well, I'm not sure. I would really be guessing if I said.
Okay. Did you learn at that appointment on November 22nd of 2022 that Ms. Clancy had started another program?
Yes.
And what program was that?
It was a South Shore perinatal mental health clinic.
And was that the first that you learned of Ms. Clancy being involved in that program?
Yes.
They're named in the lawsuit also, just so you know.
Did she tell you she was thinking about doing it, or that she was already enrolled in that program?
That she was enrolled in it, and that what it sounded like she was going to be transferring her care there.
Okay. And did she tell you that she was starting a new medication?
Yes.
What did she tell you she was starting?
She said she was going to start Prozac.
And did she also tell you that what she was currently using for medication?
Yes.
And what was that?
The Ativan and the Benadryl.
And did she tell you that was for sleep as needed?
Yes.
And so you had put in place a plan on November 2nd to taper off the Ativan, but on November 22nd, she was still on the Ativan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And had she tapered off or reduced the dose, to your knowledge?
I don't have it
Neurotoxicity?
documented exactly what dose she was taking on that date. She was just still taking the medicine.
Still taking it, okay. On that date, did Ms. Clancy deny suicidal and homicidal ideation?
Yes.
Did she show any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she also tell you that she was going?
Wait, she said yes to something. Hold on. Oh, she denied homicidal ideation. I just want to hear that again.
Did she show any signs? She denies suicidal and homicidal ideation?
She denied
Yes.
it.
Did she show any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she also tell you that she was going to be transferring her therapy care to that South Shore Perinatal Health Clinic?
Yes.
So basically at that point, the plan was for her to receive her mental health care at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic and no longer see you? Was that the plan? Okay. Was there also discussion of a return to work letter that day?
Yes.
And did she request that from you?
Yes.
And did you give her a return to work letter?
Yes.
And was that authorizing her to return to work immediately or on January 1st as the previous form had said?
I don't remember what date it was for her to return to work. I don't think it was immediate.
Did you then have a further appointment with Ms. Clancy on December 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And how is it that, she was planning on transferring care to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic on November 22nd, but then on December 1st, she has an appointment with you?
So patients can schedule their own appointments. I'm not involved in the scheduling. I can schedule a patient an appointment if someone asks me to, but they can schedule it without my awareness. So she had scheduled it.
Okay. So she hadn't reached out to you in advance to ask about it. She just scheduled an appointment with you for December 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that appointment, did she tell you that she ended up not returning to work?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
That she wasn't getting better.
And in what ways wasn't she getting better?
She had tried the Ativan taper, but without the Ativan, she was having a lot of difficulty sleeping. So she tried a few different medications, a few different medication combinations, but she was having trouble with them.
And did she tell you what types of medication she had tried?
Yes.
And what were those?
Trazodone 50 to 150 milligrams was minimal effect. Ativan and Benadryl combination was helpful. Then she added the Prozac 10 milligrams with the Ativan and Benadryl to help with the sleep, but she still had worse sleep, so that was stopped. Then she tried a combination of Remeron with Klonopin, but she felt disoriented, had rebound anxiety, and it was of minimal help. Then she tried Remeron and Seroquel, and that was prescribed, but she didn't take it.
And these medications that she was talking to you about, those weren't prescribed by you, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that those had been prescribed by her provider at South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
And what is Trazodone?
And this was December 1st. And what was your reaction to this cocktail of medications that could have caused neurotoxicity in her brain? Because remember, we saw Lindsay's notes. Lindsay was keeping pretty copious notes about what she was taking, what effect it had on her. She was trying different combinations of things. First time she ever saw this doctor and got prescribed anything was September 15th. And already by December 1st, that entire list of medications was in the medicine cabinet. Yeah, did Dr. Tufts call South Shore? Let's find out.
It is the category is an antidepressant.
Prescribed by you, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that those had been prescribed by her provider at South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
And what is Trazodone?
It is the category is an antidepressant, but the doses that we use are low, so it's really a sleep medicine.
And what is the lowest dose of Trazodone?
50.
And what is the highest?
It can go very high, up to maybe 600.
Okay. So the 50 to 150 milligrams that Ms. Clancy told you she had taken, is that on the lower end of the dosage?
Yes, it's the commonly prescribed dose, again, because it's mostly used as a sleep medicine. So those are the normal ranges.
Okay. And Prozac, I think you had said earlier, was an SSRI?
Yes.
And that was a medication Ms. Clancy had told you she had taken in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
With no side effects then?
Yes.
And she told you on December 1st, 2022, that the Prozac had worsened her sleep?
Yes.
And then what is Remeron?
Remeron is mirtazapine.
And what's that?
It's another antidepressant.
And what is Klonopin?
It is a benzodiazepine like the Ativan.
So prescribing Remeron as an antidepressant and Klonopin as an anxiety medication, is that an unusual combination?
No.
And then she told you she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel, but hadn't started that, correct?
So I think she had started the Remeron, but maybe hadn't started the Seroquel yet.
Okay.
Can I ask
And,
a stupid question? Can I ask a stupid question? Because I'm just a dumb lawyer for 30 years. I'm not a doctor or a pharmacist, a nurse. If she was told initially, this doctor, that Lindsay had taken Prozac in nursing school and had 0 side effects, why wouldn't she just start her on Prozac? Would that make more sense? Did Zoloft bring better lunch into the office that day? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Here we go. In nursing school, back in the day when she was in nursing school, when she was like 24, because I remember one of her friends testified that one of her nurse friends, she was very lovely. I think her name was Angela. She said, this was Lindsay's 2nd degree nursing school. It was her calling. She was a kind and loving nurse. She was a great nurse. It was her calling. I don't know what her 1st degree was. Nursing was her 2nd degree. And Lindsay told this doctor in her first visit, yeah, one time I took Prozac when I was in nursing school and I had no side effects from it. But it took until, I don't know how long, weeks, 6 weeks for them to think about it. And maybe it got prescribed by, I don't know. My notes are like all over the place right now because my head has popped off and it's, I think on the Canadian border. Was it because of the breastfeeding? I don't know. I'm going to take this back a sentence or two. Prozac not ideal for breastfeeding.
Like present. So she told you SSRI?
Again, because it's mostly used as a sleep medicine. So those are the normal ranges.
Okay. And Prozac, I think you had said earlier, was an SSRI?
Yes.
And that was a medication Miss Clancy had told you she had taken in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
With no side effects then?
Yes.
And she told you on December 1st, 2022, that the Prozac had worsened her sleep?
Yes.
And then what is Remeron?
Remeron is mirtazapine.
And what's that?
It's another antidepressant.
And what is Klonopin?
It is a benzodiazepine like the Ativan.
So prescribing Remeron as an antidepressant and Klonopin as an anxiety medication, is that an unusual combination?
No.
And then she told you she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel, but hadn't started that, correct?
So I think she had started the Remeron, but maybe hadn't started the Seroquel yet.
Okay. And did she also tell you that she was having some intrusive thoughts on the Remeron, so she was planning on stopping?
Yes.
Did she tell you what those intrusive thoughts were?
She said it was a feeling like I'm going to die.
Not a feeling that she wanted to kill herself, but a feeling like she was going to die.
Yes.
I don't know. Can intrusive thoughts evolve over time? Are patients always honest when they're telling you about their intrusive thoughts? Remember we heard about dark thoughts from her friend yesterday, her other really good friend, Amy, from her childhood? She told Amy she was having dark thoughts. So the intrusive thoughts were just only, as if intrusive thoughts are just only ever, some intrusive thoughts about, okay, hold on. This is the one now. I've lost track of time because time drifts. This is December 1. This ADA is all over the place. Let's take it back. She'd been prescribed Remeron, but she didn't take it yet. Okay, let's go from there.
Did the Seroquel yet?
Okay.
Did the Remeron?
Cool, but hadn't started that, correct? And then she told you she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel, but hadn't started that, correct?
So I think she had started the Remeron, but maybe hadn't started the Seroquel yet.
Okay. And did she also tell you that she was having some intrusive thoughts on the Remeron, so she was planning on stopping?
Yes.
Oh, intrusive thoughts on Remeron. Remeron, positive for intrusive thoughts. I mean, how many mothers, and I'm not a doctor, but I could play one on TV. How many moms are going to say, maybe they'll just say intrusive thoughts. Are they really going to say I have thoughts of throwing my baby down the stairs and killing my baby and strangling my baby? Because are they maybe afraid that if they say such a thing as that their kids are going to be taken away immediately and put into foster care because these doctors are mandated reporters, right? Hello, Cardi girl. Where are you? We need you. We need you because even we are saying,
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
she is lucid enough to be telling you that she is having intrusive thoughts. I mean, listen, I'm not going to defend her at all. So I'm not even going to say in her defense. She had been, I think, a doctor at the time she started seeing Lindsay for maybe 6 months. Maybe 6 months. But she did report to you December 1st that she was having intrusive thoughts from the Remeron. And what did you do about it?
Did she tell you what those intrusive thoughts were?
She said it was a feeling like I'm going to die.
A feeling like I'm going to die. You have prescribed me, or someone has prescribed me, because at this point I lost count, a medication that is making me feel like I am going to die. Are command hallucinations another word for intrusive thoughts? I don't know. I'm not a medical doctor. That may be the way that some people describe them. Feeling like I'm going to die.
Not a feeling that she wanted to kill herself, but a feeling like she was going to die.
Yes.
Minimizing. Oh, she didn't tell you she wanted to kill anybody, right? She just was feeling like maybe she was going to die. Feeling like she was going to die. She didn't tell you she was going to kill anybody, right?
Not a feeling that she wanted to kill herself, but a feeling like she was going to die.
Kill herself.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
So she denied having suicidal ideation, but she was feeling pretty badly. She said she was close to it, meaning close to having some suicidal thoughts, and that she was feeling very hopeless. But she didn't have any active thoughts of hurting herself, didn't have any intention of doing anything, didn't have any plans.
She was close to feeling like she wanted to commit suicide, but she didn't really think she was going to commit suicide. But she was close to feeling like she was going to want to commit suicide, but she wasn't exactly there yet. She wasn't there yet. She was close to it. She wasn't quite there yet. Over Zoom. But she was feeling like she might soon be in the mood to do it. And then maybe she would make a plan and then execute on the plan, because we've learned that even in psychosis, people can do that. She was feeling very hopeless, but she didn't have any plan. These are the buds, right? Are you supposed to wait until you have a plan to help someone? Does your patient have to say to you, yes, I have a plan. Here's what I'm going to do. I've got this rope and I'm going to go into the garage and I'm going to throw it over a rafter and I'm going to kick a chair out from under me. Like, are you kidding me? It is not funny. There's nothing there to joke about. But sometimes if we don't laugh, we're going to cry. And I'm going to cry. This is insane. It wasn't really so bad. She was spiraling.
Close to having suicidal ideation, but so she denied having suicidal ideation, but she was feeling pretty badly. She said she was close to it, meaning close to having some suicidal thoughts, and that she was feeling very hopeless, but she didn't have any active thoughts of hurting herself, didn't have any intention of doing anything, didn't have any plans.
Because you're going to take your
Did she also tell you, and this is a quote in the records on page 144, I think it's my problem. I keep reaching out to different people and not sticking with the plan.
That's what I documented.
And did you
So now you're blaming her?
discuss that with her, that concern that she kept reaching out to different people and wouldn't stick with the plan?
Yes, I advised that she have one person who is managing the medications.
And why is that important?
So that it's very clear what's happening.
And what is the importance, if any, of sticking with a plan, a mental health plan?
Well, the importance of sticking with a plan. Obviously, the psychiatrist comes up with a plan for very particular reasons. And so, sticking with the plan is advisable.
Why is it important to stick to a plan? Because, there's a plan and the psychiatrist sets up a plan. And so you should, stick to the plan because it's the plan after all. I mean, it's just the plan. What do you do when patients are non-compliant, doctor? Isn't it true that many patients are non-compliant and the things they might be reporting to you are not exactly accurate, especially if they're not sleeping and they're getting close to suicidal ideation, but not quite, but maybe coming up with a plan soon. I got to hear that word salad again. We have a word salad emoji. Why is that important?
It's very clear what's happening.
And what is the importance, if any, of sticking with a plan, a mental health plan?
Well, the importance of sticking with a plan. Obviously, the psychiatrist comes up with a plan for very particular reasons. And so, sticking with the plan is advisable.
Somebody needs to do a cut of this right here next to, I don't remember if it was Miss America, Miss World, what it was about maps. A lot of people as such don't have the maps. And so people as such in the Iraq and as such, I don't remember exactly what she said, but you know what I'm talking about. That word salad speech by that poor girl. Miss Teen USA, maybe, whatever it was. Most people don't have the maps as such in the United States of as such the Americas. Put it next to that little speech right there. That'll be a fun thing to do. A meme. What are we doing?
When you prescribe psychiatric medications, do those medications take effect immediately?
No.
How does that effect start to happen in a person?
You're welcome.
Well,
sometimes we call an Afro Man too, because that was another palate cleanser trial that we did.
You're welcome.
Okay.
How does medications take effect immediately?
No.
How does that effect start to happen in a person?
Well, it depends which medicine. Some medicines do work very quickly, like the benzodiazepines, Ativan and Klonopin. But the medicines that prevent anxiety, the medicines that prevent depression, those do take a long time to actually kick in.
And why is that?
So the way that the medications interact with the brain, the serotonin receptors, the way that they change the neurotransmitters, it takes time for those changes to happen.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Ms. Clancy about bipolar disorder that day?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
So it was mentioned because of the poor reaction she had to some of her medications, the insomnia. So we discussed whether these side effects she was experiencing indicated she had bipolar disorder. But when that was assessed, it was not deemed that she had bipolar disorder.
And why was that?
Because she really didn't meet the criteria.
And what criteria?
Wait, she didn't meet the criteria, or she didn't want you to label her bipolar? Which one? December 1st, you were talking about her being bipolar, but she didn't meet the criteria based on your Zoom meetings and her self-reporting to you. Okay. Cool.
Didn't she meet?
Really didn't meet the criteria.
And what criteria didn't she meet?
So there's a number of different criteria for bipolar disorder, or specifically looking at mania, because she did have some symptoms of depression, but the other side is mania. So the most important one is euphoria. So actually 7 days of continued euphoria with very high energy levels. That's the most important one. But then in addition to that, you need some other things like potentially pressured speech, grandiosity, which is like a person feel.
Now she's looking right at the jury. 7 days continuous euphoria, grandiosity. Can't wait until she's proven wrong about this. Yeah, like not sleeping. Would that count for the very high energy levels of the not sleeping and the mania? She was running like a 5K like 2 weeks after she gave birth and stuff like that. Let's hear her symptoms now.
Euphoria with euphoria, so is mania. So the most important one is euphoria. So actually 7 days of continued euphoria with very high energy levels. That's the most important one. But then in addition to that, you need some other things like potentially pressured speech, grandiosity, which is like a person feeling superhuman or godlike. You might see increased risk-taking behaviors. Usually those are significant risks, like somebody having affairs or using drugs, things that really negatively impact their life.
Oh, really? Because when you said high risk, I'm thinking skydiving, bungee jumping, cliff diving. You're saying having an affair is a high-risk behavior, so people who have affairs are bipolar? Maybe, potentially, that's a symptom of bipolar? I'm starting to twitch.
Superhuman or godlike, which is like a person feeling superhuman or godlike. You might see increased risk-taking behaviors. Usually those are significant risks, like somebody having affairs or using drugs, things that really negatively impact their life. The person might have a decreased need for sleep, which is not just insomnia, but it's truly not needing the sleep and having enormous amounts of energy otherwise.
What is pressured speech?
It means talking very fast, so fast that it's really hard to interrupt them.
And did you ask Ms. Clancy on December 1st questions that would potentially elicit whether or not she met that criteria?
Yes.
And did any of her responses to your questions indicate any instances of mania in her past or present?
No.
Can't wait to hear from the doctors on this one.
What was the plan going forward from that day?
So at this point, she was still seeing the doctors or the providers at South Shore, and so they were still managing her medications. So the plan was that she had an appointment with them tomorrow. She was considering taking the considering taking the Seroquel without the Remeron because she had had side effects with that, but that wasn't decided on. That was something to consider. And we also talked about starting a medicine called lamotrigine. I just gave her some information about the medicine. And we also talked about her going to a partial hospitalization program, which provides extra support for people who are really struggling.
Lamotrigine, is that Lamictal?
Yes.
And did you prescribe it to her that day or just discuss that option with her?
Just discussed on that day.
Why did you discuss that option with her?
Because it was clear that she had depressive symptoms and she was not tolerating some of the other antidepressants. So I thought that might be another option to explore.
And you also discussed with her a partial hospitalization program?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because she was really having a hard time. She had, mentioned those thoughts of feeling hopeless and the intrusive thoughts. So I referred her to a program that would provide extra support. It would be a program that she went to every single day, not hospitalized. She could still stay at home and be with her family, but that she would have all day care every day for, as long as that was needed.
And what program was that you referred her to?
The HRI program.
What does HRI stand for?
It's a hospital. I'm not sure what it stands for.
Did you never ever once ever even talk about postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis with this patient who is clearly spiraling? Is it nowhere in your notes other than she told you that? But she was so bad that you were suggesting a partial hospitalization for her. But it didn't ever occur to you that postpartum psychosis could be in the mix. But you thought she definitely wasn't bipolar because she wasn't having an affair or doing drugs or talking really fast or 7 days of hypomania.
Located?
It's in Mass Hospital. I'm not sure what it stands for.
And where is that program located?
It's in Massachusetts. I think Brookline.
And when you referred her, when you talked about that program with Miss Clancy and referred her to that program, what was her response?
Well, I gave her the information for it. It's a program where the patient can call and schedule their intake appointment. So I gave her that information.
And was there any concern at that point? You had mentioned earlier that it's important to have, one provider prescribing medication, knowing what you're taking. You knew she was going to the South Shore Perinatal Program. Was there any concern about discussing medications with her, like Lamictal, on the first, when you knew she was seeing these other providers?
Well, she continued to see me in more of a supportive role, and I was just trying to help her, give her as much information that could potentially be helpful. So it was something for her to discuss with the other providers.
Did you ever reach out to South Shore or to get those records, or ask Lindsay for some type of waiver to get the South Shore records?
No, I didn't. And, the reason why is because she was very aware of what the medications were. She was very, very able to communicate what the different treatment decisions were. She was very medically sophisticated, so I didn't think it was necessary.
And you were aware she was a labor and delivery nurse, correct?
Yes.
You didn't think it was necessary to get her records from South Shore because she was a nurse and she understood the medications? Was that the question? Because I lost the question in there. You didn't think... I was just seeing her as in a supportive role, so I didn't think it was important for me to get the records from the other place that she was seeing. She didn't want them. Listen to that again. I'm taking it back to the question.
Well, she continued to see me in more of a supportive role, and I was just trying to help her, give her as much information.
Out of the kindness of your heart, you weren't billing. You were just doing this pro bono, just trying to help her.
That could potentially be helpful. So it was something for her to discuss with the other providers.
Did you ever reach out to South Shore or to get those records, or ask Lindsay for some type of waiver to get the South Shore records?
No, I didn't. And,
No, I didn't. Did you pick up the phone and maybe call the other doctor or whoever, nurse practitioner over at South Shore who was treating with her, so that you could maybe coordinate care at all? No, I didn't.
The reason why is because she was very aware of what the medications were. She was very, very able to communicate what the different treatment decisions were. She was very medically sophisticated, so I didn't think it was necessary.
You were aware she was a labor and delivery nurse.
She was very medically sophisticated. Remember what her friend said, Angela, I think her name is Angela, the other labor and delivery nurse, when she was asked if she knew anything about, she said, well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You must know a lot about postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. And she said, no, actually, I don't. Because we see women who are coming in labor before they give birth. We don't know a lot about that. We're not trained in that. So now you're going to say that Lindsay was a nurse, and so she was medically sophisticated enough that you could just trust her to do the right thing, and you didn't need to call her other doctors. Is anybody else starting to think that maybe, just maybe, Lindsay was failed by the entire system and every single medical provider that she saw? Every single one? Okay. Postpartum depression can happen up to 12 months. That's already in evidence. We've heard the other doctor, Dr. Goodheart, say that there are different criteria. You know, some associations are like up to 12 months for postpartum. We heard it. And it 1,000,000% should have been considered here. And it just wasn't. It just wasn't. I mean, today was a turning point for me as far as the way I'm thinking on this. Let me know if it was a turning point for you in the comments after the show.
Correct?
Yes.
So you were aware she
was different treatment decisions were. She was very medically sophisticated, so I didn't think it was necessary.
And you were aware she was a labor and delivery nurse, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware she was familiar with medications and she was able to communicate with you on a level that's not a typical patient, correct?
Yes.
Did you next see her on December 16th, 2022?
You know who makes the worst patient? You know who the worst patients are? Chat, doctors. Doctors are the worst patients. But she's a nurse, and so therefore she knew better. She knew more than the average bear. I'm dying to know what the jury's doing right now. Did everyone just throw their pen and notebook across the room? Are they just going to like wave a white flag and be like, we're done here. We don't need to hear anymore. We're out. We're tapping out now. We're going. We're done. She was able to communicate with you on a level that most other patients can't. She knew more.
Communicate with you.
Yes.
So you were aware she was familiar with medications and she was able to communicate with you on a level that's not a typical patient, correct?
Yes.
Did you next see her on December 16th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you make that appointment with her, or did she reach out as she did on the December 1st and make her own appointment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that appointment on December 16th, 2022, what did you discuss with her that day?
So she was still not feeling well. She said, I'm having a really rough time. She said she found something that was helpful for her sleep, Valium and quetiapine, which is Seroquel. She said it finally works, but feeling very depressed during the day, no motivation, had some SI, suicidal ideation. So she went to Mass General emergency room, declined inpatient. She was feeling hopeless, but didn't have any intent or suicidal plans.
Wait.
So,
so she was having SI. We're just going to call it SI for YouTube purposes. She told you on December 16th that she went into the ER at Massachusetts General because she had SI. And, she wasn't admitted. And do you hear she's like minimizing it? Yeah. So she went into the emergency room at Massachusetts General because, she had suicidal ideation, but there was no plan. So, it's good. The more they talk, the more they tank their case. Nurses can be not the best patients too, because nurses are so used to taking care of other people. They don't want to be the ones being taken care of. They are caretakers by nature, right? Same with doctors. They want to fix everybody else, but when it comes to them, their health always takes a backseat. I don't want to generalize, but I'm just telling you generally. So on December 16th, she told you that she had been to the ER, but she wasn't admitted because she was suicidal. I can't.
Patient. She was in an emergency room. It was suicidal ideation a day, no motivation, had some SI, suicidal ideation. So she went to Mass General emergency room, declined inpatient. She was feeling hopeless, but didn't have any intent or suicidal plans.
So when she told you that she had some suicidal ideation, did you ask her specifics about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
So she described it as this hopelessness, like a fear of not getting better.
Did she have a plan on a plan to kill herself or a plan of how to kill herself?
No.
And you mentioned she told you she went to Mass General Hospital Emergency Department because of these feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you that they had offered her an inpatient program at McLean and she had turned them down?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she turned them down?
I don't remember.
Did she tell you about plans? Well, did she tell you what she was taking for medication at that point in the plans for medication?
She said she was taking a mixture of the Valium and the quetiapine, and there was a plan to increase the quetiapine, but currently she was taking 200 milligrams.
And did she also talk to you about the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She said that she was referred and appointments were being scheduled.
And were you familiar with that program?
I've heard about it.
What type of program is it?
It's one of those partial hospitalization programs that I had mentioned, but it is focused on postpartum. So I thought that that was a good fit.
You thought it was a good fit, but you didn't mention postpartum anywhere in your notes? Because I don't remember them talking about that part. But now you're thinking it's a good fit for her to go to a partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island. You thought it was a good fit. Good fit.
Did she tell you during this appointment that she thought that her depression was related to the Seroquel?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she thought that?
She thought there was some coinciding of the timing in which she started the Seroquel and started feeling more depressed.
Time drifts.
And did you note in the records that it was unclear if Seroquel was causing the depression as reported? She was more depressed the last visit before taking it?
Yes.
Can you just explain that, what your observations were?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Seroquel was making her worse because she did already seem depressed before she had started the Seroquel. So I wasn't sure. I thought it was possible, but
what was the plan going forward from that appointment?
So the plan was for her to go to this Women and Infants program. And if she was having more suicidal thoughts, to go back to the emergency room.
And was she also planning to start Lamictal 25 milligrams daily?
Yes. At that moment, given how the depression was continuing and worsening, I did feel like after we had discussed the Lamictal numerous times that I did need to step in and prescribe that for her.
And you prescribed the 25 milligram daily dose for her?
Yes.
You needed
What's the
to
lowest
step in.
level of Lamictal that you would prescribe?
You needed to step in. Again, you didn't call any of the providers at South Shore that were now treating her. So now you decided that you needed to step in as if you were doing some sort of favor for her. I needed to step in and prescribe Lamictal. It was at that point that I decided that I needed to step in, not at the point where she told me she had just been to the ER for suicidal ideation and refused an inpatient stay. She kind of glossed over that, but now I decided to step in.
Did feel like after we continue, yes, at that moment, given how the depression was continuing and worsening, I did feel like after we had discussed the Lamictal numerous times that I did need to step in and prescribe that for her.
And you prescribed the 25 milligram daily dose for her?
Yes.
What's the lowest level of Lamictal that you would prescribe?
25.
And what's the highest?
So in psychiatry, typically 200, but I mean, it really can go up to 400 or 500.
And so again, you prescribed the lowest dose to start with, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you have to come to your screen. You have to come to your screen for the body language portion of this. I am also not a body language expert, but okay, my freeze game is on point right now. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm seeing. And she's in her 30s. Listen, all doctors have to start somewhere. But when she head tilts like this, and she starts talking in a Valley Girl type voice, I'm going to lose my shit. Okay? Like, like, oh my God, like, no way. Until She was worsening. Oh yeah, you mean her trip to the ER? You know what it takes for a nurse to go as a patient to an ER at Massachusetts General? Where did she work again? Did she work at Massachusetts General or at the Brigham? I don't know. I don't know now because everything is conflated in my head. But come and look at the head tilt. I'm going to even rewind it a little bit. She's so flippant about this.
How the depression was continuing and worsening. I did feel like after we had discussed the Lamictal numerous times that I did need to step in and prescribe that for her.
And you prescribed the 25 milligram daily dose for her?
Yes.
What's the lowest level of Lamictal that you would prescribe?
25.
And what's the highest?
So in psychiatry, typically 200, but I mean, it really can go up to 400 or 500.
And so again, you prescribed the lowest dose to start with, correct?
Yes.
And was she to continue with the Seroquel that she had been prescribed by the South Shore perinatal program?
Yes.
And what about Valium?
So I didn't make a recommendation on the Valium. I think there was a plan already in place on tapering it that I supported.
And did you do anything in terms of reaching out to her providers at South Shore Perinatal to let them know you were adding a prescription, or did you communicate with Ms. Clancy about letting her providers know?
I communicated with Lindsay about that, and she was so good at giving me all of these updates about what she did with them. I figured she would tell them when she next saw them.
She was so good.
And did she tell you that she would update them?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think like I just trusted her to tell her other doctor what I did instead of me picking up the fucking phone and calling the doctor myself. I'm sorry, Paul's Barbershop, if I'm on the TV in your barbershop. I hope I didn't cause somebody to just stab somebody with a scissor or a razor.
Was the next time you saw Ms. Clancy on January 6th, 2023?
Yes.
And how did that appointment come about?
So again, I don't often do the scheduling. I'm not sure exactly whether I had scheduled that or she had.
Did you learn during that appointment that Ms. Clancy had just been discharged from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Ms. Clancy tell you about her current mental state and what had happened between your last appointment on December 16th and now this appointment on January 6th?
So she was continuing to feel depressed and attributing it to the Seroquel that she had been taking. So the idea was going to McLean so that she could be safely taken off of the Seroquel.
And was it at McLean, according to Ms. Clancy, that she had tapered off the Seroquel?
Yes.
And so on January 6th, did she tell you what she was prescribed at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
Trazodone, 100 milligrams, Ativan, 1 milligram, and melatonin, 5 milligrams.
And are these all low doses of these medications?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had current suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what did she say?
No.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you observe any signs or symptoms of psychosis in her presentation, answers, or behavior?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her about whether she was having side effects from these medications, the Trazodone and the Ativan and the melatonin?
Yes.
What was her response?
So the only side effect she felt was that potentially when the Ativan would wear off, she would take it at night, and then in the morning it would wear off, and she would feel more anxious after it wore off.
And in terms of the Trazodone, did she say she had any side effects from the Trazodone?
No.
And melatonin, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is a chemical that the brain makes that tells us it's time to go to sleep. It's associated with the circadian rhythm. It's not a prescription, actually. It's a medicine that you can pick up in over the counter at the pharmacy.
Oh my God. Like, 3 children were murdered. 3 children were murdered. And we're talking about it like it's a coffee order. What happened to Lindsay Clancy is outrageous. What happened to her children is outrageous. Treating this like a coffee order is more outrageous. No, not more outrageous, but it's just as outrageous. These two, like they're playing tennis a little bit. Not even tennis, pickleball. Three children were murdered. This woman just came out from an inpatient stay at McLean, which is supposed to be the best hospital in the country for this kind of thing. And the next day she comes to you and you're talking about it like you're ordering coffee. And then 18 days later, 3 little babies are dead, murdered. Because you all failed. I'm just going to shut up now and let this play through because I could go on. I could go on for days about this. Today's the tipping point for me. I am outraged. I hope you're outraged. Put it in the chat. There's an emoji for that.
And is it just to help regulate sleep?
Yes.
Melatonin.
What was her mood, according to Miss Clancy on that date?
She was feeling numb.
Numb?
Numb.
Did that cause you any concern?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, she still appeared quite depressed.
And in what way? Was that her affect?
It was, yes. Her affect was congruent, meaning it was the same as her mood.
So, just so we can understand, so if I tell you I'm happy and I appear happy, is that congruent?
Yes.
And if I tell you I'm happy but I appear sad, is that incongruent?
Yes.
And is that important when evaluating a patient?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes it's not congruent, and there could be all sorts of reasons why, but it's just something to pay attention to.
And so on this day, though her mood and her affect were congruent.
Yes.
Okay. And was there a plan formulated for that day, on that day?
Yes. So the plan on that day was to increase the trazodone to 150 milligrams. She had previously taken that dose and tolerated it well. And she had just come off of the Seroquel at at McLean. So we were still in the phase where we were monitoring to see if the depression might get better off of that medicine.
And is that why you didn't immediately prescribe a new antidepressant?
Yes.
And was she to continue the Ativan at 1 milligram per night and the melatonin at 5 milligrams per night?
Yes.
And I believe in this note for under condition, you wrote deteriorating.
Yes.
And why is that?
So
she was deteriorating.
It sounds like a very strong word. I will give some context that it's not my choice of a.
Oh, it's not my choice of a word to say deteriorating. Here she goes, minimizing it again. The defense attorneys for what the hell is the name of the Astor Mental Health System? The defense attorneys who represent Astor Mental Health System and this doctor right now, their heads have popped off to Australia. They are like, get out the checkbook. We cannot allow this woman to be deposed because she's just given an entire deposition led by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague. But deteriorating is not a strong word. I know I said I would be quiet, but I just can't. Listen.
So
you wrote deteriorating?
Yes.
And why is that?
So It sounds like a very strong word. I will give some context that it's not my choice of a word. I have 3 options when I'm filling that out. I can say a patient is improving, unchanged, or deteriorating. So she wasn't improving and she wasn't really unchanged. She appeared a little bit worse than the last time I had seen her. So the best word is to say deteriorating.
Okay.
It's not as serious
Was there
as it
anything about
sounds.
her
Don't worry.
presentation or affect, things that she told you that led you to believe that she was in imminent danger of harming herself or someone else?
No, there wasn't. And we had, she was feeling depressed and we had a plan to address that.
Is there something you can do?
What was the plan for after she murdered her children? Slit her wrists, her throat, crushed up a bunch of pills, put them in her lemonade, and then dove out of her bedroom window from the 2nd floor. What was the plan for after that? Am I being too hard on her? Should I not be blaming the doctors? Am I being too hard on her? Is it just Lindsay? Is it all Lindsay? Tell me what you think in the comments.
If you have a patient who you think she was in imminent danger of harming, okay. Was there anything about her presentation or affect, things that she told you that led you to believe that she was in imminent danger of harming herself or someone else?
No, there wasn't. And we had, she was feeling depressed and we had a plan to address that.
Is there something you can do if you have a patient who you think is at risk of harming themselves or others?
Yes.
And what is that?
I could issue a Section 12, which would mandate that they be brought to a hospital for treatment, or at least for evaluation and then possible treatment.
And did you?
That would have been a great fucking idea, huh?
Feel that was necessary at that time with Ms. Clancy?
No.
And when you're evaluating a patient, taking the history, looking at their current state, looking at what the answers they give you to the questions, are you reliant on the information that they give you?
Yes.
So if a patient withholds important information, is it hard to make a diagnosis or a plan?
It's hard.
Yes.
Being a doctor is hard. It's really hard. Cause if my patient doesn't tell me the truth, like how am I supposed to diagnose them? I don't know. It's hard. We had a plan. What do you want from me? I'm new here.
That they give you?
Yes.
Taking the history, looking at their current state, looking at what the answers they give you to the questions, are you reliant on the information that they give you?
Yes.
So if a patient withholds important information, is it hard to make a diagnosis or a plan?
Yes.
Was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 9th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
So she said that the trazodone increase was helpful. She was still getting that rebound anxiety the day after she took the Ativan. The mood was okay, but she was feeling like she was still flat. She wasn't able to cry, but she said she was able to laugh a little bit, and hadn't been having recent thoughts of suicidal ideation.
Had not been?
Had not been.
And did you also ask her if she had any homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you notice any signs or symptoms of psychosis?
No, I did not.
Did you have a discussion with her about trying an antidepressant?
Yes, I did.
And what was that discussion?
So at this point, she had been off of the Seroquel for a couple weeks and she wasn't getting better. So I thought that suggested the Seroquel might not have been what was causing depression, and it was depression. So that was what we needed to treat.
And what were your suggestions for treatment of the depression?
We considered some different options. We didn't pick a medicine on that date, but we considered amitriptyline and Wellbutrin.
And Wellbutrin was one of the medications she had taken when she was in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
And you discussed those medications on the 9th. Why wasn't a decision made that day?
Great point. Jamie says Karen Reed was sectioned. She didn't have a plan to take her own life. They decided to section Karen Reed because allegedly her father said she was talking about taking her own life. Isn't that enough, doctor?
Because we had made
and Wellbutrin was one of the.
We didn't pick a medicine.
What were your suggestions for treatment of the depression?
More medication.
We considered some different options. We didn't pick a medicine on that date, but we considered amitriptyline and Wellbutrin.
And Wellbutrin was one of the medications she had taken when she was in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
And you discussed those medications on the 9th. Why wasn't a decision made that day?
Because we had made a different medication change because of that rebound anxiety with the Ativan. We decided to switch that to diazepam, which is Valium, and it has a longer half-life, meaning it's broken down by the body much more slowly, so you're less likely to get that rebound anxiety. And also the nice thing about the diazepam is it's easier to stop gradually.
Nice.
You can every week or every couple weeks, you can increase the dose by just 1 or 2 milligrams. So it's a lot easier to stop. So I felt that was a better alternative. And she also wanted to be off of the Ativan, so and be able to sleep without that kind of medicine.
Valium is nice.
I don't think I asked you this before, but what is rebound anxiety?
It just means that when the medication that treats the anxiety gets out of the system, the anxiety comes back, and it comes back even worse.
Oh.
And you explained it a little bit, but
so her anxiety kept coming back worse and worse and worse and worse. And you're talking about choosing meds like we're ordering sushi. Would you like the tuna roll? Would you like the sashimi? Would you like a salmon roll? Would you like a yellowtail roll? Or would you like nigiri? Which would you like? Like they're picking them off a menu.
Comes back, and it comes back even worse.
And you explained it a little bit, but what is a half-life of a medication, and what does that mean in terms of the body processing it and how it affects you?
Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated, but it's basically the time it takes for half of the medicine to be broken down by the body.
And that tells you or indicates to you how long it lasts in the system?
Yes.
And so you were saying that Valium, the diazepam, the Valium, might avoid the rebound anxiety because it's slower to leave the body. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Clancy send you, after this appointment on the 9th, January 9th, did she send you emails on January 11th, 2023, asking you about your knowledge and thoughts on ketamine therapy and whether that would be a good option for her?
Yes, she did.
And what was your response to that?
That's the first we're hearing of that.
If you can't find it, I can bring it up to you.
I think I have it.
She was willing to try anything.
I mentioned that it's a great option, but it can be hard to get the insurance coverage for it. Usually you need to have demonstrated that you've tried 4 different antidepressants first, and so that it might be necessary to try another medicine first.
Okay.
So really, you were
she was
just trying
asking
to, you were just, you prescribed so many medications because you were just trying to help her get her insurance to cover ketamine therapy. Please don't write that word in the chat. YouTube hates it. When we covered Matthew Perry, we were shadow banned all over the place. Just trying to help her out. Get the K therapy. Get the K therapy covered by insurance. Don't blame me.
First, you need to get the insurance coverage.
If you can't find it, I can bring it up to you.
I think I have it. So I mentioned that it's a great option, but it can be hard to get the insurance coverage for it. Usually you need to have demonstrated that you've tried 4 different antidepressants first, and so that it might be necessary to try another medicine first.
Okay. In that email where she was asking you about ketamine therapy, did she tell you that she was, did she say, I'm still feeling a very low mood, no motivation, just very depressed. This has been going on for months now, and I'm getting desperate for something that would work quickly to get me out of this depressed state. Do you remember that being part of the email?
Yes.
Had she indicated thoughts like that to you before, wanting something that would work quickly to help her feel better quickly?
I mean, she may have said that once or twice.
Do you know where, strike that, did you ever recommend ketamine therapy to you, or is this something she broached to you in this email for the first time?
It was something I had considered because at this point she was starting to be a bit treatment resistant, and ketamine is a treatment for treatment resistant depression. So it's a reasonable thought, but I didn't think we were at that point yet.
And you mentioned that insurance companies usually require you to try 4 antidepressants. Is that correct?
Oh, was she trying to say that Lindsay was asking for it? Because again, Lindsay, she wants everyone to think Lindsay's a drug seeker. But now this doctor just screwed her by saying, oh yeah, we talked about it. I brought it up. It's good for treatment resistant depression. She wants to make it look like Lindsay was the one who wanted it because she wanted drugs.
Correct?
Yes.
Insurance companies usually require you to try 4 antidepressants. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say treatment resistant, is that someone who is in depression, but the typical medications aren't working for them?
Yes.
She was on.
And did you have an appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 16th, 2023?
8 days before she murdered her kids.
Yes, I did.
And what was your interaction with Ms. Clancy on January 16th?
Her mood was still very low. She was still depressed. It was she was able to get out of bed and take care of her basics like hygiene and eating. Her concentration was fine, and she was doing what she needed to do to take care of her baby, though she subjectively felt like the bonding was forced with the baby.
She told you that the bonding felt forced with the baby?
Yes.
And that wasn't a red effing flag to you? She was a guinea pig. She was a guinea pig. This woman was her last line of defense. This is the 16th of January. Let's see if she saw her after that.
Did you ask her if she had suicidal or homicidal ideation?
I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Did she show any of the signs or symptoms of psychosis on that day?
No, she did not.
Did you have a discussion about a Valium taper?
Yes.
And why did you have that discussion? Who brought that up?
That was because she really did not want to have to take a benzodiazepine medication every day for sleep. So we discussed how to come off of that medication safely.
And that, again, is that like taper off to take a little bit less each time?
Yes.
And did she agree with that plan?
Yes.
Was a decision made at that point on which, if any, antidepressant to take?
No, we had not made a decision. Oh, sorry. At this point, we did. We did go ahead and decide to try the amitriptyline.
And what is amitriptyline?
So it is a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does that mean?
It's an older antidepressant. It's been around for very many years. It helps treat insomnia and some pain, headache conditions as well.
And the dose that you prescribed, did you say it was 10 milligrams?
Yes.
Is that the lowest dose?
Yes.
And what's the highest dose?
can get quite high, maybe 150.
And so again, you started her at the lowest dose. Why was it that throughout this time you're treating her and trying these different medications that you always start at the lowest dose with her?
That's standard practice because the medications, they have side effects, and the lower the dose, the more mild the side effects are, and it gives the patient time to acclimate to the medicine, and then you gradually increase it depending on how they're tolerating it.
And what was the plan going, well, strike that, what was her mood and affect that day?
It was depressed, mood was depressed, affect was depressed and flat.
And at that point in time where she's denying suicidal ideation, denying homicidal ideation, showing no signs of psychosis, were there any grounds for you or any reason for you to seek a Section 12?
No.
Your next appointment with her was January 23rd, 2023. Is that correct?
There's more?
And again, all of these appointments were virtual appointments, correct?
Yes.
She met with her the day before the murders? The day before the murders. I was thinking that was going to be the last appointment. Okay. No reason to section her. Okay, let's see what happens on the 23rd.
During this appointment, what was her mood and affect?
Mood was depressed, affect was depressed and flat.
Did she tell you she had started the amitriptyline?
She did.
And did she tell you if there were any side effects to that?
It didn't appear that there were side effects.
Didn't appear.
What was the conversation or interaction with her that day on the 23rd?
So she said she was doing all right, a little more anxious, and the anxiety was described as the feeling of her heart racing. She had a decreased appetite as well. She was on only 2 milligrams of Valium at this point and feeling more anxious in the morning. Mood was the same, flat, anxious, no motivation, numb. She has to force herself to get out of bed and out of the house, but is able to do that. And she is sleeping okay.
And did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation on the 23rd?
Yes, I did.
What was her response?
No.
And did you notice any symptoms or signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Was there any difference in her rate of speech or speech pattern?
No.
Was there any difference in her ability to think or communicate in any way?
No.
Was there any change in her your evaluation of her judgment or insight?
No.
Did you still consider her insight poor at that point?
I did.
And why were you still considering her insight poor?
So I think there were just a couple of things that came up throughout our 14 visits that suggested that to me, like I explained earlier. But later on, it was it had to do with her over attribution. It seemed to the medications about certain symptoms that she was feeling, meaning like how she felt about the Seroquel, how she felt that was making her depressed, when in reality, I think she was just depressed. So it was related.
In reality, you think she was just depressed, even though she told you the Seroquel was making her depressed. But you over Zoom were able to tell that you thought that she was just depressed, as if just depressed is the thing. I think I'm breaking out in hives right now. And I think everyone needs to hit the like button because there's 15,000 people here. And I don't know, we only have like not even, well, over 50% likes, but we can do better than that, can't we? More people need to see this and hear this. I'm just, if I was her and this happened to me and I saw a patient 14 times, including the day before she murdered her 3 children and tried to kill herself, I would quit. I would be like, this is not for me. How did I miss this? How did I miss all these red flags? I suck at what I do. I'm done here. Like and the way that she's testifying, it's as if she has no, I don't know, self-reflection. It's as if she's just completely right. Like she's so righteous in her diagnosis. And it's like, she's not like even saying like, maybe I missed this, maybe I missed that. It's like, oh no, you know, she was like, whatever, no big whoop. It's okay, cool. 3 murdered kids, whatever.
To her,
Nobody knows their body more than the patient does. But like, I didn't really think like it was any like big deal or whatever. I mean, you know, oh well, too bad, so sad.
Attribution, it seemed to me, like I explained earlier, but later on, it was, it had to do with her over attribution. It seemed to the medications about.
Oh, you mean she was exaggerating? You mean her over attribution? You mean she was exaggerating the side effects and you didn't take her seriously? Kind of sounds like that to me.
Certain symptoms that she was feeling, meaning like how she felt about the Seroquel, how she felt that was making her depressed, when in reality, I think she was just depressed. So it was related to her thoughts about medications and how she was feeling.
Right. She was paranoid and, you know, hyperbolic. And she's just like, she should have just gotten over it. I told her to just get over it. You know, she was totally exaggerating her side effects. Like I didn't take her seriously. She was just depressed. It wasn't the Seroquel that was making her depressed.
Be accurate to state that instead of accepting that she was depressed, she was placing the blame on the medication.
Sustained.
She should have just accepted the fact that she was. Did you hear the question from this ADA? Did you just hear that? Listen. She should have just accepted the fact that she was depressed. You know what I'm so excited about? Kevin Reddington gets the entire weekend to prepare for this cross. Listen to this ADA and how tone deaf and moronic she continues to show the world that she is. Listen to this next question.
So would it be accurate to state that instead of accepting that she was depressed, she was placing the blame on the medication?
Sustained.
In your mental status exam of her on the 23rd, how was her appearance?
She was appropriately dressed.
How was your rapport with her?
It was appropriate.
How was her speech?
It was appropriate.
How was her thought content and process?
Appropriate.
How was her cognitive abilities?
There were no deficits.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
What was the plan going forward on that day?
So we were going to continue the same dose of the diazepam because she was feeling a bit more of the anxiety. So we said to slow down the taper, and we increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams, thinking that would also help with the sleep.
And
I'm not a doctor, but put a pin in that. Many of you have told me about your crazy psychotic reactions to amitriptyline. 20 milligrams, could that have been a trigger? I know I've lost track of the medications at this point too, and I got tired of taking notes.
at any point in time, did she tell you she was planning to kill herself?
No.
At any point in time on the 23rd, did she say she was planning to kill her children?
No, absolutely not.
At any point in time during your interaction with her in that session, was there anything about her affect or demeanor, her behavior that indicated to you that she was a danger to herself or others?
No.
Was there any reason, based on your evaluation of her in that session, that would give you grounds to file a Section 12 on her that day?
No.
Throughout your time treating Ms. Clancy, did you continue to recommend that she attend individual therapy?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's very important.
And is there a reason it's important, or like what are the benefits?
Yeah, it has many
She just smiled and
studies
laughed.
have been done to show the efficacy of therapy as a component of treatment for depression and anxiety. So, some people may only do medicine, some people may only do therapy, but the best response is a combination.
Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further.
All right, Council, can I see everybody at sidebar?
I have a feeling that this is where it ends. And thank God, because I don't know if I could take one more minute. Hold on.
Watch this though, please.
All right, so members of the jury, I'm gonna break at this point. I'm gonna excuse you till Monday morning, 9 o'clock. The schedule, I'm gonna suggest it'll be similar to today. It should be pretty much a full day. We are still, if not on schedule, ahead of schedule. All right, so I just kind of want to let you know that. So now you're gonna have the weekend, and so I just kind of want to reiterate those instructions I've been giving you every day. Because you know the questions I'm going to ask you on Monday, right? And so I'm going to instruct you and remind you, don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research on this case. Don't take any field trips and happen to drive by any place that you have questions about. It's also very important that you don't read anything about this case or similar cases that might come up. All right? And don't listen to anything. Don't watch anything. You've gotten a fair amount of evidence so far. We've been here for a couple of weeks. But you don't have all the evidence. All right? And so it's important for you to keep an
Lindsay looking hopeful for the first time in this entire trial.
open mind. And the best way to do that is basically shut your mind off until Monday. All right? I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. So I hope you have a nice weekend. Get rested. We'll see you, everybody, on Monday. And again, thank you so much for all your time and your work on this. And I really do hope you have a nice weekend. We'll see you Monday. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. I need to close the door, please. Raise one of the chairs. This way, please.
Somebody in the chat said she was treated by a child doctor with no insight, and that is a great comment.
Court, this court's in session. Proceed.
All right. And Counsel, if I could ask you to come one more time, basically just talk about kind of the schedule.
I think that's where it ends. We were quite a bit behind.
9 o'clock on Monday. All right, thank you.
9 o'clock Monday. Hold on a second. Let me just fix my volume. It's on automatic. Okay. I'm shooketh. I think this was preventable. I think that this was preventable, and I am outraged. I'm outraged. Are you outraged? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat. If you're not sticking around for questions, please smash the like button on your way out, and rest assured that I will see you Monday morning at 9 a.m. And no wonder her lawyer is so effing passionate and heated about this case. No wonder Kevin Reddington has been so inflamed. He knew all of this the whole entire time, which is so much more than we knew. Hold a second. Jill, thank you for your Venmo. 2 stars in every category. She says, Heather says, I think I covered all of these earlier. Right, Heather? Yeah, I did. Okay, let's get to you guys in the super chats. Little Cupcake Princess said, sorry, Patrick testified that Lindsay was afraid to go to McLean, but he insisted if a patient requests early release, all the more reason to be investigated thoroughly, just saying. Mara said, I met a young girl today with her mother. She has a little boy and twins who are only 4 months old. I blurted out, you bring me them babies anytime you want to me. That's all she needed to hear. We all go through it. Thank you for reaching out to someone who may need it. And all of you guys are amazing like that. Seize the day. Thank you. A lady said she wanted to break her TV at Dr. Goodheart. Beth Ellen said, this testimony just says to me that Lindsay was desperate, crying for help. I feel very sad. Mara said, I need to address my last super chat. I didn't mean that's all she needed. I meant that was all she needed to hear from me. Oh yeah, that's the way I took it from an outsider, that it's okay to not feel okay and ask for help. And then they let you hold the babies. Oh, it's amazing. Love that for you. Butterscotch Queen, thanks for your 10. Dina said, I hope Reddington rips this medication debacle apart. Women need to be listened to more regarding their health, not over-medicated. Britt, thank you so very much for your 5. We need Alessi to help us with the prescription, says Kay Anderson. Casey says, want to shout out all the moms. We sacrifice so much. You're doing a good job. Welcome, Kate. Zoe said, as usual, the prosecution hard at work for the defense. That's what I feel like too. Not My Circus says this testimony is crazy. No pun intended. Little Cupcake Princess says a simple Google search says extreme sleep deprivation on its own can trigger auditory hallucinations in people without a history of psychosis. Tapered withdrawal from Seroquel can still cause rebound psychosis. Also, we learned from reading the jury instructions that a person does not need a formal diagnosis to have suffered a psychotic break or to be found not criminally responsible in the state of Massachusetts. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Helena said the voices probably told her to do it. Think, doctor. Helena can see it all the way from Sweden. Let's see how it goes. Said this could be considered manic behavior. Can she just hurry up so we can get to Cross? Yep, Cross is going to happen on Monday, 9 o'clock. Thanks, Lena. Floating in space. Behind, quick withdrawal off antipsychotics can cause hallucinations or delusions within itself. Absolutely wild. She was titrated off her meds in 3 days. That can cause brain injury. Thank you very much. Mel says, thank you. And she says she's an RN and has suffered from mental health issues. And it's so important for awareness, this case. Pizza driver is grateful for his or her VA mental health care. We played the Law and Crime feed a couple of different times. To me, it sounded like shut it off. But you guys can go back and play it in slow motion and tell me what you think. In crisis, E.S. Murphy says you need a friend or family member to attend doctor's appointments. That's exactly what I was saying. Bring somebody with you if you can. If you can. To communicate with the doctors about what's really going on. Welcome, Tina's girl. Judge Sullivan is from Canton, says be fit. He was the defense attorney in the Nathaniel Fujita case. His defense was insanity. That's interesting. Gemma says, welcome, Melanie. In my opinion, you've joined some of us who work in healthcare. Is that bad? No, not at all. I love my nurses here. Craftastical, is it normal to see a doctor like Tufts so confident? A lot of doctors, many doctors, surgeons, mostly surgeons, have big, big, big egos. Tell me if I'm wrong. Nurses, the nurses get the least of the credit and they do most of the work. She may have had responsibility for the horror that ensued. She's been the worst doctor so far. You guys can draw your own conclusions from that, Craftastical. I'm just saying, says that in FYI, Massachusetts, psych allows telephone visits via Zoom or video. Yes. Try to get a true assessment via voice only. Oh, really? So you don't even need video? You can do it by voice? Most Zooms are saved in the middle. Yeah, do they record the Zooms? I'm interested in that. I'm interested to know that. I don't know for sure if they do. Ms. Adrian says, I attended WI program 2 times. Didn't really help with working through it mentally. Taught calming technique with physical anxiety. Champ. The teenage-looking doctor is one of the doctors Lindsay is suing. Yes, I talked about that earlier. She's one of the main defendants. Thanks for your 10. How do you think this doctor failed? What do you think she did wrong? How would it have changed the outcome? Genuine question. I don't know. I'm going to wait to hear from the experts. The experts are going to tell me how this doctor failed. I'm not a doctor. Sheep-teed. Who needs EMRS? Good Lord. Thank you. I am just saying all patients should have genetic testing done at the beginning. One-time fee of $350. So much of these side effects or withdrawals could be avoided. Some people recommend it. I'm not a doctor. L. Cullen says, has this very junior doctor heard of the defense experts? Or, I mean, it says dense experts, but I think that's what you mean. They are world-renowned. She's a bit out of her league. I don't know if there's a decision yet. We're waiting for a decision. Never Zen Jen, 7 months. You're such an advocate for the downtrodden. I love you with all my heart too. Thank you. We were behind, Monica. So yeah, I'm still going, but law and crime ended a while ago. In my opinion, says G. Lander, the ADAs enjoy the sound of their own voices, as if clearly enunciating mundane, non-relevant details somehow makes you authoritative and wise. Mara says, my PPD was absolutely horrific. 3 months with my newborn having PPD and falling apart in a DV relationship. I'm so sorry. And your 4-year-old was diagnosed with leukemia. My hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to you. She says, the only reason I kept going was for him. Eliza, thank you. Angelia says, Rosemary's going to have a field day with this lady. Oh, yeah. I mean, her deposition has already been done pretty much. Kathy says, I have a dear friend who's a psychiatrist. She would never say, but there's a shortage of psychiatrists for a myriad of reasons. And this poor care happens more often than you would like to know. Thank you for your 20. Roosevelt Media News says, this is what happens when healthcare is a commodity traded on the stock market. Gunny, Carrie Ann says, I used to work at McLean. All of this is not okay. Thanks for being here for 25 months. You're an OG. Thank you, Mary. And Angie loves music for you super stickers. Villanelle says, popping in again. We'll replay today. Thanks for tuning in from Australia. Have a great weekend. We all need a break from being mad. Yeah, we do. We do. I knew this trial was going to be a lot. And that's why initially I said, I'm not going to do this gavel to gavel. I can't. I need to protect my own peace. And then we started and I felt it was too important not to cover. And that's why I'm still here. And yes, we do need a weekend and we need to breathe and touch grass. And I don't know anything about pharma kickbacks. I don't think that there are kickbacks. I think they do buy a lot of lunches, but I'm not going to go there. Kaz says, here in Ireland in 2008, a psychiatrist drowned her 16-year-old daughter in a bath while her doctor husband was away for the weekend with their other child. She thought her daughter had anorexia like her. Helpers can be sick too. Yes. Yes, they can. The UK treats these kind of cases in criminal court very differently than we do here. We learned about that one day during lunch when I pulled up an article about the differences in law in the UK and other parts of Europe and the US. Villanelle, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Shuda is utterly outraged. These so-called psychiatrists take no accountability for their actions. This is utterly horrifying, and you should all be very scared for your future mental health in Massachusetts. I don't think it's just Massachusetts, by the way. Jam Cracker says, I'm 3 minutes behind, but you're saying what many of us are screaming at our devices, Melanie. Love you for that. Free Lindsay. The law. Thanks for becoming a member. I'm just saying, thank you for becoming a member. Mimi, thanks for your super sticker. Gail Taylor says that Lindsay just wanted help. She tried her best whilst feeling fight. So many medical cocktails. No wonder she was scared of new meds. I would be too. Sue them. Well, she's already suing them. There's a big giant lawsuit. G. Lander says, I think we found the real zombies. The psychiatrists treating Lindsay. Simply Jessica, thank you for your 5. Self-care and hazard pay for me. Like, yeah, WTF. The collective WTF. Nerdy says, I better not hear a single leading objection during defense's case in chief. Right. Former McLean staff, Carrie Ann, said again, this is awful. The lack of professional support is alarming. Juliana says, gratitude for the love and care you're giving this trial. Some of us have lost people we love to the battle of mental health. I'm so sorry. We fight for all that are lost, especially those babies. Thanks, Mimi, for your super sticker. Josie Lou, Melanie, if you need a hold, please pray. We will hold, please, with you. This is hard for all of us, especially moms. I've gone from sad to irate. Peace. Breathe. It's 4 p.m. I just made a Coco Loco to cope with this. Thanks, Josie Lou, for your 20. Larry says, so at one point, do you stop masking the symptoms and address the cause? No. Yeah, if the civil cases do happen, they're going to be years and years and years down the road. I mean, I'm looking at the second amended complaint was just filed May 19th. And so this is going to be years away, or actually June 6th, years away. How long does it take to leave the body when you're running a 5K and cleaning the garage? I don't know. Overruled, sit down. Blue Dragon says melatonin is a natural hormone made by your brain, not a chemical. Yeah, it's a homeopathic. Kaz says needs to take the dollars out of the equation. Poor Lindsay. Samantha, I don't like the substance abuse angle with the prosecutor, but ketamine would actually have been a great option for her, honestly. Saved my life. It's not great for everybody. Aren't you a didn't you say once that you were a pharmacist too? Trainer says red flags everywhere. Outside the box says, forever grateful to my local pharmacist who questioned my teen son's prescription. He wasn't on the PAMs. He was on the The Eanes, Fluo, Quet, and the Tiva one for general anxiety. It was awful. He's off all meds now and doing amazing. That's great. I'm so happy for you and your family. Silver Fox, when I had my son, my PPD kicked in heavily after 3 months. I did not have bad thoughts, but I could not shut off my brain ever. I was given 2 pills a day, and then I had no thought process at all. Thank you, Cash, for becoming a new member. East Coast Lana says, if you mess up in front of a medical licensing board, it's the number one thing they want to see is accountability and remorse for your mistake. She's not there. It's gross. I guess you were talking about Dr. Tufts. Yes, Cammie. Both doctors that we heard from today are being sued in the civil suits. The dash in between from Australia. Amitriptyline messed me up, made me aggro, sent my anxiety off the charts. I'd know a text was coming and still have a panic attack. Brantley's mom, thank you for your super sticker. Phil Gallagher said, let me get this right. Lindsay went to a psychiatrist with insomnia, anxiety, and depression. 4 months later, she was in full-blown psychosis. WTF. Jamie says, anybody wonder if Patrick set her up? No, I don't. Trust me when I tell you that if they had any inkling of that, it would 100% be not only a defense, but it would be the prosecution's theory that nope, not going there. SoCal Lucy, could these incompetent doctors be taken the fifth due to the upcoming civil suit? No, because it's civil, not criminal. There's no criminal charges pending against them. And so, nope. Good question, though. Thanks for your 5. Redheaded stepchild says, interesting that since the Latarsha Sanders ruling, right, which was only yesterday, the judge added to avoid news of any similar case to his end of the day jury instructions. Yep. Interesting. Mandy Moore said, this is so unreal to hear a medical professional in open court on the world stage say they don't take women at their word. Wow. Do you think her practice is going to tank after this? I don't know. Kate the Great said, I'm a psychiatrist and horrified by this doctor's treatment of Lindsay. If trying more and more meds and patient still isn't getting better, the diagnosis is probably wrong. She should have consulted with a supervisor. Thank you, Kate the Great, for coming in as a psychiatrist and telling us that. Janie became a member. Kristen says, every witness the prosecution has called has been a win for the defense. Everything about the ADA Sprague, her tone, her line of questioning, her lack of compassion for the family and friends is maddening. I know I tried to give her a pass in the beginning, but at day 9, I think I've lost it. Thank you, Ruth Ann, for becoming a member. Miss Katie, for your super sticker. Twitterbird says, Witterbird, Lindsay said she couldn't sleep. The psych sends me. Jessica said, did you see her long stare after Reddington objected to she was depressed and not due to meds? No, but anybody who wants to look for that can go back and take a look for that. What a day. What a day. It's hard to believe we only heard from 5 witnesses. I think it was only 5 witnesses today. Thank you, Mary, for your Cash App. It's very sweet of you. Melinda is a postpartum doula, and this case is making her sick, she says. Thanks for covering it. Thank you, Melinda, for your Venmo. Vanessa, thank you for your 100 over Venmo. You're very sweet. She says, from one litigator to another, I practice in Massachusetts. I'm not going to read the rest of this because I don't want to out you. Just in case somebody knows who you are. She said the prosecutions are embarrassing. Thank you so very much. You're very, very, very sweet and kind and generous. And Sarah said, thanks for the trial commentaries. Thank you. Somebody brought me 3 matcha lattes and it says, thanks for your empathy. But you're a non-please here. It doesn't say who you are. So thank you if it was you who bought me 3 matcha lattes because I'm going to need it. Lauren via Venmo says, thanks for covering this hard case. Justice for the Clancy family and better resources for mental health. Right. If there's one thing or a couple of good things that can come from this, we're all going to learn something at the very, very least. And hopefully at least one mom will be helped. At least one. It'll make it worth it. Ellen's new here. She's a longtime lawyer in Massachusetts. My 30-something daughter turned me onto her show. I love it. Thank you. I love it. I love when other lawyers watch because it makes me feel like the gaslighting is real and it's not me like overreacting, or being hyperbolic. And so especially Massachusetts lawyers, I love you all so much. Thank you for validating me. Witterbird says you are us or a majority. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you. Terry says, you're so rocking this coverage despite its horror and tragedy. This is the kind of case I would come out of my cubbyhole to speak out on publicly. Thank you. She's also a lawyer, retired, but I think you went back to work after some of the cases we've been covering, right? Lupus Lady, thank you for the 5 matcha lattes, and I love you with all of my heart too. And she says you make me laugh when times are hard. I know. Sometimes it's inappropriate to make jokes, but sometimes we have to laugh or we're just going to cry all the time. Julia, thank you for becoming a member. You guys are sending me tons of emails. I think I'm just going to close my inbox until tomorrow, but I do love each and every one of you with all of my heart. You know I do. I sure do. OFD, thank you for your matcha latte, and thank you very much. Mama Shea, thank you for your 100 over Cash App. You're amazing, and I love you so much, and you're here all the time. You've been here forever. Another OG. And I'm going to thank every single last person. Another person bought me a matcha latte because my mother told me to always write thank you notes and always buy the tickets. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap until Monday. You know me, though. I can't stay off of YouTube for long. So while I say I won't see you till Monday, I'll probably come on over the weekend if I can. Tomorrow, I know that Emily C is doing a fundraiser for Adam Deitch. I know that I heard you told me that there's an Edric Faust fundraiser out there too. My inbox has been neglected and I apologize for that. We played the hot mic earlier today. I played it 100 times. To me, it didn't sound like shut her up. To me, it sounded like shut it off. So if you're curious about it, you can rewind. And it was apparently yesterday, but Kevin Reddington did complain about it. And we did find that clip as well. And so that is where we stand. Please leave comments after the stream is over. Please hype the stream after it is over. Please do all the things that YouTube likes. You know what they are. My mods need a break. I need a break. We all need a break. But I love you so much. And I will see you at the very latest Monday morning. Thank you, Christy, for your Venmo. And also mush up. And I'll send you guys notes. Okay? I love you so much. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I don't even have the bandwidth to even recap the testimony today. But do all the things that YouTube likes. You know what they are. I love you, moderators. I could never do this without you. Okay, one last one. Witterbird says, I have had womb surgery this last week and I have been hormonal and I've watched you every day. And thank you for all the chat being great. And the chat is the greatest on the internet. They really are. I love you guys so much. And stay safe out there. Peace.